Perfection, but with a decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you, it's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 6.
Welcome back to Mississippi Live Weather at 6. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. On this Monday, we've had plenty of storms around today. We're going to have more as we head into this evening and tonight. I guess the good news I can tell you is that once you get beyond today, our chances are much, much more limited, and I think we'll spend most of this week relatively dry. Maybe not quite as hot and certainly not as humid, but drier as we look beyond the next really 12 hours or so. Storms are getting a bit stronger out in Arkansas, and even here across the Magnolia State, we have a few that are starting to strengthen once again. Had a big round earlier, bit of a lull that we find ourselves in, and then things kind of ratcheting back up. And I do want to emphasize that for some of us, the threat for more significant severe weather has passed, but I also want to emphasize that this is not a tornado situation. We have from time to time seen a little bit of rotation on some thunderstorms, but this is not the type of threat where we have tornadoes form. And we are looking a little cooler and definitely drier ahead as some less humid air moves in. More than anything, it just scrapes the moisture down toward the Gulf. We're 88 degrees at 7 p.m. for that temperature, 40% on that coverage of rainfall at that point, that 50% we'll say at 10, and maybe we're overdoing that percent at 7 just a little bit, but the expectation is we'll have more thunderstorms developing next few hours here. Probably 10 to midnight is peak time frame, with thunderstorms continuing as we head overnight. Upper 60s by early tomorrow morning, maybe some mid 60s out there, but it'll be on north winds. Less humid tomorrow and a lot less humid as we look toward the middle part of this week. We still continue as of the 6 o'clock hour, right at 6 p.m. here, to have severe thunderstorm watches. All locations in green here under those severe thunderstorm watches. And many locations like Fulton or Amory or Houston or Oxford, Holly Springs, Batesville, Clarksdale have been under these watches for, about 8 hours now? We had a batch of thunderstorms, and a lot of times when this happens, those watches are lifted. We all move on with our lives. The reason they haven't been lifted is because we expect additional thunderstorm development as we go into this evening, and so another round is possible. So while our counties here in Mississippi are under that watch until 7 p.m., in our Arkansas, it's until 9, and we expect additional watches could be necessary or an extension of this watch as we go into this evening. Taking on kind of the wide look on Mama Justice Doppler, and we'll bring it in, but I want to talk about, again, the overall details here for a moment. And let's make this actually a longer loop if we do. Let's kind of make this, say, a 12-hour loop. A moment to make that happen. So you can see how things have kind of played out today. We had storms, a few storms, all the way up there into Missouri. They get off of our front, then you get this big complex develops here and then slams southeastward. Still at this hour, those big yellow boxes there are warnings ongoing because of all the damaging winds and such that have kind of followed behind the system. If I put in all those reports, that's what all these kind of blue circles are. Those are all reports of the wind damage that came out of this complex of storms as it started north and west and moved toward the south and east. Okay, so that was round one. Here into Arkansas, this is round two, if we don't develop something overhead, which in some cases we're in the process of doing. This one's round two. Are we lucky enough that maybe that just dives straight south and misses us? I don't think it completely misses all of us, but there is still some question as to exactly the path that takes. But these are getting more organized out here into Arkansas and will slide southward and produce some strong severe weather as it moves southward into our area. Our severe weather risk for this evening and for today is still somewhat unchanged. I'll pull off all those storm reports for a moment. And so the folks here in yellow, and that includes pretty much all of us that typically watch on Mississippi Live and get back to our traditional coverage area under that severe weather risk. We check out the tornado risk. There is not one. So I just want to be clear on that. But damaging wind, and notice that does overlap pretty well with at least part of where we had that peak wind damage risk. But you might notice again, the kind of southwest portion of this is completely untapped. That's where there's a lot of fuel. That's where storms are most likely to be strong to severe this evening. So if you had stronger thunderstorms earlier, your odds of having them this evening are less. And I think wind will be the main factor. Could have some large hail potential. Our True Shield hail threat definitely shows there's at least some potential out there for that. So how do things stand as of this moment in time? So as you'll note here, looking at Mama Justice Doppler, there are a couple of areas that we are concerned with. Let's kind of start up in the northwest part of the state and then work our way south from there. So these two storms we have up here into Marshall County, parts of DeSoto County there. Notice how it's kind of regenerating. That's to be expected because there's a boundary here that's working to kind of initiate these. A lot of lightning strikes. Just out of these two, you go from practically nothing to obviously now a lot more lightning. Checking our hail threat using a couple different methods. I'm going to go to the Memphis radar up there. And from a closer inspection, these definitely have a little more shape to them. This one had a little more rotation on a little bit ago here near Mariana, though it is in the process, I think, of falling apart. Checking our True Shield hail threat. A few little bits of hail possible out of that. The one up over top of Olive Branch, just north of I-22, is a little bit more impressive in that regard. Checking the severe threats, that's where, again, maybe we could have hail pretty much right where that darker purple is over top of Olive Branch at peak. Again, not officially any sort of severe warnings on that, but I'm thinking maybe 1 inch hail out of that. Same what we have up there north of the KC area, right along 269 south of US 72. The one near Marietta, less impressive, maybe half-inch hail kind of at biggest. Looking at the wind mode, I mentioned this a moment ago, maybe some broad rotation on a couple of these storms up there, but nothing that's overly significant at this instant. But this is kind of in that zone where there's a boundary, and I don't know if it's instantly obvious, but this little green line, and there's a lot of green on here, but it's this north-south line, that will continue initiating thunderstorms as it slides westward and will be a focal point for storms to kind of track in from the north and west. So let's go ahead and put this into motion, give you a 1 hour loop on these and give you 2 storm tracks on each of these. And we're going to look at some other thunderstorms here in a minute. So the first one is our southernmost storm. Again, going through a bit of a collapsing phase. We will say 20 miles per hour the speed. I don't know that it makes it all the way to Oxford there. I think that's, the first question is, well, what if it did? I mean, it would take all the way there, as you can see, until 7 o'clock. This one probably falls apart before then, but I think additional thunderstorms could develop there. As you can see, about 7 o'clock there for the Oxford area. We're looking at Laws Hill, 621, and the College Hill area, again, that's close at Oxford, about 650 or so. Putting in Blackwater, which is near, of course, Sardis Lake there, at 624. So still a little bit of time before that. New severe thunderstorm warning on this north storm here, up closer to Olive Branch. 1 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds, the expectation on this if it were to produce severe weather. We looked at that True Shield hail threat a moment ago. Let's get a storm track on this now. Again, moving southward. Speed on this storm has not been particularly fast. We will say 15 miles per hour. So at 15, 16 miles per hour there, Byhalia, of course, we're looking at that for you at 607. Of course, over Olive Branch at this moment in time with whatever hail it's producing there. We're looking at Stonewall 616, Red Bank 622, closer to Lewisburg there 637, Holly Springs 646, Cockram there about 652, and Chulahoma by about 703. This is Doppler radar indicated strong wind gusts and hailstones that have prompted this severe thunderstorm warning there until 6:45 p.m. for the folks that I was mentioned just a moment ago there. So more on that one here in a minute. As we go on the wide shot here, there are a few other thunderstorms that are strong that we're watching. We've had a couple of these here south of Oxford and north of Oxford, and one that's over top of Batesville as well. Our camera over there in Batesville, again, right beneath one of these storms, showing again the rainfall sort of picking up, but this one is a non-severe thunderstorm at this point in time, assuming I actually click Batesville like I'm intending to. There we go. And so just kind of showing that rain picking up there, maybe 1 or 2 little hailstones, but not showing much there in Panola County. 88 degrees, feels like 102 is just gross. But that's what we have right there in Batesville. Now this is interesting. So this is looking northward. So in the foreground here, this bubbling up, that is that southern thunderstorm there, the one we were tracking toward the Oxford area by about 7 o'clock. But back behind it, This very well structured anvil is part of that other thunderstorm, the one up closer to right over top of Olive Branch. That one there probably is producing some large hail. Both of these have some broad rotation to them, so we'll bear watching. But fairly rough looking storms. That's about as strong as a storm has looked here on any of our cameras today. And I appreciate North Mississippi Storm Chasers for sharing that shot with us here. I say that when the storm moved through Caledonia, we were up close and personal, so we didn't have as wide a shot of a storm as what we have that one there. Caledonia is obviously pretty rough. So there's those two storms up north. Let's look at the storms that we have farther south. Like the one there closer to Belzona does not look impressive on this shot, but we've got to change radar sites. They're closer to Canton and Ridgeland. That storm is a little bit stronger than some of the others, and we'll look down toward Philadelphia in a moment. But the storm kind of collapsing somewhat more here closer to Stonewall, maybe drifting southward. We'll check our True Shield hail swath on this here. Does not look like we've had much in the way of hail depicted on this one close by. I'll check a couple of different ways. Maybe a little bit of hail falling out of that one earlier on, but it does not look like a ton at the moment. And compare that to what we have down there on that storm near Ridgeland. That's a completely different scenario, right? Sliding back up here, Philadelphia, Louisville, Macon, some of these thunderstorms, that as we bring it back on Mama Justice Doppler radar, that storm over Philadelphia, that one's borderline severe right now. Let's take a look. Whatever big stuff that's falling is just now on the east side of town starting to fall. So probably getting some hailstones with that as well. If you do have hail that you want to share with us here, probably the easiest way to do that is using the Mississippi Live Weather app, free and available for all those different devices, whether it's iOS, Android. You can send in those pictures there. Largest hail picture gets a $100 gift card from our friends at True Shield Roofing, trying to make your bad day a little bit less bad. The hail swath on this, not showing a ton yet, but I think we're kind of this is sort of between our different radar sites. Whatever it's dropping, it's trying to drop right now. So let's get that track southeastward, because that one is a little more intense than some. About 20 miles per hour. Tucker, we show 618 for you, closer to 625 for Bethsaida, and the house community at 636. Pull that back down there. And again, heavy rainfall near Kipling and Blackwater, and right along Mississippi Highway 19 sliding southward. More on all this here in a minute, because again, there's a lot of storms to track, and we want to get to the overall weather picture before we get too deep into the weeds on all these storms, which obviously bear watching, including obviously that severe thunderstorm warning for Marshall and DeSoto counties. And see, Futurecast continues to show that'll be a hotbed for storm development next few hours. It does show south there of near Water Valley, south of Oxford, another one of those spots where storms trying to develop next couple of hours here. Overall movement drifting northwest to southeast, and I have not talked a ton about Arkansas yet. We're going to get to that here in a minute, because those are really, if we're going to get something that plows through with 65 or greater mile per hour winds, it's a complex like up there. But still fairly disorganized on this perspective as of 8:30 to 9 o'clock. More organized by 9 to 10, showing up from Grenada back toward Bruce and Greenwood. I think the positioning might be just a little bit fast on this here, but you get a sense, generally speaking, on where some of the strongest thunderstorms could be in Inverness back toward around Greenwood and Duck Hill. More hour by hour. We're going to walk exactly hour by hour through this here in a few minutes. We show that batch there south toward around Kosciuszko by 11:30, and then closer to Canton and Jackson and heading southward after that. Some redevelopment possible on the backside of this system. We show one or two storms like the one up there around Corinth, and a couple kind of hiding behind that low pressure center there that regenerate. But most of these should be, again, below severe limits for early tomorrow morning, with some trying to redevelop. We show there 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. I think this might be aggressive on some redevelopment, assuming we don't get a ton of storms this evening, because I do think that Futurecast underdoes that just a little bit. So tomorrow, a limited number of storms in comparison to today. We'll still have some around, but we're bringing in north winds. That north winds mean drier air. That drier air means lesser quantity of storms, obviously. And then obviously the stickiness factor isn't as significant. High temperatures, mid-80s for tomorrow. We might be a little under on the morning rain chances there on the coverage, but it should not be as widespread as what we had for today. Now, coming up here in 60 seconds, we will look at Mama Justice Doppler radar at some of those thunderstorms and break down rotation tracks using our rotation finder. Something, again, you see here on Mississippi Live Weather. And that's as Mississippi Live continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
It's a summer squeeze at Room to Room. We're squeezing prices with 50% off furniture and mattresses, an extra 20% off accessories, an extra 10% off rugs, plus 18 months special financing. Shopping at Room to Room is easy peasy lemon squeezy.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
We don't have time for spills.
Next. We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
This portion of Mississippi Live Weather is presented by Little's Jewelers.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lobhon.
Looking north through some thunderstorms there in Pittsburgh as we generally expect to have some stormier conditions later on this evening. You're watching Mississippi Live here at 6 o'clock. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. As that camera pans down a little bit, we were looking back into some of those thunderstorms. Strong to severe thunderstorms a possibility. I think the best chance looking toward the strongest storms back in the northwest part of the state probably comes from our camera there in Oxford. One thing I'll notice on this, the foreground here, this storm fuzzier than it was a little bit ago, right up there. See that? That fuzziness that you see there is a sign of glaciation. It's another way to say that it's not as effective at rising quickly because of the unstable air. And so that's just one of those things. We start seeing the fuzziness. That's a sign that it is going through a weakening phase. Even the anvil on the other thunderstorm somewhat as well, though a lot of those towers leading into it still have a lot of good vertical development to those on that shot there. You know, we have obviously a large chunk of our viewers in the Tupelo area, for example. This is our camera out of Tupelo this evening, brought to you by Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling. You'll notice looking at that, the clouds, there's very little vertical development any direction based on what we're looking at out of this camera this evening. We had thunderstorms earlier. We've largely used up what we had, and there's just kind of the leftover sort of clouds related to that. So the likelihood of us having severe thunderstorms this evening on this evening's chance is a lot less in Tupelo than maybe some other locations in the northwest portion of the state. Again, that is where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning ongoing up here by Halia, near the Barton community and Olive Branch. The storm sort of building back to the west. You'll notice there's two advisories here that sort of layered on top of one another. As I pull off our list of camera locations there. One is, let's see if I can get it to pop up. It's not wanting to pop up there. But one is this flood advisory that you see there in green, sort of the green outline that's showing up. Give me a moment here to fix something behind the scenes. That flood advisory is one of those things that this kind of outlines the most, well, obviously where the flooding rainfall is. And then obviously in yellow there is our severe thunderstorm warning. It's higher level. That's why my system's only picking that one up as the one to talk about there as well. So that's in effect for Marshall and for DeSoto counties. As we change this over to the radar site out of Memphis, again, very near where it shows Olive Branch on there, as we kind of put this into motion, we'll make this a 30-minute loop here. You'll notice how there just isn't a ton of movement on this, right? There is a little rotation on this storm. It's kind of come off of our boundary right there just a little bit, but any rotation on a storm like this is going to be more to help it produce hail or maybe some gusty winds. That's typically what we see out of a scenario like this. So I even hesitate to use the word rotation in this scenario, just because I don't want to imply something more than the reality of the situation. But again, some broad rotation showing up with it. So again, while that enhances the hail more than anything else, something we got to at least mention there on this. I think gusty winds, 60, 65 mile per hour winds possible out of that as well. So not a lot of movement. I would put a storm track on it, but I just don't think it's really moving enough to do that as ridiculous as it is to say that. But this green line that extends southward there, we can assume that probably goes all the way here and connects to some of these thunderstorms near Water Valley and Bruce as well. So all of that to say, those storms and really everything west of that is where we are concerned that this batch of storms out here into Arkansas could have some real issues for us tonight. Let's pull off all of those reports and let's put this into motion. We're going to make this a 1-hour loop here. So this batch here, if this can get going east even a little bit more, and it's mainly south right now, but if that goes going east a little bit more, that could cause some big issues for us later on tonight. So I'm going to do the most aggressive version of the track that I can, just to kind of, worst case scenario sort of thing. So let's move it southeast and let's say 40-ish miles per hour, and let's expand that in. Let's take that 125 miles and thin down the number of locations. So that's not the typical West Point there, so I don't want to imply too much on that. If we were to knock that back. So that's getting all the areas around Little Rock on that track there, unfortunately. Well, but that tells you that this is heading more south than it is our direction as well. So maybe we'll get lucky on that. But we're still probably talking well after 9 to 10 o'clock tonight if that doesn't pick up a whole bunch of speed, which it very much could. The other strong thunderstorm we've been watching here going through a collapsing phase near Chulahoma along Mississippi Highway 4, kind of going through that phase. That's the one that's on the path that eventually will take it down toward Oxford. It's just going to take a little while longer before it gets that far south and toward the Oxford area. So watching it for some of those folks there. And then Batesville, that storm not really moving. These storms, Water Valley and Bruce, not really moving as well. But obviously it is definitely moving when you get down here south to Philadelphia and the storms down here toward Meridian. Again, Meridian outside the area, but for our Max South viewers down here in locations near Philadelphia and Herbert Street and Duffy there, that's what we're watching for you. Checking our True Shield hail swath. Some small hail, maybe even some hail up to 3/4 of an inch in size possible out of a couple of these there. So that has been one of our stories today. The damaging wind, we typically find out about after the fact. So prepare accordingly to kind of dodge the worst of what these have. And you can still see that outflow boundary, that rain-cooled air, right? You can sort of connect that up to where that would affect locations up toward Pittsburgh and then back up there toward Marshall County and DeSoto and Tate counties farther north as well. So a lot of different things that we're watching. Your big headline at this hour, severe risk does continue into the overnight time period for a lot of locations. When we look at the potential here, we're thinking again, damaging winds. If some of these thunderstorms can get organized, a possibility. I think with each passing minute, that threat diminishes somewhat. I see Gabe has one of the cameras up there in northwest Mississippi. Before we could go too deep in here, I do want to bring Gabe in for a second. What location is that?
So this will be Victoria off of I-22 looking west into that Byhalia storm.
Okay, so that will be a good viewpoint of that once that gets a little bit closer.
Let me see. I can actually pull this up a little bit. There you can get more of those dark clouds on the horizon. So, I mean, that's a pretty hefty storm moving through there in Marshall County.
Mm-hmm. And once it goes to a collapsing phase, that's when it's going to cause some issues. It's still not quite to that point yet, and a lot of heavy rainfall. Appreciate that, Gabe. Of course, watching things for us behind the scenes here in the Room to Room Weather Center in our Tupelo studios. As we check out the not just the wind threat, but there's also a hail threat to contend with as well here. It remains more limited on our True Shield hail threat, but some large hail again remains a possibility. But this is one of the big stories that we just cannot miss. There is not a real significant tornado risk in any form or fashion with what we have this evening. So let's walk hour by hour through Futurecast here. What it has, again, it does a good job with our storms out there into Arkansas. It does a good job showing our storms back in northwest Mississippi and some of the other thunderstorms out there. Maybe overdoing what we have out here in Shelby just a little bit. And let's check down south. I want to see if it's underdoing that as well. It's underdoing the quantity of storms down here, which could limit maybe the next batch of storms somewhat. So storms, again, by 8 o'clock, we show filling in a little bit more out here between, say, Holly Springs and Batesville and Charleston. There is that boundary working westward, so that'll activate with some thunderstorms. As it does, they get more organized here, 9 o'clock. So this is assuming that it's not the storms we're importing from Arkansas, but storms we develop here that become stronger. And so as that slides, again, northwest to southeast, some damaging winds possible with this from near Grenada back toward around Inverness by around 11 o'clock. That strongest portion stretches near Durant and Kosciuszko and Vade into Belzona. This assumes then that if you have that first batch, second batch dies out, unless we're talking about western Arkansas there. So the expectation would be in this scenario, what did you not see out here for Tupelo or Amory or Houston or Columbus? Didn't see hardly anything. Maybe some additional development behind this, but the more significant risk back to the west based on the kind of the assumptions here. And I think that's reasonable. Those organized with some stronger wind gusts there approaching Yazoo City and Carthage by around, say, midnight. By 1 o'clock in the morning, we're down here, Madison and Forest sliding southward. And then one of the things I just find interesting, these additional storms developing back here 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, maybe even some of those as far north as Tishomingo County. We do not expect no tornadoes, let's just say that, out of this. And honestly, outside of maybe some hailstones, probably not going to see as many strong wind gusts with that overnight chance there. So let's look at storm rotation specifically using our HRRR model. And what we're honing in on here is wind shear from the strongest of these storms. And so when we look at this, we show some of the reds there. I mean, maybe just a little bit of rotation, but this is very, very low on our scale. So not really expected to add up to much there, if anything, with what we have out there this evening. That's why, again, hail and strong winds remain my primary concerns. We head overnight, you'll see those additional storms that develop, right? But what do you not see out of those? We don't see any shear showing up. We don't see any rotation tracks, so no concerns with us seeing rotation overnight. And then additional thunderstorms, as you can see, developing through tomorrow morning down here toward Tallah County, Chula. I think this assumes that we don't use up all the fuel this evening with storms, and that is possible because, again, I'm not particularly impressed by what we've seen on some of those to this point. Low temperatures tomorrow morning, upper 60s, lower to maybe mid 70s out there for your Tuesday. By Tuesday, as we go through the day, Futurecast continue to show some scattered showers, but what we have is this front that will have moved through the area, and it's going to bring less humid air with it. Additional showers, a few of those still closer to that front, showing up back here out for Fayette, Alabama, maybe Pickens County, Alabama, possibly trying to back build closer to Columbus there by, say, midday tomorrow into the late afternoon. But I think those chances gradually shifting east and southeast of us by that point. High temperatures, upper 80s for some, mid 80s for others. This typically running a little bit below our normal for this time of year and a little bit less hot and humid than the way temperatures were for today. Maybe just as importantly, that heat index, much more under control outside of the Delta here, where again, Cleveland at 93, 92 Greenwood, 95 there in Belzona. But considering we were 100 plus, we are 100 plus for heat indices there today. That is definitely improvement. Let's get your 7-day forecast. We'll get back and kind of hop into everything else with the forecast here in just a minute. But I don't want to go much further before that because we've just been doing a lot of tracking here today. Rain coverage, we're at 20% for your Tuesday. Not going to see much as we go toward Wednesday and Thursday of this week. It'll be 83 for the high temperature on Thursday, 85 Friday, 86 Saturday. And by next weekend, the latter part of next weekend, more rain and storm chances around. We'll talk to Gabe slightly more about that coming up here in a few minutes. But before we head to break here in just a second, again, looking at some of the rainfall there in northwest Mississippi, a severe thunderstorm warning continues for sections of Marshall and DeSoto County. We'll have more on that as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
At Vibe Aesthetics and Wellness, we believe confidence isn't just how you look, it's how you feel. From subtle, natural aesthetics to personalized wellness care, everything we do is intentional. This is beauty with purpose. At Vibe Men's Health, we take that same approach. We focus on what matters most: strength, energy, and performance. Built on real data, real medicine, and real results, we're here to help you look better, feel stronger, and live fully. Come Vibe with us today.
By the time you see the symptoms of lung cancer, it could be too late. Now there's a new scan that can detect lung cancer early. If you smoked, get scanned.
I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. This is pretirement.org.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
Welcome back. A severe thunderstorm warning in effect up here in DeSoto County until 6:45. DeSoto and Marshall counties under that severe thunderstorm warning. Both locations also under a flash flood warning. And I'm not going to be able to get my graphic here to turn off the severe thunderstorm watch because it's going to prioritize that. So let me click off severe for just a moment so I can get it to pop that on. So the flash flood warning here in kind of the purplish color for locations, again, Olive Branch, Barton, Tasca, Victoria. We've just really dumped a ton of rainfall over a very short period of time for your locations there. How much? We could be talking about some rainfall accumulations here. We showed 3-hour rainfall accumulations, 1 inch to 2 inches, but this is over just a really short period of time. This is pretty heavy stuff. So, and again, somewhat urban area, obviously, so that makes the flooding a little bit trickier as well. A lot of lightning strikes out of this. Looking at the hail potential on this thunderstorm here, using our True Shield hail swath, and a couple of spots where we do show some of that hail still out of this over Olive Branch back toward Barton, again, where this really has not moved much. We'll look 3D on this, which is one way in which we can kind of analyze what's going on aloft. It's not as organized as it was a little bit ago. We kind of slice back through this here. Yeah, I'll show that hail as high up as it was a little bit ago. We'll make this instead a, let's say 1 hour loop here. But going back a couple scans, you can see how that hail was a little higher up at some points there in the recent past than it is now. So still could have, again, some hail falling out of this. Hopefully that's not the case. There we are, showing a little bit slightly higher up earlier on, close to about 6:11, so about 20 minutes ago there, when there was a severe thunderstorm warning in effect at that time as well. So these storms should remain disorganized enough that the hope is here that as it goes through a collapsing phase, it reduces its severe weather potential. The problem is that collapsing phase means all that water is going to have to fall out of it, and that's going to cause issues in its own right there. So how's Corinth looking? Water Valley, Olive Branch, of course, we're talking about you for Olive Branch here. Is Northeast Mississippi getting any more? Will it stay west and south? At this point, let's answer that question first, Kim. Northeast Mississippi, as far as severe weather this evening goes, is less likely than many other spots to see the severe weather going forward tonight. The far northeast portion of the state, probably not going to see much. As you'll note here, that's the reason you've been removed from our severe thunderstorm watch. That's what these counties in green are here. In saying that, these storms are going to develop, and I think locations here, I-55 west certainly, but when you're talking about, again, here, Marshall County, maybe even parts of Pontotoc County, Calhoun County, Webster County, Choctaw County, all that to the west, and most likely to see something. If we're going to see something this evening, overnight, there's a potential there. But I think, again, the threat this evening is the more significant of the threats, and it's certainly the western portion of the state. So hopefully that answers that question there. How bad do you think Sardis and Batesville is going to get? Well, I think as far as Batesville is concerned, again, we're watching for folks there along I-55. If you look closely, really closely there, there's a little boundary right there. That's the rain cool there spreading westward. As that spreads westward, it'll initiate additional thunderstorms. So we're going to have more thunderstorms develop here. Where you haven't really had a whole lot today, you're going to see more over the next couple of hours. That storm east of Water Valley, north of Bruce, has gotten a little bit stronger. Let's go ahead and check in on that one as well. I'll go to Calhoun County on our Pittsboro camera. We'll start there, and then we might slide over to Houston to get a slightly farther shot from that. Pittsboro here, and I'll kind of pan this up just a little bit more. Back up to get a shot of the storm itself. And the reason I'm looking at this here, I want to see how sharp the edges are on that storm. Typically when they're a little sharper, that's a sign of greater strength. I mean, that one is below severe limits, certainly. But maybe some 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts, a possibility out of that. Appreciate our partners with North Mississippi Storm Chasers on this camera network. We'll use Houston, and we might have to flip that one around to the west as well. So this one looking kind of west and northwest. So we're looking in the right direction here. I just need to pan the camera up a little bit more. Get a shot there from Houston. That does not look nearly as healthy on this angle toward that storm there in Calhoun County. See how fuzzy it is right up there toward the edge? That's a sign that that one should be going through a bit of a weakening phase. We, I think, have a longer shot away looking from Tupelo of this storm as well. And yeah, that looks really fuzzy from Tupelo. So definitely not severe from that angle there. I wish we'd hit that one first. And appreciate Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling for being our partners here with the cameras in the Tupelo area. Again, also a partner with us here at Mississippi Live. There are so many of those you can see on the screen, like True Shield Roofing, Room to Room, sponsoring our Weather Center from the very beginning, and the folks there at Mama Justice. Again, a lot of different folks that do sponsor us here and have stepped out in faith. If again you have an opportunity to choose to support those businesses and support us on Mississippi Live, that's how they make their money, and the way in which we stay in business is through their support. So support those businesses with your dollars that support us here in Mississippi Live, and we'll be able to keep doing this. So how is Corinth looking? Let's kind of answer that on the wider shot. Kind of go wide. Let's bring it back in here to the regular version of Mama Justice Doppler radar. So Corinth, it would be a tall task to develop thunderstorms there this evening. Our cameras in Alcorn County and Tishomingo County, which were a lot more active earlier, show everything very flat. No vertical development. We're rain cooled there to 82. The dew point still remains fairly high at 72, but it would be a bit of a tall task to get storms going there. I think it'd take deep into the overnight hours before that was the case. Looking out of our camera up there in Iuka as well. Again, everything looks pretty flat. When things are flat, that means there's no vertical development. That means you're probably not talking about severe weather. I'm going to pan this back toward the west and northwest so we can look kind of back toward, it's going to take me a while to kind of swing this all the way around. So that should be that's our storms back toward the Memphis area, closer to South Haven and Olive Branch. That's what it looks like all the way from Iuka. So really, spreading out those high, thin clouds there. With that anvil from those storms. And as we've talked about a couple of times, that severe thunderstorm warning does continue up there in northwest Mississippi, in Marshall and DeSoto counties. And it just isn't moving much, right? If I look at this, again, the warning in effect until 6:45, current time is 6:36. So we'll be continuing this broadcast either way until at least the conclusion of that warning. But to make this a 1 hour loop here, you'll notice how over the course of that time, it just has not moved much. Oop, I think I enabled everything there, including some pre-severe thunderstorm warnings we typically don't show. Double check that here. Yeah. So that, a lot of heavy rainfall. But what are you seeing? Please let us know what you are seeing there in the field. That certainly makes a difference. Probably the easiest way to do that is using the Mississippi Live Weather app. Like, subscribe, follow, and download both of these QR codes you see there for Android and for iOS devices. If you scan that with your phone, it will let you download our app. And it's important because that way you can send everything you need. Sorry, I got distracted by someone's My wife always asks me, why don't you ever watch the weather? And my response is, I'm not watching the weather. I'm watching Matt Lawpon. I appreciate that, Taylor. Sorry, that one caught me off guard. I'm used to seeing certain things out of the corner of my eye. That was not one of them. So appreciate that. Let me get my brain screwed back on correctly here for a moment. Appreciate Taylor for that vote of confidence that they gave. So these storms are kind of split. I think they're largely collapsing. It's putting out what it's going to put out. Any rotation it has is interesting more than threatening. And then I don't think there's any kind of rotation left on this here at this point in time. Checking your guys's what you have sent in to us using the Mississippi Live Weather app. Most of that has just been kind of low-hanging clouds and such. But I do see a few wind damage reports here that came in this afternoon from this. I think this one here from Vicky in Monroe County. Give me a moment to pop this up here. So I'll have to change this over for a moment. Let's go to Vicky in Monroe County. We had a second ago. This is a shot here of a pretty good sized tree knocked down there in the Hatley area, near the Hatley area, some trees knocked down. What I also see, well, say that. Oh, I'm gonna have to change. How do we do that? We're gonna have to hit that and then hit that. There we go. And almost. Too many toys, Gabe. There we are. So there's a shot. I'm going to pull up both these. These are from Vicky in the Hatley area of the pretty good sized tree that looks like got knocked down. Her area. It looks like that is, one angle on it. This is the other. See a lot of leaf debris on that roof there. I hope it didn't hit too badly. It looks like it broke the crepe myrtle there to the side, unfortunately, and hopefully there wasn't any significant damage. So I do see it looks like the gutter knocked back there as well. So prayers for those folks, and hopefully it's not too significant. Appreciate those sent in. A lot of dark cloud sort of pictures today near the Tin Tom Waterway and Holcut a little bit earlier on. Some of the low-hanging, scary-looking clouds. We a lot of times just call this scary-looking clouds caused by the rain-cooled air as it's moving toward the camera. I mean, you can see the little fingers extending that on that one. That one looks pretty rough, but maybe we like to say sometimes bark is greater than bite when you're talking about something like that. Another shot here of where things are kind of rough at this time, up there along I-22 up in Marshall County. A lot of heavy rainfall out of that. Again, that's under a severe thunderstorm warning there near the Victoria exit there along I-22, though it does look like rain remains the biggest issue on that, and it's kind of like split around that to a certain extent as well. But that warning continues. I think they're going to continue it until the end here and let it expire at time, probably not reissue it. Looking at our discussion there with the National Weather Service just in the last minute or so. There just haven't been a lot of reports coming out on it, which is good. That's pretty much exactly what we hope happens in this scenario here. So appreciate y'all for watching us here in the Room to Room Weather Center. Looking back to the north and west, those additional thunderstorms back out into Arkansas. Let's get a movement on those. I see Gage asking, what about Tupelo? Tupelo, we're probably done for this evening, maybe some stuff overnight. And I do see someone mentioning uprooted, not snapped. That's important. These trees have not been snapped. With as much rain as we've had, it's easier to them to act like a big kite and get blown over as the leaves and the wind catches in those leaves and pushes them over. In wet ground, that's more likely to be a scenario we have. Looking out here into Arkansas, so going very south, right? And the east side of this is not particularly impressive. I'm going to make this a longer loop. We'll make this a 3-hour loop, and we'll draw an imaginary line. Or I guess we'll draw a real line. All right, purple, put it in play. Make it a 3-hour loop. We're going to circle the farthest east something gets. That gets knocked off there. Oop, we got one more a little farther east than that. But most of it, there's almost kind of a area where you see they struggle right about here. I know I got a bunch of different marks on there. There's almost a line there where they're just not making it farther east. That's not to say they won't, but it is to say they've struggled and that this cluster probably is heading more south than east. It hasn't given us a big east angle on it yet. And honestly, our storms that we have back here in the Mississippi are going almost directly south as well. So I think that combination of things are making me underwhelmed on that potential for that line to kind of hold together all the way into our area. Let's go back and we'll check our radar out of Monroe County. This is again a wide shot showing those storms as they exited south. And now still ongoing with some severe thunderstorms down there closer to Ridgeland and Canton. Whoa, that one's a rough looking one, right, Gabe?
Big time. Big time. That has a better core than some that I've seen today.
Yeah. I mean, we're also looking, from Monroe County, so we're a lot higher up, but that's still nonetheless a pretty hefty one. What is going to happen here, and I'm glad we went down there to look. Okay, so we have two outflow boundaries that are smacked together here for our friends over there near Carthage. As these smack together, we're going to have additional storm development here, kind of like watching two ripples moving toward each other or two wakes from two boats, right? And as those wakes from those boats come together, they whoop, at least briefly, they pop up a little higher. And that's what's going to happen with these storms here near Carthage, Walnut Grove as well. And Gabe's been looking through some of your pictures. I'm going to let him show some pictures here because I have something I want to try to work on behind the scenes here for just a moment, Gabe. So actually, I'll send you over. You want to handle it from that monitor over there?
Oh, we can go over there. I was just going to say, most of the pictures are kind of similar to what you've already been showing. So awaiting any reports out of Marshall County, but so far have been pretty quiet, fortunately.
Okay. Well, I'm going to send you over to Chroma here real quick for a moment. Okay. And we'll see our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, over there here in just a moment. So continuing to track, again, some thunderstorms, some strong thunderstorms and some flooding rainfall with those back out there into the Jackson area as well. That storm, see how that one's popping up there southeast of Newton, Gabe? And that's a good example, kind of similar example of what some of those storms will look like as they kind of really get going.
For sure. And I think that, for our Mac South viewers down there, definitely paying attention to you for more of that widespread activity, whereas it's a little bit more isolated, working its way along I-55 for us here in North Mississippi. So there towards Newton, paying attention to that as it crosses Highway 15 and going to be closer to that I-20 line. So I know a lot of folks, out for those Monday plans. It is summer vacation. So looking to get some things done. Just be wary as you travel tonight as you're going to be dodging a few of those storms. And I can tell you from experience today, this has a ton of heavy rainfall, and that's why the flash flooding threat is also there. So as we work that in, we're going to do a track. This isn't moving very much. If we go back about 30 minutes, that'd be about, right there, where it was just starting to show some indication. Yeah, it just isn't moving that much. I really have it remaining right over Highway 15. At most, it's maybe moving about 2 miles an hour, but that's really it. So folks in Baxter, Roberts, Liberty, Garlandville, watching for you some of those heavier downpours. And if we look at those rainfall rates, we're seeing some pretty hefty outputs, but really what I want to see is that 3-hour rain report. And yeah, that's still coming in, it looks like, if we get it out of the radar site. And that's just over the last hour or so. Started out as nothing here over the last 30 minutes or so. That's really starting to amount to a good bit. There towards Roberts as we're, just about 1/4 of an inch, but increasing as we head through the next couple of minutes as those downpours continue to increase. So paying attention there, we're also seeing a pretty significant widespread output there towards Meridian. So, those areas are the focal points, but you see where these severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued. We also have a flash flood warning that's issued on top of that. So seeing that, because, right here, we could really get a visual on that flash flood threat. We have this thunderstorm complex that just continues to see more and more develop along these boundaries, and this has been getting a heavy amount of rainfall over the last hour, and that's why they went ahead and issued a flash flood warning for Ridgeland and just south of Canton, moving just northeast of the Jackson area, and there we could get a visual over the last hour or so, and that's really amounted to about 2 inches over just the last hour there in parts of Rankin County and then moving more towards Madison County. So that's one of the areas we've been watching. I want to continue to look up north as that's kind of an area that where we've been focused on for our viewers here in North Mississippi of any of that additional thunderstorm development and, of course, severe development as well. And you see that the severe thunderstorm warning up there towards Marshall County and DeSoto County has expired, but what still is in place, and I'll keep it on the latest scan, is going to be that flash flood. Oh, I'm seeing the issue, Matt. Flash flood warning there in Marshall and DeSoto County because there is still a significant output of rainfall. We're going to go to our Memphis radar site. And yeah, continue to see some heavy outputs. One thing that I want to see real quick is the severe thunderstorm watch. So it looks like the National Weather Service and the SPC working together to organize a watch heading into this evening. And as you see right there, they've trimmed off a couple of counties, but they've also extended the rest of us for that severe thunderstorm watch. And while it does say 7, they are going to extend that into 9 o'clock, similar to our neighbors out there in Arkansas, expecting that to carry over here. I'm reading that behind the scenes. Yeah, both will expire at 9 p.m. now. So we're going to be with you guys a little bit longer, tracking these out. But that's just due to the boundary that's overhead and allowing these storms to really get going. If we go out of our Monroe County site, let's watch this storm there towards Bruce, and then we'll look at the camera there to get a visual. But that's increasing right along that boundary, and we're still getting some of those heavier outputs of rainfall. Looks like it almost does have a training set up. Let's zoom in on that one specifically and go to northern Calhoun County. And right here, Banner, getting those heavy outputs, additional outputs. Yeah, it does look like it has that southern movement there. But still an area we're watching for potentially some of that smaller hail and even some of that, even some of those gustier winds. So let's time this out. I want to make sure I have an exact measurement on the movement of these storms. It's not fast movers by any means. So there we go. And we're going to take it to that leading edge. I mean, at most 15 miles an hour. So I'm going to go about 15 along that leading edge as that continues to move further towards the south. So let's draw out that path. And as we go along the leading edge, and we're taking about 15 miles an hour. Oh, I messed up. Give me a second. There we go. Okay, continue to take that towards Bruce and towards Lloyd, and then we'll get a visual on this here in a moment, but we'll take it about 15 just to give an additional bit of a heads up. You can see that, gonna work with me? Oh my word. This track is just going to be the thorn in my side. There we go. Dragging that out. Let's take it 15 miles an hour. Lloyd, 653, Bruce, 655, Ellard, 656, Shepherd, 711, Pittsboro, 711, Vardaman, 716, Derma, 732, Calhoun City, 736, and Benella by 740. I believe I'm saying that correctly. But this is going to be an area where we're watching some heavier downpours, and even just west of Banner, looks like we're trying to mix in a little bit more of that potential hail. Let me make sure. Yeah, so it will take a bit to start to get those reports, but I wouldn't be shocked at all if west of Banner we were trying to mix in some of that hail to the surface. Even if we go 3D mode real quick, we can see the movement on there and some of those purples that are showing up. Of course, those are higher DBZs, higher, a different color, a little bit of those brighter colors. But what it also indicates is heavy rainfall and potentially a bit of a strengthening of that hail core. So right there, let me get it a little bit more parallel to the ground. Well, not that parallel. There we go. And put it on that loop. And watch over the last couple of scans. It does look like we're getting it's a bit disorganized overall. I mean, that's not impressive by any means, but potentially some small hail there aloft, not reaching the surface just yet, but paying attention to that for folks there in Calhoun County. Let's go ahead and go to I'll adjust this here, and then we'll go to our Calhoun County, our Pittsboro camera there to potentially get a visual on this storm to see, one of the things that we're looking at is it still organized? Does it still have a little bit of structure? And this is looking, should be north. There's your storm right there. And unfortunately, we're looking more into the cloud base instead of the clouds aloft, but it does still have a little bit more of those sharper edges still. I wouldn't say that this is dissipating out by any means, and even our Mama Justice Doppler radar showing that this is still a pretty intense storm. Now, one area where we've been watching is up there towards Holly Springs, up there towards the Marshall County area for that heavier thunderstorm, and it does look like they're getting a report there in Marshall County of ping pong hail in Olive Branch. So about that big, which would take it a little bit above an inch. Getting confirmed reports there from civilians up there. So Matt, But
that would have been the delayed report. That wouldn't be current.
Yes,
that would have been earlier.
Yes, but the fact that storm was able to produce that, I mean, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities that other storms along this boundary get up to that strength as well.
I mean, it's possible, but there's none out there on it, I say, that would be at that level quite yet.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're on the same page on that one as well. But yeah, I mean, it's It's still possible. And I see someone asking the question there, and I think we go back on radar and answer that. The question is it almost over for the Olive Branch area?
Yeah, so is it almost over for Olive Branch? Well, let's go specifically to Olive Branch to get a visual on this. Let me zoom in here. We're going to go to Northwest Mississippi and take a look. I mean, we're getting well, let me take it out of 3D mode first, actually. There we go. So as we look up there towards Northwest Mississippi, I mean, of course, we're paying attention to parts of Marshall County, not necessarily under that severe thunderstorm warning anymore, but we need to change radar sites. That's something that you automatically get a visual there and you forget, we need to change sites. So we do get these outputs of heavy rainfall. That's something we're watching. That's why the flash flood warning is in place. So I think that that's still something to pay attention to into these evening hours. But a big thing that we're seeing here of the recent scans is that outflow boundary kind of extending off of it. So hopefully that means that this could enter a weakening, but there's your boundary right there. Now a little bit of a ways away, but this is still a high lightning producer. One way that we can tell that this is actually still increasing in strength is the lightning output. I mean, earlier, about 30 minutes ago, we were talking 200 strikes, now up to 1,500 strikes just on this cluster of storms right there in Marshall and DeSoto County. So, is it weakening? Not yet. Are we hopeful that it will weaken? Yes. I'm hopeful that that boundary going away will begin to diminish the strength of this, but that boundary being pushed off of this will allow additional development to take place out towards portions west of I-55 here in North Mississippi, but definitely watching for folks all in Northwest Mississippi, from DeSoto to Marshall, even towards Tate and Tunica County, heading further into the evening. So as we take a look at that, I want to make sure I read the comments there. Angle Crowell saying not hailing in Olive Branch now. So that is a positive sign. Again, that civilian report from earlier on saying that there was ping pong hail in Olive Branch. That was from the Marshall County Emergency Manager. So at least that is a positive that has come down. So appreciate that report, Angle down there in the chat. So Matt, that's a positive, considering this storm definitely had some heft to it earlier on, but down south we're still seeing some of those stronger storms and Meridian storms. Actually, the storm there towards Newton finally getting severe warned, and rightfully so, with those boundaries kind of colliding together as of the 7 o'clock hour, or almost 7 o'clock.
And that's one thing that will continue our coverage for our friends over there on Max South, our partners here on Mississippi Live. That's an area that we do cover down here, south of Newton as well. We don't really go very far into Jasper County. We do count Newton County that as well. I'm going to see if I can pull up our Carthage camera here. Let's see if it behaves the way I hope it will. Survey said, nope, that's Edinburgh, so we're going to have to go a different way to pull it up. Give me a moment here. C-A-R-T-H-A. I might have to fake it a different way behind the scenes here in a minute, Gabe. Would you, I think you're moving a mouse on me.
Oh, sorry.
But that one has prompted the warning. Go ahead and take a look at that real quick here, and then I'll pull it up a different way here in a second.
I gotcha. And one thing that we'll do real quick is actually change radar sites to Jackson to get a better visual on that, just because it is closer and we get a better return. And yes, I mean, towards Roberts, that's a pretty decent hail core right there, and that's one that we're watching. If we put this on that 1 hour loop, you can see how this basically entered into that boundary, and as it entered into the boundary, let me actually send it a little bit more south. There we go. As that entered into the boundary, it started to strengthen a bit more. So we were watching that towards Newton, or at least south of Newton. And as that has continued to basically, the seed is getting watered at this point as that outflow boundary is overhead. And this storm has gotten going. Even up there towards Pine Bluff, I mean, you can see additional development, and where those purples and blacks are showing up and those pinks, that's where we're getting potentially some of that larger hail. So as we put on the latest scan, let's see if this hail has fallen out just yet. And one of the best ways to do that is getting it in 3D mode once again, and we're able to get a visual on this. And you can see the storm top's relatively high on this storm. And I mean, it's a severe thunderstorm, so it makes sense. But as we use our Mama Justice Doppler radar to kind of cut into the storm and see a bit more of that hail core, you can see the purples there, but really where this starts to lean into the larger hail is that black. And you can see the black starting to get further aloft. Still looks like it's being lifted on that latest scan. Let's put it on a loop there. You can see how that goes into the boundary, and we're still getting that pretty high up there as those updrafts continue to take those hailstones. But as of the 6:56 hour, 6:57, has not fallen out, I believe, just yet. So right along I-20 or just south of I-20 towards Newton and Baxter areas that we're watching for that potential large hail to fall out. But we're definitely getting more of that, especially over those latest scans. But actually right there, let me change the angle on this. That might be falling out now. So right there, you can see how that's still aloft, but now starting to reach more towards the surface. So I do think that we're getting some of the hail to come down. That's right over Roberts, and that's going to be some large hailstones reaching the surface there south of I-20, especially with those returns that we are getting. So if you know anyone in this community, let them know that they have a severe thunderstorm warning overhead, and it's due to this large hail potential that's going to be Jasper County and up there towards Newton County as well. We're going to bring it back to our 2D mode and do a track on this, but this is an area that I believe is producing some large hail that's going to be south of I-20, right overhead of Roberts. So let's get a track on this, but it's not going to be a fast mover by any means. Again, like just a couple miles an hour, Matt, if any.
I would say now that's ping pong the golf ball, probably. Based on what we've seen today, that's ping pong the golf ball size hail.
Okay, well, there you go. And that's, easily into that severe weather threshold. So, of course, over Roberts, I believe that is falling out right now. So, hopefully the cars and hopefully those windows are okay as those large hailstones do fall, and hopefully you are okay as well. But as we track this, I'm not going to track the storm necessarily. I want to track the boundary, because one thing that we're seeing here, and we can see it better on a loop, is that we have this boundary. We have a boundary down south. We do have a boundary almost moving off there from the east. We're going to have the trifecta, the triple point almost. A triple point is a different thing in meteorology, but you almost have a triple point there right along Highway 35, just south of Forest, between Forest and Raleigh. That's going to be where I believe we get some thunderstorm development and perhaps some strong thunderstorms in the process, similar to what we're getting there in the Roberts community with that large hail falling down. Our True Shield Roofing hail swath, the way that we're able to tell that, and not only are we getting the possible returns, we're getting the probable. And as I told you guys earlier on, usually when we get the probable reports on our True Shield Roofing hail graphic, it usually means we're well above an inch in criteria. So thus verifying that even more, and appreciate the folks there at True Shield Roofing for sponsoring that hail graphic. And again, if you know of anyone in the area, as long as they do so in a safe manner, they are able to submit those pictures through the Mississippi Live Weather app, and there will be a $100 gift card given to the largest hailstone during the event. So, if you're in the Roberts community, submit those pictures, but please do so in a safe manner. Do not get out in this. Wait until it passes over, so that way you guys don't get in this large hail. So the peak impact's also showing some of the larger hailstones as well. This is going to be on the higher end, but you can see it's trying to indicate 3+ inch hail. I think we're more 1 to 2 inches in diameter, so this is still a pretty large hail producer, and that's continuing to increase in strength over those latest scans. So as we track this out, it does look like that core continues to increase a bit, or at least we're getting more of those reports of hail mixing more towards Baxter, even up there towards Calhoun as that gets higher up into the updrafts and kind of thrown out of the storm. So, as we track out that leading edge, I'm trying to do a track. Matt, if you want to join in on this, with these storms, it's always hard to put a track on it necessarily because it doesn't move much. So, I want to do one to give folks a heads up, but it seems like the folks that need a heads up are, right underneath the storm, right along Highway 15, Baxter, Garlandville, Liberty to Roberts, areas that we are watching with this storm. And then that kind of converging with that activity back behind it, that's going to allow that to increase. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, there's no real track. No, in this case, this is just kind of pop up, and these are just, you're looking at something that's topping waves. They're colliding together when you think about it. And so it's like the two areas of rain cooled air hit, you've got multiple outflow boundaries, it blows up, you get this. So, you're looking at, and that apparently had track enabled. So we're looking at an area here, again, all the way, I'll pop it over to me for just a second, all the way up there from Carthage back through Walnut Grove here, where we're going to have some big thunderstorms. We will probably have a line of severe thunderstorm warnings here. And for a brief time, there's going to be some big hail. And then as it collapses and kicks everything else, and it's just going to kind of fall apart exactly where it is, they probably will not have hardly any movement on them. But that whole zone there, likely to probably see some large hail next little bit, just like up here at Yazoo City as well. See this right there? Probably have another one up there. It's almost like you poured water onto a tabletop. And as these act like mini cold fronts, they work to lift things in what is an extremely summer-like pattern. And as the storms collapse, they kick out strong wind gusts. So that's where, again, central Mississippi, there's going to be all the issues related down there The question's more coming on what's going on in North Mississippi as well, and how many storms again develop out here through the night. That's why that severe thunderstorm watch has been extended until 9 p.m. for locations here in the northern part of the state. That is an adjustment, obviously, where you see the counties in green here, all under that severe thunderstorm watch until 9 p.m. And that is an extension of the same watch that was in effect starting in the 10 o'clock hour earlier this morning. So I'm going to bring our meteorologist Gabe Maynor back in here again. So the quick answer on this, I think we'll get, we'll slide up north and check out some of those thunderstorms again here. But these storms all south are going to get pretty rough over the next little bit.
Big time. And that's where we had that damaging wind risk issued in preparation for this and giving a heads up. We also did have those large hail risk areas due to the exact expectation going into this and that verifying so far tonight. Populating in some of those reports so far. These were reports earlier on today as that first line moved on through. Again, we are in round 2 of our severe weather threat. And down south, we're starting to get more and more of those reports. Just north of Ridgeland, we can see that several trees down near the Lost Rabbit community and along Rice Road, and even some large hail there just east of Canton, around 1 inch in diameter. But I think we're talking even bigger stones as we can see there towards Newton, and it looks like a large part of that has fallen out, and it does look to be diminishing in strength because that boundary gets out ahead of it. And so that's one thing that we're talking about is these increase in strength almost rapidly, and then once the boundary moves away, it doesn't have that lift anymore, at least not as much lift, and they start to fall apart. And so putting it on that 1 hour loop, you can see as that moved through the Baxter area, we got those darker returns. That's where we believe that large hail was at least forming and going up into the storm. Now, as of the latest scan, looks like that is falling out across portions west of Highway 15 and south of I-20 from Calhoun to Baxter. And another way we can see this, and I'm going to look 3D on a lot of these storms just because that's a way that we are able to cut into this storm and get a visual on what's taking place aloft. And I'll get it on the latest scan, and then we'll put a loop on this one more time. But as we drag this through, I'm going to bring it to more of those pinks and purples that show up. But we're looking for even deeper returns than that. Whenever we get that black to show up, you can see on our legend up there that that's indicative of some of the largest hailstones. And we definitely did get those brighter pinks earlier on. But as you can see, that kind of came down on those last couple of scans. That's because that's that large hail falling out. Looks like it is from Roberts to Baxter, the area that we're watching for those largest hail returns. And even back behind it, some small hail, not impossible, as those storms kind of ride along that boundary from Fellowship to Mount Vernon to even Baxter. Once again, that's the area that we've been watching for some of that additional large hail development. Now let me try to cut into this one more time. And you can see that black that's starting to show up right there, those darker purples, almost black showing up. I'm going to try to make sure that we get a visual, but you see where those kind of peak in intensity over Roberts and then now just not really showing up as much. That's because that has fallen out. So yeah, over Baxter, an area that I believe that we've gotten some of the larger hail to show up. So let's bring it back to our 2D mode real quick, and we're going to continue to assess what's taking place. And yeah, that looking less impressive on those latest returns, but still intense. All things considered, we're talking about 600 strikes on this cluster of storms down there towards the south. But this is still going to pack a punch from Jasper County to Newton County in place until 7:45 on your Monday. So at round 2 continuing to take shape, and additional development there towards Ridgeland. Looks like that one of those boundaries interacting once again and allowing for a second severe thunderstorm warning to be issued just north of the Jackson metro area. So as we look there, that's that severe thunderstorm warning in place until 7:15 as that just continues to cycle on through. So right along I-20, that corridor that seems to be producing several thunderstorms and several severe thunderstorms at that. So as these boundaries continue to move north, and Matt was mentioning it, we have a boundary that's going to be east there of Highway 49. We're going to have a boundary that's north of Taylorsville, right along Raleigh, and then another boundary that's going to be from Walnut Grove to Carthage to Forest, and those are starting to smack together as we speak. So as we get those two waves coming together, it could cause some of that convergence there at the surface and potentially a little bit more activity when we're talking some thunderstorms overhead. I wish we had some looks down there so we could see these storms, but I could tell you that they definitely still pack a punch. Hang on one second. Let me look at the latest on that Roberts storm, because it looks like, we had the large hail fall out there. That latest skim looked less impressive, but then we're getting into this, and it looks like we might be getting a regenerating hail core south of Roberts and even there towards Garlandville, as that individual cell now is interacting with that cluster of storms back there towards Meridian. So those two coming together could be seeing an additional development, or at least a secondary hail core starting to come together. Let's pull up our True Shield Roofing hail swath, and we're not getting those impressive returns as we were earlier on, but you can see once that hail core moved through Roberts, that's where we got that larger hail. But even back behind it, that additional storm development moving through Fellowship to Pennantly, that's where we've gotten some of those possible hail reports as well. One thing I do want to look at real quick is wind, because I want to make sure that, hail is the concern as of right now, because that's what we kind of expected going into these individual storms. But some strong wind gusts have been reported out east in Alabama, so I wanted to make sure that we're at least taking a visual at that, or taking a look at that. And so far, I'm not seeing anything that jumps off the page as, overly strong, but, gusts up to 20, maybe 30 miles an hour in some spots. That's definitely possible. So going to be some sub-severe gusts that we're dealing with south of I-20, but other than that, it's still going to be the hail that we're watching. I'm trying to keep an eye on chat behind the scenes, and it does not look like they've added anything to this warning. I was going to see if they've spoken on that. It does look like they're talking about Calhoun City, potentially up to nickel-sized hail. Anyone in Calhoun City, and I'll bring up the chat real quick, anyone in Calhoun City, feel free to chime in about any reports that you're getting there at the ground, because, well, not necessarily Calhoun City, but Calhoun County, an area that we're watching for that potential hail and maybe even some of those stronger gusts. So as I'm looking here in the chat, is that for North Mississippi tonight? Nathan, if you want to elaborate there, I'm curious what part of what we've been talking about that you're referring to. Is there a tornado warning anywhere? There is not a tornado warning anywhere, fortunately. That's one thing that we're talking about with these, with this severe weather risk, is the fact that, yes, we are under that level 2 threat, but as you see right here, as we break down each individual threat, I'm going to start with the tornado risk. There is not a tornado risk. This is a severe thunderstorm watch that's in place, so don't let that fool you. There is not a tornado risk in place for today, but as we look at the wind there, the wind getting up to that level 3 threat towards, I'll let you take over, right over the top of our area due to the stronger wind gusts, that being seen a large part earlier today, but as we've gone through the rest of our afternoon and evening, continuing to see some of those additional reports overhead. And that large hail risk, honestly, with the coverage that we're seeing, I expect a little bit more reports than just a marginal threat. So I think this, we could have argued a level 2 threat for that large hail report, especially with what we're getting right now. But either way, large hail is definitely a possibility here in North Mississippi. So as we go over towards Calhoun County, let's go to Pittsboro, actually, because that should give us a direct line of sight into this storm. We're not far away. We can see a couple miles at most. So as we pull that up, that looks to be that shelf cloud right there. This continuing to look north into that Calhoun County storm. Still a decent return there. And I'll take off the cams real quick. Yeah, and the heavy rainfall, you can see that heavy rain shaft back behind it too. So no, we're not expecting anything tornadic, but this is definitely a decent might be underdoing it. This is pretty impressive on that structure there in Pittsboro. Just looking north there into northern Calhoun County, close to Bruce. So, we'll track that out here in just a moment, but definitely seeing a strong shelf cloud there along that leading edge, Matt.
See, I'm trying to figure out if it's a shelf cloud or a roll cloud. And
it could be
a roll cloud, is basically a shelf that becomes detached. Let's look along the edge of that there. It looks detached. It's not a true roll cloud, but you see how laminar that is there, that portion right there. So maybe developing a roll cloud on the rain cooled air there. A lot of, again, as we look at the different types of scary looking clouds on our scary looking cloud legend, you can see how that one is. That looks like a roll cloud almost.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a detached shelf.
And definitely some dark clouds indicating that heavier rainfall along that leading edge too. And a beautiful sunset to tie along with it.
Well, see, you say that. I don't see a lot of heavy rainfall until we get kind of this angle here. Right? Maybe there's some heavy rainfall back behind it. You look toward the horizon there, towards some of the hills. But I have pretty decent visibility under the base of that as well. So kind of an interesting shot. Are we as far out as we can go? Yeah.
It's just a little bit away.
I'm going to look at, if you would on there, change it over to Pontotoc County. I'm going to pull up a Pontotoc camera. I'm going to have to flip the camera around. So give me a moment to do that because it's kind of looking northward right now. I want to see what it looks like from Pontotoc County. We should have kind of a farther back view of the whole thing. So, boy, this camera here moves in slow motion compared to the other ones, doesn't it? Wonder if it's the sensitivity. I'll have to learn. Golly. Okay. So we're still looking northwest. No. Golly. Okay, hold on. Let's turn the sensitivity up. There we go.
Whoa.
Okay, and we overshot it. Can we get somewhere in the middle? There we are. So you can kind of, again, we're too far away. You can see the backs, not too far away, but there's kind of the backside structure of that thunderstorm. So it's a pretty healthy little storm there. But this would be the spot. Again, you were looking there. I think obviously from Pittsburgh, it's just definitely a more ominous look for sure. So I'll send it back to you.
No, you're exactly right. And so that kind of giving us a look at the structure of these storms, which do matter in the grand scheme of things, because one of the ways you're able to tell that is, is it a sharper structure? Is it more wispy? Is it anything like that? And so that's one of the ways that we're able to tell if this is an intensifying storm. Could we see some larger hail out of it, or some of those stronger wind gusts as well? So as we look at this specific storm, I'm going to put it on a loop once again, because I want to see how this is kind of progressed through Calhoun County. And you can kind of see as that moves closer to Ellard, we do get a return there that stands out for a brief moment. Let me go back right there. Those brighter pinks, I think that's where we could have gotten a little bit of a hail core. And if we look at our True Shield Roofing hail swath, kind of as it moves through the area, yeah, I mean, some possible returns as we move through Calhoun County. So this is that sub-severe hail that we're talking about. And I think just around the Bruce area and closer to Ellard earlier on, right along Highway 32, an area that we were watching for that potential hail. But looking at it now, not as impressive on those latest returns, but we can still track this out. And if I remember correctly, moving at about 20 miles an hour. Let me track that because that might be too fast. Okay, so going right here. Oh, let's take it to the leading edge. 15, that was right. I do remember. So as we get to that latest scan, let's go ahead and put a track on this, and we'll take this all the way through Calhoun County. And I'm going to go right along that heaviest section. And as it goes at about 15 miles an hour, and of course we are looking specifically at that area closer to Bruce, but as it continues moving at about 20 miles an hour towards the south and east, we're seeing Pittsburgh by 7:19. I mean, it's 7:16 right now, so definitely going to be in the area very, very soon. Lloyd, 7:20. We're seeing the Reed community, 7:24. Derma, 7:45. Hollis, 7:46. Calhoun City, around that same time frame. Vardaman, 7:47. Benalla by 7:53. Tabville by about 8:11. If this does hold together, but it doesn't look as impressive on those latest returns, but definitely tried to mix in some of that larger hail. And you can see on that latest run of our Mama Justice Doppler radar how they've trimmed back a little bit of that severe thunderstorm watch, lifting it from the Golden Triangle. Apologies there. Matt, I see what you're talking about with the water. But severe thunderstorm watch does continue for parts of Chickasaw, Monroe, Lee, Union, Pontotoc, Lafayette, Calhoun, Yallabusha, and portions towards the north and west until 9 p.m. on our Monday. So looking at that storm back there towards the north, they do still have a special weather statement for that, but not up to severe weather threshold, at least not on those latest scans. But I do want to look real quickly, and we're going to have to change radar sites once again. It doesn't look as impressive. The portion that I'd be watching is going to be back out here towards Ingram's Mill. You're seeing that high output of lightning as well. While there is still a decent amount of lightning just northeast of Atway, this is an area that still is close enough to the boundary that could see additional development into the rest of our evening. And that's why that severe thunderstorm watch is issued, is to accommodate for it. But that does at least look a little bit less than what it was earlier on. So continuing to look down south, that's an area where we've had those severe thunderstorm warnings be issued, and it does look like they've trimmed back that one warning a little bit back from Newton County, so more just southern Newton County, and going to be extending more towards Jasper County. And that does still have a decent hail core to it. The cluster interacting with this individual cell has definitely increased this a bit in our True Shield Roofing hail swath. Yeah, I mean, we're getting that more probable hail report just west of Baxter. Put this on a loop one more time and you can get a visual there. So this is where it moved through Baxter earlier on, or moved through Roberts, I should say, and that's where we got the large hail report. But now southwest of Baxter, that's where we're starting to get more of that probable threat, showing that this is another increasing hail core as that continues to move through Jasper County. So One way that we can see, where we stand on the development of this storm is using our 3D mode, and we're going to do that once again on this storm. Some pretty high storm tops, all things considered, but it does look like that's decreasing in intensity, at least based off reflectivity. So as I clear that out, I'm going to kind of cut into this storm a bit. And as we see there, yeah, it does look like that's started to fall out. It doesn't look, you see earlier on how high that was into the storm. That was those updrafts lifting those hailstones up into the storm, now kind of falling out. So Baxter, again, a focal point heading into this evening as we continue to see those large stones reaching their way to the ground. I'm wanting to see if we've gotten any confirmation. Okay, hail 1 net. Okay, so that was earlier on. That was that report up there towards Olive Branch. So, okay. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything because I'm curious what confirmed reports we can get down there in Newton County. So let's clear things off. Let's bring it back to our 2D mode and let's go back down south to that severe thunderstorm warning because this is starting to track a little bit more towards the south and west, it seems, as that boundary is kind of following back behind it. So there you're seeing that development. Yeah, we had that eastern moving individual cell, but the rest of that cluster kind of extending towards the south and west along that boundary. So let's extend this off and let's make sure that we do a track real quick, honestly. So as this continues to move towards the south and west, looks like, let's use our measuring tool, and this might be too fast, honestly. We're going to take it at about 22 miles an hour, and we're going to go right along that leading edge of this specific severe thunderstorm warning, and then I'm going to do the entirety of the line. But as we track this out, and we're going to take it at about 23 miles an hour. You can see Verba 721, Montrose 724, Harmony 725, Barnett 729, Nancy 733, Mulberry 733, Kelowna 736, Goodwater 739, Turnerville 741, Waldrop 745, Heidelberg closer to about 750. So this is going to continue to move towards the south and west, clearing out a few towns there to allow a few more to be added. We're seeing Bay Springs 752 and Sandersville by about 810. Again, continuing to monitor things in the chat. It does look like they're continuing to monitor that severe thunderstorm warning. That's down there in the Jackson area. That is the lone warning we have so far in the north or in the Magnolia State as of 7:21 or 7:19. I apologize, but it does look like another one just got added, as this is going to be out there towards Hinds County. As again, a thunderstorm interacting with the outflow boundary continues to increase in strength. You can see those two boundaries overhead and now starting to intensify over the Jackson metro area. So anyone that's out there, anyone making plans or anyone taking a trip to Jackson needs to make sure that they have their rain gear and needs to make sure that they stay inside for a moment. Now, one of the things that we were talking about were the winds, and this is not saying that a tornado was going to happen, but you get that little shear marker there for a brief moment. And that's because, with these outflow boundaries, you kind of get that interaction of the different winds, and that's where you could get, some of that broad rotation aloft. But have not gotten any confirmation of that. You just don't have that low-level wind support to get these going. And it's just those outflow boundaries sometimes do some funny interactions, all things considered, but fortunately not going to produce anything here at the surface. But that's why the tornado threat is low as we go into tonight. And not really expecting that just because this isn't the setup for it. But outflow boundaries trying to make things interesting, but fortunately we don't have the upper level wind support to allow those to get going. Latest returns there, unfortunately, it does look like we're about to get a polluted radar site with those storms. So it's going to make these look less intense. And that's going to be harder to dig into that hail core a little bit. But you can see how those pinks basically disappear right as that storm is moving into the Jackson metro area. So it looks like it's coming down in intensity. I'm not sold on that because I do think that the pollution there at the radar site is going to prevent us from seeing those exact returns along that storm. But I do think that this could start to weaken as we head into the next couple of minutes because that outflow boundary is so far out ahead. But it does look like you have that other outflow boundary feeding. There's so many outflow boundaries in this. I mean, that is such an interesting site. There's so many waves in the atmosphere that we have to gauge. So you're trying to figure out what's interacting with what, where it goes. It's almost like a puzzle that you're trying to solve. But it does look like we're getting that outflow boundary, at least adding to some of those individual cells out ahead of this. So you can see right there developing just north of Bay Springs. But it does look like that should be coming down in intensity. Of course, we'll get a better visual once that storm does clear off the Jackson radar site. Let's go back up north for a moment and see if we have a look there out of Pittsburgh, because I know that storm was moving overhead. Gotta love a boundary, right? An additional storm developing there just east of Water Valley. That is trying to heck a little bit of a hail core as well. The lightning on it, let me zoom in on that specific storm because it does look like that could be increasing a bit. And thus this would be one to pay attention to as we head further into the evening. So there we go, about 70 strikes there. And earlier on, it was just a light shower, but once it interacts with the boundary, that's where we try to get a little bit of that hail core. And I'm sure our True Shield Roofing hail swath, at least trying to add to that. Maybe not on that latest scan just yet, but I think here in the next few moments, we'll be getting a return there because this is going to be interacting with that boundary, some of that rain-cooled air that's back behind it to really get these going as that interacts with it and potentially increases. So Pittsboro, going to be an active camera through this evening because we continue to get additional development overhead. But Pittsboro getting that downpour in the area right now, that heavy downpour along the distance there in Calhoun County. You're getting that rain-cooled air, currently about 79 degrees, upping to 81. So I guess, trying to increase that temperature as much as it can before that sun does set. But overall, it's going to be that heavy rainfall. This definitely is a less impressive return there as this storm kind of collapses on itself. But continue to turn it. You can see the sunset there in the background. So this will be looking directly to the west, maybe a little bit more towards the northwest. So this is into the storm. And yeah, you can see that rain shaft right there, that heavy rainfall falling. But I wanted to look back behind it. So, the quicker this one collapses, the better visual we'll have on that storm back behind it as that moves along that boundary. I think we should have a view. Oxford's going to be behind it is the only thing. This is probably still looking north too, where the heavier downpours are moving through Marshall County. This is where we've been watching all evening long. As night does set in, or at least sunset happens, we'll be able to get a visual of any lightning as well, just because that helps to light up the night, a little bit more difficult to see during the day. But what to pay attention to is that lightning is still pretty abundant up there in Holly Springs and closer to the Marshall County area. Let's go back up there for a moment and make sure that we're not missing anything on those latest scans. And did anyone mention an outflow boundary? Continuing to see additional development right along that boundary. It's not intense by any means just yet, but it is increasing in strength, especially that cell just on the southeast side of Tate County. That'll be east of Senatobia. We should have visuals on our MDOT camera. Hopefully get to pull that up here in a moment. But, that outflow kind of dictating where we're at so far tonight and adding to some of those storm totals as we move further on into the evening. So, storm reports, I do want to say that this was that 1.5 inch stone that they saw earlier on. I have to bring it on the latest scan. So this was that close to Olive Branch, the ping pong ball size hail in Olive Branch. So that's one that we will continue to monitor, but definitely come down in intensity from where that was sitting at earlier on this afternoon, I guess this evening now. Let's go back down south because it does look like they've extended that severe thunderstorm warning. Actually issued another one because of a different storm. That individual storm that was moving through Raleigh that we were talking about kind of along that next outflow boundary, that now up to severe intensity, and that's in place for Jasper County until 8:30 and Smith County until 8:30 as well. Now, one thing that's interesting with this is if you watch the latest scans, you can see how this is kind of increasing. Again, the seed getting watered with that individual storm. You have a boundary that's about to move directly into it. So I think while it could be up to severe limits now, as that boundary inches closer to this storm, that's going to allow that to intensify once again. And I do think we're going to be talking about some large hail along Highway 18 just east of Raleigh as that storm does continue to build more and more. So as we go in on this storm, I want to see that True Shield Roofing hail swath. And yeah, getting more of those returns. Now the probable returns, that's where we reach that severe criteria. At least we saw it up there towards Roberts, seeing it again towards Raleigh. And again, that next outflow boundary, one to pay attention to as that moves overhead on this storm, potentially intensifying it even more and resulting in some pretty large hail. Our severe threats, you can see how Roberts increased in strength. Well, now this one following suit, and that's that 3+ inch return, at least in our peak impacts. What we're actually getting here at the surface, I believe that's closer to an inch in some spots, closer to 1 inch to 2 inches overhead, which classifies under that severe criteria. And you can also see with the amount of lightning. So we bring back to reflectivity mode. Let's just focus right here on this specific storm. We're increasing that lightning production, and that's going to increase the strength of the storm as well. So that first outflow boundary allowing this to form, but that next outflow boundary just a couple miles away, that's going to allow that to continue to build and not going to collapse on itself just yet. So one to pay attention to. Let's go ahead and cut into this as we've been doing with each of these storms. to get that visual of the hail and where it currently sits, and hopefully not falling out just yet, but eventually it does have to. So we're going to slice off some of the lower returns on our reflectivity mode. As we're bringing it to that latest scan. Let's see right here. So there you're getting the intensification. I do think there is still some hail aloft, but we're not far away from this starting to drop over those next scans. So Sandpoint, an area that we're watching, should stay west of Silverina, but we are watching Sandpoint and for portions up there where we could be getting that large hail starting to fall. So hopefully all the cars are where they need to be, and definitely don't want to be out in this, so stay indoors, let this pass on through, because we don't want you guys to be caught up in this hail as it does move overhead, because we are definitely looking at some large hail towards Sandpoint about to fall out along Highway 18. That latest boundary, I want to take it back to 2D mode real quick, and as you can see, that boundary is not far away. We're looking at that latest return only about 2 miles away, so that latest scan probably going to take it directly into this storm. And I think that that's where we'll reach the peak impacts along with this. So I want to make sure. So they're talking about National Weather Service in Memphis, talking about folks in Arkansas as they continue to monitor out there for strong to severe storms, an area that we'll focus on eventually once they move into North Mississippi, but so far have stayed clear of us here in North Mississippi. Now, Matt, behind the scenes, we do have a picture of some hailstones. I want to pull that up here. I just don't have the ability to on my computer over here, but I'm curious about where that's from and who submitted that picture to at least get a confirmation of an area that did experience some hail. Hopefully that wasn't anything too large. I just saw it over there on the monitor, and want to check into that here in a moment. Let's bring up the chat real quick. I want to make sure I address everyone in the chat about what they're wanting to know. So what about Oxford area? Oxford area continues to see, let's actually just go back up to North Mississippi, and then we'll jump back down south. So overhead in Oxford and really all across Northwest Mississippi, you're seeing that boundary already start to take shape. With additional development, this is what we were talking about throughout the night, additional development is going to continue to happen right along that boundary overhead, and these intensifying over those last couple of scans. So if you're in Panola County, Tate County, up there towards DeSoto, Yalobusha, Calhoun, and yes, Oxford and Lafayette County, areas that we're watching for additional development. So that's what, I see December asking about that. Yes, I think that we're still dealing with some thunderstorms through the evening. Fortunately, not up to severe parameters so far, but we are still in a very unused air mass, and that's going to allow for these storms to kind of fire up and get going. So what about Columbus? Columbus is now outside of that severe thunderstorm watch, so we're not expecting much for you because your area is kind of worked over from earlier on, that round one that moved on through. Walnut, same thing for you, kind of a worked over environment. It's not impossible to get some thunderstorm activity, but I don't see that increasing in strength over those latest scans. So, all of our focal point primarily going to be west in this area that was not used up in that round one threat. Is that all for North Mississippi? Nathan, as you can see right there with the severe thunderstorm watch, we are still going to be watching this until 9 p.m. as that severe thunderstorm watch remains in place, so not done just yet. And then asking about each specific area. Basically, if you are in any of these counties in green, that's what we're watching for, additional development of potential severe thunderstorms. So Jackson, Mississippi, Cara asking that as well. Jackson, Mississippi, an area that we're watching because that is actually where we have multiple boundaries taking shape, and that's going to allow for some strong thunderstorms and potentially large hail. Real quick, let's jump back down there because I do think that we're dealing with some large hail down there towards Jackson. So let's focus specifically close to the to Smith County, where we've gotten some of those larger hail reports. And this is that boundary that we've been talking about those last couple of scans, trying to move towards the south and west into that Sandpoint area where some large hail is trying to fall already. But as that next boundary moves in place, that's going to allow that hail to potentially increase in size. Unfortunately, we're hopeful that that's not the case, but we've seen multiple times with the outflow boundary so far today that just allows that to increase more and more. So I'm going to swap this over to our Memphis radar site, and we're going to look at these storms and kind of work our way towards the south. So what we have right here, we have this outflow boundary expanding off this first severe thunderstorm warning. Well, this has allowed all of this development to happen from Hernando to Coldwater, even there towards east of Senatobia. So meteorologist Maggie McCauley even dealing with those rumbles of thunder. But this boundary is allowing all of this development to take place, and that remaining sub-severe is still an area that we want to talk about because that's going to be where these storms could potentially increase to severe thresholds. We do have a camera out there in Batesville. Let's go ahead and take a look at that, and hopefully that is looking towards the north at all of these storms as they move on through. So yes, the heavier rainfall there, getting a visual there, does look like we are moving towards the north and east. So as of right now, it's tough to get a visual on the structure of this setup, but we are continuing to at least watch this for the heavy rainfall and potential hail development with that as well. What about Chickasaw County? Let's first start. What about Amory, Wren, and Aberdeen? Well, as we go back to our Mama Justice Doppler radar and go on the wide view here, let's take it all North Mississippi. Monroe County still under that severe thunderstorm watch until 9 p.m. this evening. So we're continuing to watch for you in Amory, Wren, and Aberdeen. Chickasaw County, also included within that watch, is Montgomery County, included in the chance of rain. I think chance of rain is very realistic, but if we're talking severe threshold, it wouldn't be impossible, but you're not in that focused area like folks up there towards the north and west are. Union County area, New Albany, Myrtle, and West Union, and Etta. Yes, you are still under that severe thunderstorm watch, so watching for you as well as those outflow boundaries kind of interact with the unstable air mass and potentially produce some additional thunderstorms overhead. So yes, and Grenada getting some of those additional storms. I do see that, what was that? Robin asking that in the chat. I do think that we get some additional development there towards Grenada. So I think that is still an area to pay attention to. Let's actually take this full screen so we can get a visual along this boundary. And this is still looking out of our Memphis radar site. So as this continues to branch off along I-55, that's where we're getting some of that thunderstorm activity, and a few of those on the heftier side. I mean, this one just on the northeast side of Batesville, northeast Panola County, starting to get a higher influx of lightning activity, even there east of Senatobia getting that as well. And that one just west of Highway 61, closer to I-69, I-69, that one is one to pay attention to, because you see how it was already showing some of those intense returns. Well, once you mix in that boundary, those are increasing the storm once again and increasing the strength. So we could be seeing some hail starting to be produced there towards the Norfolk, Walls, and Marionette community right along I-69. So let's do a track on this one as it moves towards the south and east. But let's first, before we do that, get a look at the latest track on this, because we have not done a track in a minute. I want to make sure that we have the latest on that timing, and it does not look fast. In fact, if I go here to here, that's only about 10 miles an hour. That's a half hour. So we're probably looking at, 18 to 20 miles an hour as those do continue to extend towards the south and east. This one in particular towards the south and east. So let's take this. I'm only going to go 15 miles an hour. So we're seeing Dean's Corner, 737, Eudora, 746, Nesbitt, 747, Bank, 751, Hernando, 8 o'clock on your Monday evening, Robinson Gin, 807, Love Community, 821, Alphabet, 830. Again, for your Monday evening plans. Buena Vista Lakes does look like we're trying to get a little bit of a hail core there. Let me see if I am missing anything in the chat. Okay, just want to make sure I'm not missing anything there. So this is the one near Love, and let's see the loop on this, because again, it's these storms that are just forming right along that boundary, and there you're getting that additional development. But with the boundary moving out ahead of this, and it does look like we're going to lose visual on this, we have that one boundary that you can see just extending off of that rain-cooled air, and then the main boundary there extending more towards Crockett, Arkabutla, and Cub Lake. But this boundary that we were just talking about a moment ago, that's allowing the storms to form towards Buena Vista Lakes and Crossroad. So I don't think these get up to severe weather thresholds, but I do think that they'll still pack a punch. One of the areas that we were watching earlier on is down here towards the Calhoun County area. If we bring it over to our Monroe County radar site, had impressive returns earlier on, but it does look like it's just back building. So we're going to transition one concern to another. Areas of rainfall are seeing some areas that are getting rainfall are going to see some pretty decent amounts. You get this storm that moves through northwest Calhoun County, the original storm that we were tracking. Well, then a boundary forms. We get another storm to move on through. And now I can already tell you that these storms are moving in that southeast direction, eventually through the same area of Paris, of Banner, even eventually towards Bruce. And that's where that heavier rainfall is going to amount. And that boundary extends all the way up here towards the north and west. So you're going to see this area, this line right here, where we're going to see some heavier rainfall and higher amounts of rainfall, potentially resulting in some flash flooding. And that does include parts of potentially Oxford, Taylor, Water Valley, areas that we're watching, Senatobia, potentially for you as that does move on through. Again, this is looking at our Monroe County sites. That's why these look a little bit more impressive. It's because we're looking higher aloft. But if we change it over to our Memphis radar site, you can see that it does follow that same trend. Right over that Calhoun County area, that boundary just continue to add storm after storm after storm. And then even up here towards northeast Panola County, starting to get that as well. We have a storm, and then a storm following it, and then another one back behind it. So I think flash flooding is going to be an increased concern heading through this evening because of the training setup that we have. Again, you see it, just the cars of the train moving on through that same general area, following the leader, and resulting in some pretty significant returns. If we go over that 3-hour rainfall return, yeah, just that same focused area, this diagonal swath from Calhoun County to southern Lafayette County, and that is where we're amounting to nearly an inch in some spots just over the last hour or so. And as we look up here towards our Memphis County or Memphis radar site, there we go. That's where we've gotten some significant returns resulting in that flash flood warning towards Marshall and DeSoto County. So we've already seen this take shape, and we're hopeful that the reports again remain none. But just to let you guys know, to be on the safe side, it is something to monitor heading through the rest of this evening. So I want to look back towards Arkansas because these storms eventually do try to make their way into North Mississippi. So I want to make sure that we're watching this just in case. One up there towards Jonesboro, trying to move in our direction. I do think that moves into northwest Mississippi, but hopefully, all of these boundaries will use up that energy that's in place and potentially keep us from those severe storms. But definitely seeing a high output of lightning and one to watch as we head further into our evening. Let's go back down here to our Jackson radar site, and one that I want to pay attention to is this one towards Sandpoint, because we saw that initial development overhead. That next boundary is in place right now. So if it's going to increase in strength, it would be right now over Sandpoint. So we're paying attention to you for any of that potential redevelopment. But definitely have seen some large hail attached to it already. So this has been a pretty active night along I-20. Bring up the chat one more time and answer some questions. Nettleton under that severe thunderstorm watch as well. You guys are kind of, folks in Nettleton, I always said it's Monroe County, I've always said it's Lee County, but you guys are kind of on that county line. Either way, you still fall under that severe thunderstorm watch in place until 9 o'clock, so we'll continue to watch that for you. Oxford, definitely watching that for you as those storms continue to move overhead. Corinth is going to be just outside of that severe thunderstorm watch. Fortunately, you guys had a ton of activity earlier on today. In fact, you did have some hail reports showing up as well. So that's an area that's kind of used up when we're talking energy, and that should keep our severe weather potential very, very low. As we look on the latest scans on our Mama Justice Doppler radar, that development continues to go right along that boundary. So again, some flash flooding threats are continuing to be in place through the evening right along I-55. So if you have any plans this evening and you're traveling along I-55, go ahead and get those windshield wipers ready. You will need to get those going as those heavy downpours move overhead. Barry asking Vardaman. Well, Vardaman is going to get some of this development, but as you can see, it just kind of dissipates out before moving through the rest of Calhoun County. So we're hopeful that boundary keeps it more towards the north, but I do think that some rainfall is going to at least try to make it into Webster County heading into the rest of this evening. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. Just checking the chat real quick. You can see the amount of reports too. I mean, we were just on the outskirts of that main line that moved through Alabama, and the amount of wind damage that took place was just jaw-dropping out there in Alabama. So we are hopeful that we'll continue to remain minimal on those reports, but we've had a few as well, especially over there towards Caledonia. Some trees down. We had some in northern Lee County as well towards Baldwin and Saltillo. Even over here in Lee County, some wind damage being reported, and large hail returns as well, right along Highway 72, along the Tennessee and Mississippi state line. So, we've had our fair share of reports, and down south, they've had theirs as well with that large hail and damaging wind gusts as well. Let's go on an overview. So what we're looking at here is this severe thunderstorm watch in place until, actually, let me make sure we bring this full screen. So it is going to be this severe thunderstorm watch in place until 9 p.m., and that's for all of these counties listed in green. So if anyone is in the chat wondering, what about my area? Well, if your area is in the green, then we're definitely watching for you and that severe development into this evening and potentially into those overnight hours. If you're in the areas that are really along the Alabama-Mississippi state line, we're not expecting severe weather for you, because it's an area that's worked over. And I would argue that even Monroe and Lee County kind of worked over as well. So I'm not sold on that severe weather potential, but National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center electing to keep them in that severe thunderstorm watch. Nonetheless, it's going to be this boundary right here that we're watching for any of that severe development, but additional development into northeast Arkansas does eventually move south into North Mississippi or northwest Mississippi and produce perhaps a strong thunderstorm in the process. But as we look at the latest on our Mama Justice Doppler radar, we have no warnings except for a flash flood warning towards DeSoto and Marshall County. Continuing to look here behind the scenes, I want to make sure I'm not missing any warnings, but no, I mean, these remain below severe thresholds as of late. Even over there towards Calhoun County, those are looking less and less intense. I mean, earlier on, it tried to get a little bit of a hail core, but we're just basically allowing additional development to occur along that boundary, and it's just producing some of that brief heavy rainfall and overall remaining below severe limits. But up there towards Oxford, an area that we're looking at because that development will try to move towards the south and east towards you. We're going to look out of our Memphis radar site, and yeah, right along that boundary, you can see this diagonal orientation on these storms that will continue to move in that southeast direction, thus result in some more of that intense rainfall and potentially some flooding rainfall as a result. So this boundary, you can see it right there, a little bit visual. I mean, not as visual as of late, just because it's further away from the radar site, but that's where we're expecting more of those storms to take place and unfortunately add to those rainfall totals. But these do remain below severe limits. If we pull up that peak impacts, that will tell us a little bit more about these storms. So not impossible to get a large hailstone here and there, but not impressive just yet. But these are continuing to increase in strength at least a little bit over those last couple of scans. So definitely watching for some of that hail. But this is also indicative of heavier rainfall. And as it does kind of have that same orientation there, it does look like we're going to be getting some significant amounts. Once again, northeast Panola County towards Tate County and DeSoto County, moving further into our evening. You know, current time is 7:45-ish. We're just a minute away. This is continuing to be an area to watch for as that small hail remains possible. The wind is not as impressive. You know, on those latest scans, we're seeing that they're moving along this line, those reds that are showing up. The brighter reds are right there earlier on. You can see those brighter reds move overhead just south of Byhalia. That was where it reached that, you know, stronger threshold. And, you know, we were watching for that potential reissuing of a severe thunderstorm warning, but then it just collapsed on itself. And as it's gone further through the night, we've not seen those impressive wind returns again. We're hopeful that that does not happen again as we move through the evening. Looking at those hail swaths, this is an area where, you know, if we watch those last couple of scans, this is where we're getting some of the larger returns on our peak impacts. And I don't think it's impossible to get some of these hailstones reaching the ground. One of the ways that we're able to do that is look at it 3D. But before we go look at it 3D, and we are looking at this out of our Memphis radar site. Oh, did I just lose connection? I think I might have just lost connection. That right there towards Senatobia. So let's use our query tool here. Let's go over there to, yes, that falls under the probable category. And I think that's where we enter that severe threshold for these storms. So looking at the latest on those scans, let's go ahead and loop this real quick. So as that moves on in, we're seeing those brighter returns, at least stronger returns. It isn't just one pixel there, but definitely does stand out. So let's put it back on reflectivity, and I'm going to clear this out so that way we don't have, you know, that number showing up on screen. East of Senatobia, interacting with that boundary, yeah, we're getting some of those purples showing up more and more. So this is definitely trying to increase in strength. So that's where that large hail has been a possibility. That's where those severe thunderstorms have been possible. And we are continuing to watch that heading further into the night. Let's make sure. There we go. So new severe thunderstorm warning being issued for parts of Tate County and moving closer to the Oxford area. So folks in the chat, they're asking about Oxford, dealing with that for you as that moves further towards the south and east. So watching that as we head further into the evening, but definitely going to be one to pay attention to as that large hail continues to show up for the rest of our evening. Looks like I did get logged out here. So let me see what we can do. So let me go behind the scenes here. I'm going to navigate this. So I will be off screen, but I will still be talking to you guys through the microphone to let you guys know what's happening. But I lost connection there on my computer, so I'm going to use this one to kind of navigate this out. So yeah, that's where we're getting those stronger returns, and you can see
100% of the time when you get logged out, I get logged out too on that. Just so you know.
Well, sweet. So
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to bring it back here, and I'm going to show kind of our grittier version of Mama Justice Doppler. I'll let you get that rebooted, and we'll get going from there. So we'll go and swing back again here to the new severe thunderstorm warning issue just in the last couple of moments here. It does include parts of Tate, Lafayette County, stretching there again from Senatobia back to northwestern Panola County, parts of Marshall County as well. Inside this yellow box here, again, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for these locations this evening. Again, the update on it, maybe 1-inch hail, wind gusts that could be up to around 60 miles per hour, 58 to 60 miles per hour in effect for about another 45 minutes, or less than 45 minutes or so through around 8:30 at time. A three-dimensional look at this, showing the part here near Senatobia is probably our strongest. We'll make that full screen for a moment, kind of get a look at that. The one that's there kind of in Panola County, and that would be what stretches there into Lafayette County, isn't quite as intense. And certainly we have that largest hail kind of a loft on that part as well. So let's go ahead and look at this. It's going to kind of cut into this here toward the most intense return. And right there, whoop, when you get that, that's usually something. So that is hail almost 20,000 feet to 65 dBz. So that kind of white that we see there, that is one of those pretty intense returns. So that is that severe hail up in the thunderstorm. If I say that, and so that was previous scan, and now that's in the process of falling out of that. So I'm going to change that. We'll kind of have to bring that down a little bit more. And I'm also looking from Monroe County out of this here. Yep. So whatever that big hail is about to start, falling out of that on the lowest scans. We show that now just east of Senatobia, where that's probably the most intense there as well. So get a movement on that. And these have not moved much. They're largely stationary. That's one of the factors that we're contending with here on my kind of longer loop. They're just pretty stationary, really just dropping a ton of rainfall wherever they're at. And this is a good example of that at this point in time. Gabe, you go ahead and let me know when Lynx is logged back in there behind the scenes. And we'll go ahead and, give me a thumbs up and we'll toss to you on that here in a minute. Does look like some hail reports coming in. And we'll check in with Gabe with that once we get that other connection. But, for folks down here in Oxford, and I know the kids aren't necessarily in class here in Oxford at this time. So it's kind of get Aylesville, where again, a little bigger hail back that direction, then back out here to Les Branza there. This is Sardis Lake. That's kind of right below that there, where we have some of that. But I would say our biggest hail is up here closer to Senatobia as we're looking in there. Oh, yes. My wife asking about Camp Lake Stevens. Looking at that, there are some storms around, but none over top of them yet. But they're probably about to be a little bit of heavy rainfall, maybe some hail on that one there as well. I'm gonna look at some of these pictures that Gabe is bringing in, because Gabe, those look a little bit impressive behind you, aren't they?
The most impressive hailstones that we've had so far today, and we definitely have some contenders for our True Shield Roofing hail report. These coming in out winners. Of do what?
Or the likely winners, unless they're eclipsed, right?
Yeah, true. I mean, we're definitely watching those storms down there towards Tate County, moving into Lafayette County, and seeing what they can do. But this has been the most intense storms that we've seen today in regards to the hail reports, and these being submitted all across Olive Branch. We have multiple pictures. But my favorite one is the fact that we have a picture that has a measurement on it. And this was submitted by Carly. You can see that it does get up to 1.5 inches, and that's definitely above that severe weather parameter or severe weather threshold. But that also classifies of that ping pong ball report that we had earlier on today.
What was that location?
This was Olive Branch.
Olive Branch. Okay. I just want to make sure that the Weather Service knows that those are in the app there. So I'll make sure to pass them along. Go for it.
Yeah, and I think that's where they got most of the reports from, was actually the Mississippi Live Weather app. As you can see, we got multiple reports, even some in the yard there. And, it's hard to see the exact size whenever we just see them in the yard, but you can see just the difference in, the pea-sized hail compared to the massive stones that we were dealing with up there in DeSoto County. So that was an area that we were watching for, an area where we got those confirmed reports, and you guys doing a great job through the Mississippi Live Weather app. I mean, I was looking again, I told you guys at the screen earlier on that I could see these reports, but the National Weather Service was able to see it in real time with us. And that's why they were able to go ahead and put those reports out. And more reports coming in. This was also, I believe, in the, let me make sure behind the scenes. Yeah, Olive Branch. That was from James. And then this is from James right here. And that's about a quarter in size, which is about an inch in size. And I want to make sure I have the right credit here. This was Mandy, once again, in Olive Branch. So one thing I will say is if you're submitting those hail reports, make sure to have a measurement with it, or at least something to compare it to. So we're doing a great job here with the quarter, comparing the hail to the quarter, but also just having a straight ruler beside it also really helps in size. So I would say if we're talking a winner overall right now, this one definitely stands out because it does have that measurement beside it, and it is one of the highest reported stones out of the Olive Branch area so far this evening. So paying attention there, but Matt, of course, you are watching the rest of those storms moving through Tate County that do have some large hail attached to it and potentially some damaging hail in the process, unfortunately.
Yeah, possibly could have some of that. We're hoping that's not the case, but certainly a possibility out of some of those. Appreciate that. Again, a new severe thunderstorm warning, as Gabe mentioned within the last few minutes here, issued for some sections there of Lafayette, as well as Tate and Panola and Marshall counties. Again, latest scans here on Mama Justice Doppler. We'll kind of bring it into the latest time period here. Again, right over top of Sardis Lake. That's, you can kind of see the outline of Sardis Lake there as well. In effect until 8:30. Checking our True Shield hail swath on that. Still kind of getting those a little more organized. Not showing a ton of hail on this, but unfortunately, some of that comes after the fact. When we look at the different severe threats, also probably some strong wind gusts as they go through a collapsing phase eventually there. And you can see those heavier thunderstorms do extend all the way back up here into DeSoto County, Tunica County, as well as northwestern Tate County. So there's some more that are going to be kind of flowing from northwest to southeast through our area related to this year. And appreciate our folks there for reporting those, and for all of you for sharing those reports wherever you're at. Easiest way to do that is, again, using the Mississippi Live Weather app, free and available for all of those various devices you see below me there. We know we have those folks that watch us on YouTube, on Facebook, on X, but so many of you guys watch us on the apps. And so thank you so much for downloading it. That's the way in which, if you wanted to submit those large hail reports to be our True Shield hail winner, largest hailstone gets a $100 gift card from True Shield Roofing. Again, trying to make a bad situation less bad, the way in which that plays out there. Check our camera out close to, again, western Tate County there near Crenshaw, looking kind of the opposite direction on that one. So we're going to have to swing that around. As we mentioned earlier, the bugs are real on these today. Going to switch it around here again, looking more west. I think we're going to end up looking over top of the water tower if we try to get a shot there. Oops. Are we as wide as we can go? No, we're not. Okay, well, that'll help. Now we're as wide as we can go. I'm looking back toward kind of, this would be the northwest, which is not the greatest angle on those. That's the storms back into Arkansas. And I don't know if we're going to be able to be good to go here on the northeast once it slides that direction. Yeah, unfortunately, the water tower is perfectly positioned, but we'll be looking the right direction for it here in just a minute. 84 degrees there in the Crenshaw area as of our last update. We'll slide down to Clarksdale. Maybe we'll have a slightly better angle there as well. I'm slowly learning the direction each of these are blocked. Unfortunately, that sometimes takes some time to figure that out. But if I kind of minimize that camera shot there for a moment, some beautiful crepuscular rays coming over top of that camera there in the Clarksdale area. 87 in Clarksdale right now, feels like 104. 87 feels like 104. I'm telling you, I would struggle, but I know that's Delta life. God bless y'all. It is sticky out there, and that's helping these thunderstorms to feed into those where that's going there. So now we're looking again east, and we'll hopefully have a shot there as those storms eventually pass. So it looks like in most cases here, northeast is the side we have blocked. Not that I think is going to be shocking for anybody. Maybe we've got Cleveland. What do you think? Third time's the charm here? I think we should have a good shot from Batesville if worse comes to worse on this as well. Just want to see if we can get Cleveland. That's looking a long ways towards some of the same thunderstorms there in Cleveland. Again, current time is now 7:57, almost 8 o'clock. Whoop, man. I apologize to everybody. I'm just, all these have different levels of sensitivity, but that little clip of white that you see there, that is turn that sensitivity down a little bit more. That is the top of one of those thunderstorms there. Again, looking there in the Cleveland area, that's probably our severe storm, looking back to the north and west. We'll go and clear off these the overlay there on the bottom for a moment. So from Cleveland, 90, the temperature feels like 100 degrees, and that's what one of those thunderstorms look like from farther away. Bringing it a lot closer up here towards some of those thunderstorms as we go into Panola County and the Batesville area, kind of looking beneath one of those heavier storms in Batesville. This kind of looking, this is north, and I need to make this look a little bit more northeast. Boy, in a perfect scenario, I would have just arrows and not a joystick. But looking beneath this, again, some dark clouds. This is probably our hail and gusty winds that'll kind of work its way that direction. Oxford would be just behind that tower there, looking back toward the east. But there's kind of the storm as it works its way generally toward Oxford. And, Oxford, Lafayette County there, under a severe thunderstorm warning as well on our camera there in Oxford. Kind of looking beneath that at just some of the low-hanging stuff. Again, 81 degrees there in Oxford. Feels like 86. Dew point, there's 75. So still pretty sticky there. This looking westward out of our Oxford camera. And then that's looking kind of in the heart of the heavy rainfall. As this pans, looks like our camera here is going to take its time panning. I'll have to double check that here in a minute. We'll take that off that camera. We'll come back in. We'll see if it updates for us as well. Looks like that's running a little bit behind. So to reset things here, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live. We're 24/7, a streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area, covering North Mississippi, really the northern half of the state of Mississippi, with the potential for active and severe weather. We're here and we track these storms from start to finish. One storm here we have near Grenada that's kind of popped up, getting a little bit heavier in the last few minutes. We're going to check this out from a couple different sides. This is looking all the way from the north of the Memphis area. And this one might be our next bogey that's borderline severe here. Again, let's look for the hail on that. Hail potential increasing on this. This is likely to track, again, on the southwest side of Grenada here, more in the direction of Duck Hill potentially. This might actually have a little bit of movement to it. The other storms really have not moved much. Yeah, I might head south of Duck Hill, actually, more toward Eskridge there in Sawyer. Maybe Winona. In fact, I think I see our boundary. Yep, so we're going to see additional development down toward Winona with this. So while Winona, we have not had much in your area today, this is probably the next one kind of heading toward you. We'll see additional development before this, and I've got a lot of locations that show up immediately in the path of this. Let's make it a longer track, because at 15 miles per hour, it might end up going just a little bit faster than that. Let's adjust that southward. Let's make that a little wider. There we go. So Winona, again, if it doesn't, and there are storms developing ahead of that, but I kind of chuckle because that's just moving so slowly right now. And it's dropping there in southern Grenada County, northern Carroll County, whatever it's kind of dropping right now, whatever it's kind of got to it. Look at our peak severe threats. This does show maybe 1.5 inches hail on the biggest size there possible out of this. So I think this is probably ends up being our next severe thunderstorm warning, if one is necessary, because that one's, we'll see if Jackson decides to issue that. That's folks at National Weather Service, Jackson's different forecast office. But that one could potentially be producing some severe hail in its own right. Up here, so it does look like National Weather Service there in Memphis has gone ahead and canceled out the warning there for Lafayette, Marshall, Panola, and Tate counties as that storm is weakened. but they've gone ahead and issued severe thunderstorm warning up for DeSoto and Tate. We were looking at that storm a minute ago as well. And one of the ways we've been able to kind of pick this out from time to time today has been looking at what we call echo tops. At storm tops is another way to describe it, the way we have it described there. When those storm tops really get pretty high, we know something's rocking and rolling. When they start collapsing, we know it's falling apart. There are two kind of bullseyes you can see here, the one we have close to Grenada and the other one we have up here near Hernando. In either case, large hail is a possibility. And so I do think, again, our next severe thunderstorm warning, folks there in Jackson are going to have to make a call on that here in a minute. But I think that storm there in Grenada probably is dropping some large hail as well. And certainly as it collapses, some damaging wind gusts a possibility. Let's come up to our severe thunderstorm warning for Tate, DeSoto, I think parts there, Tunica County, just south of Dean's Corner, where this one is the strongest. Checking our hail swath on this here, where hail size has certainly increased in the last little bit. You can kind of see that track where that has been. You'll also see, by the way, in the corner there, why they issued that severe thunderstorm warning. You went to probable, the likely almost on the large hail, dropped whatever it was and was done for that short period of time, issuing the warning in case it persisted. Thankfully, it has collapsed since then. But this other thunderstorm up here, I also have a few spots where we have that darkest purple there showing a likelihood there. We'll say probable that we're talking about severe hail out of this. So pretty much right there near Cub Lake, south of Eudora, up in DeSoto County, where this is the strongest at this point. Looking at our severe threats, kind of the peak severe threat, I'm going to actually swing it around to the Memphis radar site. Boy, that shows up a little more intense on that one, doesn't it? So we're, what, 3 or 4 levels of purple in? So peak hail size could be up in excess of 2 inches on this storm there, pretty much right where that white line's coming out of that there. So up in hail to possibly as large as 2 inches out of this storm up here, south of South Haven, west of Hernando, and northwest of Senatobian, west and northwest of Coldwater, northeast of Tunica. So where is it going? What can you expect? Of course, obviously, the hail is one of the factors that we're watching. These are not moving quickly. And I'm going to say 15, and I might be overdoing it on the speed there. Let's expand our track down, assuming it makes it 12 miles, which could be almost an hour at this point here. And so there's kind of our track. Kelly's Crossing, we show at 8:16. Arkabutla there at around 8:23. Eliphaz at 8:34. Crockett at 8:45 and 8:51 in the Linwood community. This is some hail, possibly some large hail out of this. And let's check for the wind potential on this storm as well. Looking at the damaging wind potential. This is close enough. I'll look at it a couple of different ways. I'm not seeing rotation on this. I am seeing gusty winds. You can see where the red is away. The radar is up there, Millington, Tennessee. So this is away from that radar site. That's what that's picking up there. I'm going to change radars over to our radar out of the Memphis airport. Kind of check and see. Sometimes it's a little better at these sorts of little bursts. We'll make it a 30-minute loop on this. Boy, over there a little bit ago, but yeah. So I'm actually probably not in the right spot. I'd say it's right over Kelly's Crossings now. And so based on that, we're a little bit off. You can see those ripples almost with it, but right there, that is our leading edge of our strong wind. So let's go ahead and recalibrate that for that based on that as well. So let's adjust our track. We'll say about 10. We'll say 15 miles per hour. And we need to probably include Senatobia in that. I did not. So Arkabutla there about 8:10. Again, we've sliced some time off looking at a different radar site here. It's not going to look particularly impressive, but that's because this radar is really good at looking at wind and not so great at looking at precipitation. Whereas most radars are really great at looking at how hard the rain is falling. This one does really well on how fast the wind is blowing. And so that's what's expanding toward Arkabutla Lake there, obviously over Arkabutla Lake right now. toward Eliphaz and heading southward. So severe thunderstorm warning, DeSoto and Tate counties in effect until 9 p.m. Tunica County also involved in that as well until 9 p.m. Let's reset things here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live. We are a 24/7 streaming service based out of North Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for parts of Tate, DeSoto, and Tunica counties. But there are other thunderstorms that we are watching. We've had some strong severe thunderstorms. You can see all these circles represent the severe thunderstorms we've had today that have moved through parts of the region. I think we are at least very close to severe with a storm there in Grenada County. And again, crossing in the northern Carroll County. That looks about as intense as much of what we have seen today. It's a long, long ways away from the radar site there. But in saying that, I'm looking from Monroe County, and I have the way that these two, the red and the green, are right next to each other there. That's what looks like a downburst sort of signature. And from as far away as we are, I should be able to check that from Memphis, might even see that. It does, sort of. And Jackson should have a great view at that. See, that's not going to be a guarantee on that. So it's probably kicking out some stronger wind gusts. That's typically what a little downburst looks like there. So hopefully not the case, but certainly a possibility. So let's get a track on this. Again, looking at that hail swath there, some hail showing up on that. We'll move this south and east. If you do have something to report on these, damage, something along those lines, please use the Mississippi Live Weather app to share that with us. Duration, there we are. And so we're going there, about 45 minutes or so to the Winona area, at 40 minutes or so there right to Winona, about 8:50, moving toward you. McClary there at 8:54. This probably fully collapses before it makes it to Winona. Typically in this situation, that's what would happen. So that's going to be my expectation. Hopefully that's the case, but I think additional development possible on a boundary that kind of sits there over Winona. Here's a shot there in Winona looking through some of these showers and storms. Temperature and wind look like they're not showing up on the latest reporting station there. I'm going to kind of pan this over to the right. Looking into that storm. Again, we're looking northwest, now north. Again, looks kind of rough out there with that. Still a pretty decent distance away. It does look like we have a shower that's very close to town that might be kind of erupting our view. But that is our borderline severe storm there, kind of moving in from the northwest into the Winona area. So we should have a good shot of it. One thing that I can very clearly see from this here, though, is that there's not going to be tornadoes out of this, and I don't have really, again, any lower level rotation or anything like that that's showing up with this. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, there in the studio with us this evening. Gabe, I think we'll send you over to the chroma key here for a moment to track on this thunderstorm and some of the other storms that we have here across North Mississippi.
Well, Matt, I appreciate that. And yes, you are exactly right. You know, a lot of these storms just kind of reaching its most intense stage so far this evening. We talked about that round two. Well, we are officially in round two as the severe thunderstorms begin to fire off there in northwest Mississippi. So this, looking out of Winona, you know, you're almost getting that nighttime setting in, so that eerie look there with the purple, the rain shaft there with heavier downpours. And yes, west of Duck Hill definitely standing out for some of that, not only heavy rainfall, not only large output of lightning, but also some of that large hail coming down as well. So that, go to west of Duck Hill, you can see McCarley 834, Sawyer 842, and then Winona by about 850 if this were to hold together. But as we look at our hail swath here, I want to make sure that we address that here as we head into the next couple of minutes. So yeah, I mean, you're getting that possible hail report there from Nason to Jefferson, just west of I-55, but parallel there as it's moving into parts of Carroll County and then eventually into Montgomery County. So watching there, and again, we just put that storm track there, but you can see how this intensified and now starting to dump that hail. Those brighter returns earlier on, now not seeing as bright of returns, indicating that, you know, those updrafts have kind of allowed it to collapse, allowed it all to dump out. and then produce some of that hail all the way to the surface. So as we continue to look up north along this line, along this boundary, we do still have that severe thunderstorm warning in place for parts of DeSoto County, and even up there, trying to see if it clips. Yeah, DeSoto County, if it gets down there towards Tate County, and should remain east of Tunica County, that's going to be where you're getting the large hail. And we're able to see that on our hail swath as well with some of those possible reports, but pretty widespread there. So that core pretty intense as that's moving through the area. Now we do have, let's see, where would be the best view on this? Now we have a view out of Batesville, probably going to be able to view some of that heavy downpour. Crenshaw maybe? If that's able to pull up real quick.
I would go Batesville or Oxford. I was working on Oxford behind the scenes. You might go Oxford.
Okay, I'll go Oxford. That sounds good to me. Appreciate you doing that, Matt. So as we look out of Oxford, definitely getting that heavier rainfall. There is still that little bit of daylight that we're holding on to. Of course, that's the benefit of the summer months, is you have longer days, so you're able to get a better visual on those storms moving on through. But Oxford, you're kind of cutting into that heavy downpour, and that's why you're getting that heavier rain shaft right there west of town into western Lafayette County. So moving right along Highway 6, and as we continue to adjust that, unfortunately, it doesn't tell me the view there, Matt, so I might have to have you jump in and let me know.
That's west.
This is west now?
Yeah.
Okay. So beforehand, that must have been looking more towards the north of those heavy downpours. So this is to the west, and we're looking at those heavier showers and storms there on the west side of Lafayette County. And you are still seeing, some decent structure on these, but overall, it's kind of tough to get a visual, just the amount of rainfall that we're getting within these storms. And this is the entire boundary that we're watching, of course, moving up that line, that boundary moving more towards Tate County. This is a visual there as that's closer to Senatobia. Again, we're looking towards Senatobia with some of those storms there in the distance, but it's a tough view to get. We're kind of needing that view with the sun there in the background, the sun setting, giving us a visual there through the clouds. But looking at a Batesville, that looks to be the edge of a shelf cloud. Matt, am I jumping the gun there, or is that?
I think it's just the base of the storm, honestly. So we're looking east. So we'd be looking directly. You can see behind me. I'll scoot my head out of the way. So this map, I'm gonna have to get farther out of the way. Okay, so you can see Senatobia. No, I'm sorry. You can see Batesville right there. And so we're looking directly east into the back of that storm. So you're just looking at the storm, and then all the fuzziness you see in the background is just kind of all this rainfall from that there, the lighter variety rainfall stuff. So I think you're actually just looking at the storm there, would be my thought.
Sweet. No, I agree. I just needed a second opinion there, so appreciate that. I do want to zoom things out because I want to see, are we able to put Batesville north to get a view on that? Because I know that storm moving into Tate County is one to pay attention to, as it does have that severe tag on it. So this looking more towards the north. Oh, good. I was curious if that was going to be blocked by the pole there. Okay, so this is looking more towards the north. Now you almost get that little bit of a green hue there. That might be indicative of some of the hail, but that's going to be definitely the heavier downpour of rain.
Can I tell you that I don't buy the green hue?
Really?
I know this is going to be controversial for some. I don't buy the green hue. I think the green hue is overblown. I could be wrong on that, but I think it's overblown. Personally.
Well, I see it. There was one storm that someone sent in a picture of over there in Hamilton, Alabama, and I know that storm because we drove through it, so we were able to experience the hail in real time. And someone sent a picture later, and it had the green hue there at the base, and it was definitely. It showed the hail core. That's one of the things we learned in school too.
I know. I think the likelihood of seeing it out of something that's not significant is lower. Right. I think you get it for high end hail, and I think I think sometimes we expect it on something lower end. Yeah. That's again my controversial topic of the day.
Well, we'll factor that into consideration. No, we are getting the lightning though. That's definitely something that we can't dispute about. We saw that cloud to cloud strike. We also saw a cloud to ground strike there on the bottom left of your screen. This, of course, looking to the north there, trying to get a visual as that does move into Tate County. And then we're looking at that severe thunderstorm warning. So this will be looking, several miles up there towards the north. Unfortunately, that's our best view as of right now. But, the hail core, I will say, I've seen better cores with some of the storms through today, but that's not saying it's impossible to get some of those large hail returns all the way to the surface, or maybe even to a half-inch hail return. So as we look at that path, it's moving at about 16, is that an hour loop? I believe that's 16 miles an hour. So this isn't a fast mover by any means. But the thing with these storms that jumps out at me is the fact that they are following that training pattern that we've been talking about all throughout the evening. And so, areas that have gotten heavy rainfall going to be getting additional heavy rainfall through the area. So as we look at that path, you can see that Arkabutla 823, Eliphaz by about 830, Crockett 838, Linwood 843, Senatobia 849, Cypress Corner 853, Parks Place 904, McGee by about 905, and Kings Corner closer to about 907. And this is specifically looking at that hail core, not to say you can't get some of those heavier sections of rainfall towards Love or right along I-55 north of Senatobia and closer to now Hernando. And you're going to get that lightning too. We're up to about 679 strikes up there towards Tate County. So it's going to be an active night, that's for sure, especially as that sun does set and that lightning becomes a little bit more visual. But you compare these cells. Look at the output of lightning there towards Tate County compared to what we're getting towards Tyro or what we're getting east of Batesville. That's a higher output, so that makes this storm be the one of focus because it has all the energy attached to it compared to down there towards Water Valley, Batesville, Kings Corner, or Senatobia. So definitely one that we will continue to watch for heading further into the night. Putting it on that 1 hour loop, or at least the 30-minute loop, you can see how that moves off there towards the south and east. Earlier on, we did have that severe thunderstorm warning towards Senatobia. That since expiring, and because it just has kind of collapsed in on itself. But the one up there towards Tate County has not collapsed just yet, and definitely one to continue to watch for. Now, we were looking down there towards Duck Hill, Matt. If we want to look further towards the Winona, for folks over there in Winona, giving them a heads up, not looking nearly as impressive as that has kind of collapsed, like you mentioned a moment ago. Earlier on, had that large hail at least trying to be produced there, and definitely not getting as significant of those returns. Maybe out of our Monroe County site offering a better visual there, but it tried for a moment.
One thing I want to point out here, I'm going to stop it here in a second, is the lightning strikes over Grenada Lake, right? That storm's going the opposite way, and then boom. See that one? That one, it's right over the lake there, where it says, right where it says Kirkman's Landing. That'd be 8:16-ish, a couple minutes ago.
Is that a positive strike?
There isn't a drop. I do believe it's a positive strike, which happened farther away. There's not a drop of rainfall within 10 miles of there, and yet there are 3 strikes. So that's why we often say when the thunder roars, go indoors, or lots of little statements like that. But the idea being that sound is more difficult to make it to your ears than you able to see the flash. And so if you're close enough to hear the thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. Mm-hmm. So need to be getting to that safe place, or at least getting inside and off of the lake. Boy, I always think of the different things I have to tell the husbands of the world, like, sorry, there's lightning, you gotta get off the lake. But that's just one I happen to notice there, just how far away that some of those strikes were. And that's just a testament to you're going to have them going farther distances. You mentioned positive strikes. Those tend to be of the highest amperage, meaning most likely to be killer strikes, and tend to go farther away. But yeah, that's a pretty fair distance north.
Hopefully everyone is okay, because you're right. It's summer vacation. Folks just looking to take advantage of their time off and enjoy some time with family, and that could be out at Grenada Lake. And we need to be on the safe side. So that's for sure. If you hear the thunder, definitely don't need to be out in it. And something we've been preaching all through the afternoon is, you have dry days ahead. Take advantage of it throughout the rest of this week. But today, just be monitoring the weather and be on the safe side. So looking at the rest of the area, yes, we are getting additional development right along Highway 82 and even south of 82 towards southern Atala County, watching there. But where the storms are really firing off is down there towards the Jackson area, really going to be east of Jackson, the Sandpoint area. I feel like I've been mentioning that town a lot tonight. But we're not only getting that additional development, but it does look like a training setup as well. We're getting that heavier rainfall still over that same general area. And this is that interaction of boundaries that have allowed heavy downpours to remain in the area for an extended period of time. So severe thunderstorm warning in place. Yes, we need to take that into consideration, but I wouldn't be shocked at all if there was some flash flooding concerns heading further into the night. That severe thunderstorm warning in place until 8:30 on your Monday. And still the reason why is because of that large hail. Haven't seen as high of wind returns as what our neighbors out east into Alabama have seen. But some of that large hail, definitely something to monitor heading further into the evening with that hail. I believe it was in excess of an inch in some spots over there towards Sandpoint earlier on today, and they're getting some of the probable returns. That's going to be those darker indications there towards Sandpoint. That was whenever we were talking about it earlier on this evening. Since then, been more possible, but definitely that large hail is still something to take into consideration. But the training setup, that's where the flash flooding concerns are there. Using that quarry tool to kind of show how much rainfall we've gotten, about 2.9 inches. And that's not, I know it says past 3 hours, it's really over the last hour over the Sandpoint area right there towards Smith County. So I do believe that there is going to be some flooding potential towards Sandpoint, over there towards Raleigh, even Silverine. I might be saying that incorrectly, probably am saying that incorrectly, but you know what I'm talking about right there along Highway 18. So latest on that rainfall rate, we're talking 4 to 7 inches. In some spots where those purples show up, that's more than 7 inches, and that amounts to a lot of rainfall because it is there for an extended period of time, that heavier rainfall. So, of course, talking about that flash flooding threat, that's something that we can continue to watch heading into the night on top of the severe thunderstorm threat.
Yeah, anytime you get rainfall rates that are 6 or 7 inches an hour, that's pretty hefty stuff. So, I mean, that's going to cause some flash flooding. No flash flood warning in effect at this point here, but of course, folks can share those pictures with us using the Mississippi Live Weather app, free and available for all those different devices. I think, looking across the state, or at least the northern part of the state as a whole, we're going to look a couple different ways here. Over the last 24 hours, rainfall totals. I mean, as you mentioned, that's within an hour there for some of those rainfall totals there in Smith County. Farther north, the amounts have not been as significant, but with the exception of that storm up there close to Byhalia and Olive Branch that we had a little bit earlier on, that clearly was causing some issues up there. And that's looking all the way from Monroe County with that. You get up to the Memphis airport, a little more precise, but certainly still, I mean, we're more than 3 inches, I think, in some spots there for estimations. Yeah, 3.5 inches of rain. So it's been a lot, and still some gusty winds, I think, out of this storm as well. I don't know that we have as much hail, and I will say it does not look like the lightning is as overpowering. The fact, you go back a little bit, I couldn't even see hardly the storm itself. I can at least kind of see through the storm here, which is a sign that maybe we're weakening still a little bit. Hopefully is the case, but severe thunderstorm warning nonetheless continues, right, Gabe?
Yeah, until 8:30, and of course we are going to stay here and monitor this live with you guys while the severe thunderstorm warning is issued. But even if there is still some concern, we'll stay and monitor this as needed. But definitely seeing this on the downward trend, but hopefully that continues to take shape. But definitely seeing 800 strikes, it's still a significant storm. Still a very electric storm, so we're going to continue to watch it heading all the way up until that 8:30 hour, but hopefully that continues its downward trend. But as we look right there, Strayhorn, we're 829, Coldwater 830, Crockett 834, Linwood 838, Good 844, Senatobia 849. So our meteorologist Maggie McCauley and her family needing to monitor that. And as we look there towards Newtown 855, Parks Place 902, Longtown 904, Crossroad 907, Luxahoma by 909, McGee 909, and then we're seeing more towards the Como community by 917. And even our peak impacts, those coming down as well. Earlier on, getting those darker purples, we could still be talking some severe hail, but those have come down on our peak impacts, and even those like to be on the higher side. So that's definitely a welcome sight heading further into this evening, and definitely not going to complain about that. But what this is also showing us, where we're getting that large hail potential is also the heavy rain potential. That's why those darker DBZs show up. And we've been seeing this same trailing pattern for parts of Hernando to Senatobia to Oxford, all the way into northwestern Calhoun County. So we're continuing to watch for that and that training setup once again all the way here in North Mississippi. But looking at these storms just west of Campground there towards I believe that's Shuford, Bluff Springs, not far away from there. We're about 1 inch hail reports there on our peak impacts and some possible reports there on our True Shield Roofing hail graphic. So that's going to be northern Yalobusha County extending into Water Valley here over the next few moments. And as we put that on a loop, of course, extending closer to Water Valley. So our friends there in Water Valley, I know that we have viewers out there that are watching tonight. Make sure to send in those reports and anything that you guys do get, even if it's just rainfall. Letting us know that it's just rainfall helps us whenever we're assessing these storms and helps the National Weather Service as well. So heading into that 8:30 hour, we're kind of wrapping up that severe thunderstorm warning towards the north and west, but hopefully that is the last severe thunderstorm warning that we are going to be issued. So addressing the chat, I want to make sure I give some folks some reassurance where it's due. I see Itawamba is out of the watch, so we are good. So Itawamba actually earlier on today had some decent storms move on through, used up that energy, and it just isn't the same atmosphere as it was earlier on today. So you guys are in the clear, especially with what we're seeing right now. As we assess this one storm moving through Yalobusha County, we're going to see, or sorry, this is going to be closer to, Yalobusha County. This is going to be Lakeside, closer to 840, and, oh, well, this track went away. We'll check the track here in a moment, but we at least have a visual there out of Batesville. This is looking south into the storm, and you can see the sheer amount of lightning that we're dealing with there. A lot of that cloud to cloud. I mean, that's a really cool feature here on the North Mississippi Storm Chaser camera that we're able to see. You can see the positive strike aloft reaching its way all the way there to the surface, and that's where you can see just the intense lightning, and that's where that positive strike came in a few moments ago that Matt was mentioning, nearly 10 miles away. So please stay safe, because we always hear about lightning potentially striking a home or striking a tree or potentially taking a life. And the way that we prevent that is just by staying where we need to be, and that's indoors away from the lightning and not vulnerable to it. So lots of lightning still attached to this. We are still getting that heavy rainfall there at the surface. Now this is looking directly southwest, I would assume, into this storm. And those darker sections looks to be more of that heavier rainfall, but definitely looking for any of that scud cloud that's trying to reach down, or
that one's looking northward. That's the severe storm up near Senatobia.
Oh, it is. Oh, that should have made sense, because that's close to the radar side. We'd not get a visual of that structure if that was that close. So yeah, lots of lightning verifying what we're seeing on our Mama Justice Doppler radar.
Absolutely. Here, I'll trade you places here for a moment. Give you a moment here as we're tracking this. So again, our camera there in Batesville showing the various levels of cloud cover there, and of course the storm kind of working its way toward the Batesville area at this time. As we reset things here for a moment, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Laupon. It's right before 8:30. You're watching Mississippi Live. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of North Mississippi, tracking some severe thunderstorms across the area. This is a non-severe thunderstorm there as we're looking back. A lot of cloud to ground and cloud to cloud lightning with that storm north of Pittsburgh. We're north of Batesville. In the Pittsburgh area, we're watching some thunderstorms as well, similar thunderstorms. We're going to pan this camera around a little bit. You can see some of those lightning strikes from a little bit farther away. LMNOP. One thing that one of these days I want to do, I want to line up multiple cameras. And I want to show you the speed of light, how we should be able to see. Again, it moves very, very quickly, but it's not instantaneous. And so there's a little bit of a delay, which I guess our internet delay might be greater than we'd have to have that perfectly calibrated, but it's pretty close on the time there. Anyway, but to be able to see a lightning strike occur multiple ways from the same storm from multiple cameras might be kind of cool. Who knows? Maybe we can make that happen at some point. So we're weather nerds, and occasionally we get into nerd mode, and that's apparently where my brain is at the moment. But this is looking toward that severe storm there. That's the non-severe thunderstorm near the Water Valley area. So this is the southern storm, the one that's opposite direction of the one Gabe was talking about a moment ago. I did have someone asking questions. I'm going to pan our camera over to the left here. Was asking about Grenada County. This is looking back toward the Grenada County storm. And this one producing some lightning with it as well. I'll go back to the right so we can get a little bit better structure. Was a little stronger slightly a little bit ago. And it's interesting that this is kind of a back sheared anvil there. So that's shooting back the north direction out of that one. So that is our storm south of Grenada. Let's look at that one on Mama Justice Doppler radar. And someone was asking, is this going to produce severe weather? I honestly think it's on the downswing now. It's not unreasonable that it kicked out some hail and some strong gusty winds. Have not had a lot of reports of that coming in. Admittedly, I'm monitoring about 17 screens here, so I need to pull up our app report screen here and double check that. And most of what we have here, again, this was a shot. That's Shelf Cloud from Olive Branch. If you'd like to share your pictures with us, we'd appreciate that. And certainly it helps us out using the Mississippi Live Weather app, a good way that you can do that there. But on Mama Justice Doppler, this storm, again, south of Grenada, a lot of lightning with that, kind of back building. We expect additional development here, just like we've had backed out toward Indianola and toward Greenwood. These are kind of filling in projections. If you watched us earlier, had these storms kind of developing and becoming more plentiful about this time. So projections doing a pretty good job on that in areas where we just haven't had a lot of storm development. So this will fill in. And if expectations hold true, this could produce some damaging winds once these get closer to Chula, maybe Kosciuszko and Yazoo City. And yes, I know we have some storms over Kosciuszko now, but if this cluster fills in the way projections have had, that would be one that we would have to watch closely. So let's get kind of an overall track. Again, there are going to be massive holes in this line where people don't see anything, but I'm just going to give just a general track. I'm looking more, not in the short term here, but kind of the longer term. Let's assume it picks up some speed. If it goes severe, it will, or they get stronger, they will pick up some speed. And let's extend that out 60 miles, let's say, and change the size of the city involved here a little bit. And then, Gabe, I'm going to toss to you because I've got the cough. But again, these are non-severe thunderstorms at this point, but this whole grouping of storms, again, there are some that are closer to Winona now, but those are going to slide southward in the next couple of hours. And so I'm looking actually more the longer term time period on some of these storms here. So Winona after 9 o'clock for you, but more Vaden at 9:30, or Lexington about 9:37 there, Anguilla there about 9:33. You're some of the folks Chula ahead that were watching Silver City as well, as those eventually pick up a little bit more pace there. Gabe, I'm going to send it back over to you in the chroma key because I'm about to start coughing here. So you take it away.
Yeah, appreciate that, Matt. I know it's been a long day tracking all these storms. We had a round one earlier today starting late this morning, and that definitely packed a punch. A lot of those severe weather reports over there in northeast Mississippi actually coming from that round one threat. And now as we enter round two, it's just basically a battle of the boundaries. And we've been seeing that throughout the evening with those severe thunderstorm reports up there towards northwest Mississippi. In fact, the largest hailstone so far, and what we believe to be for the entirety of the event, coming out of Olive Branch in this second round, up to 1.5 inches being reported up there from our Mississippi Live weather viewers. So appreciate all of our weather watchers, you guys doing a phenomenal job, and we continue to focus on that area as additional development moves in. Now this is looking out of our Monroe County side at that Water Valley storm, and you can see how this has continued to intensify. In fact, it looks like we've had a few storms just kind of mix into that batch that we've had in northwest Yalobusha County, and you can see those storm tops kind of increasing there for a moment. It does look like the latest scan has come down a bit, and what that might be is that hail core falling out, with at least some of that small hail at least trying to reach there to the surface. So as we see those storm tops there, still getting a decent height on those, along with a plentiful amount of lightning, up to, I believe that the entirety of the 1,500 strikes actually mixing in up there as well. Yeah, okay, so we're 160 there in Water Valley as that moves just on the west side of town. So yeah, definitely one to watch as that continues to move towards south and east. And Matt, that hail core looks to be potentially increasing.
Well, I would say it's likely, you mentioned a second ago how it popped up there and kind of collapsed. West side of Water Valley there, Enid Lake, obviously, where that is probably going to kick up some gusty winds with that as well. So as it goes through that kind of collapsing phase, it's non-severe, but there's still going to be some sporadic wind damage here because this is ice storm central. Again, yeah, everybody's going to get real tired of me blaming everything on the ice storm. It is what it is. Because this is ice storm zone, this might not fully get to technical severe terms. It's going to be enough. We're going to cause some sporadic power outages here because of that. I know Gabe's great at pulling up those power outages. I'll have you do that here in a minute. But let's get a storm track on that. And then I want to look up at this storm just on the other side of the Mississippi, Arkansas state line. That one up there northwest is probably one of our next severe storms if this one's not.
For sure. And I'll get those power outages pulled up. Okay. So I want to make sure I had it all planned out. So let's continue to do a storm track on this. Again, as we take it towards the south and east, let me make sure we have the right timing on this because I do want to make sure we time this out correctly. So let's take it at the latest scan. Let's just go back. Unfortunately, it's just hard to track a boundary. That's one thing that we can say for sure. So as we get right there, we're going to go back about a half hour because, these kind of ramp up pretty quickly. So we're talking 14 miles an hour along that leading edge. Let me make sure it's the same storm. So yeah, 14 miles an hour. So that might even be too fast on this. So let's actually bump it down to about 12 miles an hour because I do think that was a little bit fast. And as that continues to move towards south and east, we can see that path there towards Taqua by about 8:43, Hubbard Creek 8:59, Wallace Creek 9:04, Long Branch 9:07, Velma 9:12, Party, I like that name, 9:34, and Enid close to 9:34 as well. Now I will expand this a little bit just to make sure we have a few more towns listed in there because I know it's not a fast moving storm. So unfortunately, you're not going to get that far out ahead of this. So as we factor in a few more cities, where Pittman 943, Benwood 959, Coffeyville 1003, Bounds 1007, Spearman 1018. And I don't expect it to hold together that long. One thing that we've seen with these boundaries is these relatively fall apart pretty quickly. So, if it were to hold together, Gums 1027 and Gatewood 1034, but I have my doubts of it reaching you guys and staying together for that long. So you kind of see the cluster kind of coming together right there, southeast Panola County, and then moving towards northern Yalobusha County. And that's where we're getting some of those stronger winds potentially as this does start to enter a collapsing phase. You're not going to get it on our wind mode because, we're looking at winds aloft, and a large part of those winds that are happening when it collapses are at the surface where you're getting those stronger gusts. So if you're in the campground area, Water Valley, Hubbard Creek, areas that we're watching for some of those stronger wind gusts, and it's not impossible to mix in some of that small hail. That's where we're getting our True Shield Roofing hail graphic, at least showing some possible small hail mixing in there as well. Now, I know we do have some cameras in the area, and we should have a better visual on the electricity of the night. This one out of Batesville. This is probably looking to the north still, if I remember correctly. And looking at the structure of that storm moving through Tate County, you can just see the sheer amount of lightning that we're having, the very electric night up there. One thing that I was trying to mention a moment ago, it did look like we had a strike there, potentially on that power pole, or that telephone pole. So lots of cloud-to-cloud strikes, and that base of the storm definitely showing up with those darker clouds. So you're getting the heavier rainfall there as well, but just lots of lightning and that electric part of the storm, at least letting us know that this is still mature enough to pack a punch, but it has come down from that severe weather threshold that we were looking at just a moment ago. So keeping eyes on this camera for sure. Batesville been a pretty active camera as of the late afternoon, early evening. And, did you ever show those drone shots up there in Olive Branch?
I did not, and I think we'll take a brief break here in a second and probably go ahead and try to show some of those, but I want to talk about some things here for just a moment. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here. We are going to continue our coverage here in about just a moment. We want to take a brief break here real quick, and we'll be right back after this.
It's a summer squeeze at Room to Room. We're squeezing prices with 50% off furniture and mattresses, an extra 20% off accessories, an extra 10% off rugs, plus 18 months special financing. Shopping at Room to Room is easy peasy lemon squeezy.
When something this big comes crashing into your life, it's not just metal that takes the hit. It's your time, your health, your future. And the companies behind it, they're already protecting themselves. You need someone who knows how to stand up to them. I'm Casey Lott. If you've been injured in a truck accident, call me today.
It's by design we call ourselves Traceway Retirement Community, because community is what you have here. We all need it, deserve it, embrace it, where our community becomes your family. Traceway Retirement Community.
Okay, welcome back. The Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon here alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor as we're looking here in and around sections of Panola County. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for what's left there. Did have a report of 1-inch hail near Arcabutla up in Tate County just a little bit ago, one northeast of that location from the folks there at the National Weather Service. I believe that might have been from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Yes, our partners in this camera network here. Looks like they're going to probably go with the spot that we were watching right before the commercial break there across the Mississippi-Arkansas state line on a severe thunderstorm warning on that storm there, which does look like near the Hughes community. Again, that will be moving more toward Tunica there, that we could be seeing some large hail out of that as well. Back on our rainfall mode again, we're looking all the way from Monroe County, so we're looking a little higher up. But that definitely looks like, again, some of those black returns, that is strong enough that it could potentially be producing some hail with that one as well, that could potentially approach severe limits. So that's kind of in the story again today. We've had the sporadic hail, we've had spotty wind damage, a lot of lightning, and Gabe behind the scenes is working on some of the power outages to get an idea on that. We checked just the general overall power outage map here across North Mississippi. Outage numbers up in DeSoto County, where we have the most significant numbers here so far, showing up about 1,000 folks. 100 there in Tate County, Marshall, Lafayette, and Yalobusha County, all about 100. 100 also there in Choctaw County. But 500 there in Lamar County from earlier storms, as well as Fayette County as well. And then more and more significant amounts closer to the Birmingham area. It gives you an idea of how significant these strong winds were and how lucky we were to not be a little bit worse. You get out here east of Birmingham, and you see where all those were. We could have been in a lot more rough situation. So thankfully not the case, but a lot of power outages there in Alabama with this. Multiple counties, more than 10,000 people with power outages. But back even in the Madison County and out closer to the Jackson area, where our power outages here across the state of Mississippi are the most significant at this time. We'll clear all those off, bring it back over to the standard version on Mama Justice Doppler radar. And again, looking at this storm up here that's probably going to prompt a severe thunderstorm warning here fairly soon, south of Hughes, moving toward Tunica. We'll get a loop on this, and there's that new warning we were expecting. Move this on a 1 hour loop here. Really hasn't been around, but last about 20 minutes as that's kind of moving in from the north and west there. So again, tracking toward Tunica, tracking toward US 61. As that moves southeast, there's just not a lot of motion on it yet. It will pick up maybe a little bit more speed than this. I'll say 17 miles per hour. I'd rather go too fast than too slow. And we'll expand that track out here. And this getting us for basically the next half hour or so. And there we go. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Tunica County, in effect involving the city of Tunica there until 9:30 here on Mama Justice Doppler radar in far northwest Mississippi. These storms, we expect additional thunderstorms to move in and gradually move from northwest to southeast, associated with, again, what we have here. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, has been monitoring the hail situation as well as the power outage situation behind the scenes here. And Gabe, it's not everybody, but there are some clusters where the numbers are fairly significant.
And it makes sense where these reports are coming in from. This, of course, close to the Olive Branch community there in DeSoto County. As we zoom things in, this is North Central Electric Cooperative, or Electric APA, and you can see that they have nearly 134 customers affected. I know the text is small, but 134 customers affected on that one, and even this one, 159. That's 300 outages there right along the Tennessee and Mississippi state lines. So folks up there in Olive Branch that got the large hail, got the strong winds, got the high amount of lightning, definitely seeing the large amount of outages attached to it. Even as we move closer to the Sweet Peas Table restaurants, the FedEx ground, we're talking 1,018 outages. So that's a pretty significant amount. That's going to be southwest of Highway 78 there in the DeSoto County area. So, folks up there that are looking to get things done on a Monday night in your summer vacation, well, unfortunately having to pair along some of those power outages too. As we look on our Tallahatchie APA outage map, we can see that we have several outages being reported there along Water Valley. These were actually there earlier on. Hopefully it can stay there. Earlier on, but some of those being added to it. Currently sitting, let me drag this over, at about 237 outages. You can see over my right shoulder there. So 237 outages being reported, and a large part of these just individual outages that'll take a little bit of time to restore and get back online. We look at our 4-county outage map, and you can see that we have 149 outages just south there of Ackerman. That's where we had some of those stronger storms move through the area, and you can see 149 verified outages. This is going to be east of where, south of Ackerman, moving closer to between Ackerman and McMillan. So paying attention to that area with some significant outages, even a couple of outages there in Noxubee County being seen. And as we look at our Entergy outage map, this is a report of, I always look to see the reasons why these outages are reported, but this one closer to the Alphaba community. This is going to be west of Cockrum, east of Alphaba. Some of those communities being affected, including folks along the Jordan Creek, Alphaba Road, Holly Springs Road, and Hudson Road. Just a lot of outages being reported in that general location. Looking along the rest of the line, another outage that can be reported is just west of Crossroad, close to Senatobia Lakes. And that's going to be, of course, an outage that was probably prompted due to lightning, if I were to assume. But I don't want to assume, but if I had to, that would definitely be what I would say. Luxahoma Circle, an area that is currently sitting without power. The rest of the line, looking along Entergy, you can see a few more outages moving south. But Matt, where the storms move through, where the most energetic storms move through, that's where the outages are starting to increase in numbers.
Absolutely. So not too terribly shocked there. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, in our Tupelo studios. We have a cluster of storms that's kind of intensifying a little bit more south of Lake Village, Arkansas, near Indianola, Greenwood, and then back up into northern Carroll County. Projections have been pretty clear that some of these storms should continue to intensify. I'm going to check. There's a version of our Futurecast radar. Let's see if it's got the angle correct on the where these are going. That's not bad. It does not have them filling in. I do expect that they could fill in a little bit more over the next couple of hours here as well. Huh? You're going to have to say it out loud. Oh, good night. Hold on a second, Gabe. I'm sending you. I'm going to say night-night to Leo here real quick. I'm going to send you the chroma key for you for just a moment. So Gabe's going to come on over there and I'll switch it.
If you wanted any indication of go to sleep, well, there you go. So the Laban household settling things down, and you should as well. This is going to be, while it might be some strong storms, we're not talking about tornadic storms, so we don't have to stay up and monitor this. But if you ever are worried about storms overnight and you want some reassurance, the best thing that we can recommend is Weather Call, something that we partner with here at Mississippi Live Weather. It's just $15 a year, and you can scan to sign up right there on the bottom left side of your screen. Weather Call keeps Mississippi families safe. That's what our focus is here at Mississippi Live Weather, and we're grateful for them for that partnership. Matt basically calls you guys if there's a tornado, if there's a severe thunderstorm warning, even if there's major flooding, and lets you guys know that that's taking place and that you need to take action to prepare for those storms. Again, we're not talking tornadoes tonight, so we don't need to worry about that, but definitely talking about some storms moving through the area even after we all head to bed. While it is nothing to worry about as long as we're in our homes and in our beds just resting up, it is peace of mind, and I get that. And for $15 a year, definitely worth your while to give you that peace of mind. And don't worry, we're in Mississippi, so severe weather is a common theme here in the Magnolia State, so it'll definitely be worth your while, that's for sure. Let's bring it back here to our room-to-room weather center, where we're continuing to assess what's going on here in North Mississippi, and you can see that boundary developing overhead right across parts of Highway 82, extending more into Grenada, Winona, even there towards the, Greenville, Inverness, and Greenwood. Now we do have visuals. I believe Greenwood is still down, but we should have a visual there out of Greenville that will potentially see some of the lightning on this storm. So let's take a visual there and take a look there in Greenville. As these storms continue to move on through, this would be looking towards the south and west. And yeah, there's your visual on some lightning there in the distance. And as we continue to watch that, going to see a high output there of that energetic storm, potentially resulting in additional power outages, this time closer to the Mississippi Delta. Now, taking it back here to our Mama Justice Doppler radar, we can see that the lightning is continuing to increase. But some of the areas that we're watching, and unfortunately, we don't have the best radar data here. I'm going to try to use different radar sites. We are getting those brighter DBZs, those brighter returns there on our rainfall rates, indicating the heavier rainfall. But what this also stands out to be is potentially some hail. And we're getting that more towards Indianola with that possible hail potential there on a True Shield Roofing hail graphic. Another one along Highway 82 west of Greenwood, and another one there in Carroll County north of Carrollton, where we're getting that more and more. And that's one that we've been watching that's now moving closer to Montgomery County. So let's bring it back here to our reflectivity mode and look out of our Monroe County site. Let's look at this Carroll County storm in particular, because one thing, let's take a little bit less time on our loop. Let's go over the last hour. So yeah, just this cluster that's moving through. It doesn't look like it's anything too organized, but where you get the right interaction of these storms, that's where you could get those larger stones to fall out. I would put this in 3D mode, but we'd see not anything overly impressive, but definitely getting the higher rainfall rates and high output of lightning. We're 296 strikes there on the latest scan. So definitely increasing in the strikes, but definitely want to watch for. As we look at Winona there, yeah, proof is in the pudding right there. As we see the high output of lightning. Hopefully our cameras stay online. That's one thing that I'm praying for, and I know a lot of folks there are praying that their power stays on, because one of the things with these storms is the fact that we just have a ton of lightning, strikes the wrong power pole, strikes the wrong power line. Well, then unfortunately we'd be without power. So we're definitely in a battle there to keep our power there in Montgomery County as these lightning strikes move on through. Thought it gave, thought that was the moment. But you're also getting that heavier rainfall there at the base. So this is going to be a heavy rain producer, lots of lightning there in the distance, and this could also produce some of that large hail But as of right now, not getting confirmed reports there. Anyone that is in the area that wants to report any of those hailstones, let us know, because I don't know how much longer we're going to have a visual there in Montgomery County. Appreciate the folks there at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for giving us this visual here at Mississippi Live Weather. Really helps aid us in our severe weather coverage. So we're going to continue to monitor this behind the scenes. But Matt, this definitely is one that stands out we need to be watching for.
Absolutely. Now, coming up at 9 o'clock again, we're going to kind of get into more of a rhythm, like regular show sort of rhythm. But one thing I want to give everyone a heads up for before that is that we've been monitoring the severe thunderstorm watch all day long. Some counties have been removed from that recently. Again, an improvement there, and just kind of a sign that there are some spots, as I kind of clear this down to just more important returns here for a moment. You can see how Lee, Union, and Monroe counties have been removed from that. The rest of the watch is set to expire at 9, but it does look like there's going to be a local extension. By that, this is going to be the second time they've had to extend that watch. The folks that you see involved in that watch now, everything Chickasaw, Pontotoc County, back to the west, that's now in effect until 11 p.m. So they've kind of pushed on another 2 hours, which is what they did at 7 o'clock, kicking it to 9, and now at 9, kicking it to 11. That's not to say there couldn't be stronger storms outside of that. I would say that the storms you have around Duck Hill are probably significantly stronger, or at least as strong as the storms we have up there around Water Valley. But anyway, so 11 o'clock is the new time for the same old watch. This will place some of these folks out here, Oxford, Pontotoc, Bruce, Houston, under a watch for that'll be more than 12 hours at that point there. So that happens. That's one of the things we talk about, is that with watches, that it's not a short-term thing, right? I apologize that I have some text messages going on behind the scenes here, but that's just, one of the things to remember, right, Gabe? That when we start talking about watches, longer term is the thought process, we need to have for those, right?
For sure. And like the difference between a watch and a warning is a watch necessarily, it's not take action, but it is prepare in advance. And so as you look at the difference there, watch, you have several hours of preparation and several hours of waiting too. As Matt was mentioning a moment ago, it covers portions of states, so it's more of a widespread area, hours of advance notice, and yes, have a plan. That's what you're expected to get together once that watch is issued. The warning, that can last anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour, could even be longer in some cases. Portions of counties are included, so it's more of a focused area that's going to be dealing with it. Minutes of advance notice, which is still plenty of time to get things done, especially when you have a plan and then you're able to not just take cover, but take action. And I think that's the biggest part about warnings, is that's the take action part. The watch is have a plan. And that's what we want to make sure that we do heading into these events. Our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut and meteorologist Maggie McCauley doing a great job through the weekend and this morning, letting us know what to expect and preparing us. I know me and my family, my wife asked me, she's like, do I need to go to my mom's house to make sure that I have storm shelter? And I was saying, no, not going to be tornadic. And we were watching Caleb last night, kind of reassuring that fact. So grateful for them and their hard work. And of course, grateful, Matt, for you being live for nearly 12 hours yourself. So been a long stretch of the day that hopefully should be a little bit more of a break heading into the next couple of days. So we're going to have more details coming up at 9 o'clock about that. But for now, we are still seeing a pretty active setup. That is a fantastic shot of that structure on that cell right there. The lightning within the cloud, that's a great shot out of our rolling fork camera showing us the structure of this storm. You still have, that pretty sharp edges, and that means that this is still a maturing storm. This is looking north and west, so this will be closer to that Greenville storm that's continuing to move across the state line. But you're seeing the lightning all the way up into the clouds. Still have some decent updrafts there that could allow this to intensify and potentially produce some hail later on. But oh man, it's rare that we get a good look at the structure of a storm, and this one doing a great job of it out of Rolling Fork. So as that moves into town, I'm going to continue to monitor this, and we'll have a great look at that camera heading into the night. Even after that sun does set, should still have a good look at that structure heading further into the 9 o'clock hour and eventually there towards 10. So as I clear this off, I want to take a look at those storms in particular. That one northwest of Rolling Fork. Again, this is what we were looking into just a moment ago. Rolling Fork there, looking at the structure of this cell across Lake Village and Eudora, that eventually moving closer to Hollandale over the next few moments. Put it on that 1 hour loop right along Highway 82. This entire stretch is moving south, but not speedy by any means. In fact, it's going to see heavy rainfall dumped in specific locations. we're going to see those rainfall totals start to increase as well. So as that continues to move towards the south, it's one that we're going to continue to watch, as all cells along this line are definitely going to be on the stronger side. Fortunately, not severe just yet, but definitely strong as that moves through the area. But as Matt was mentioning, that severe thunderstorm watch being trimmed into just a few specific counties, it's not impossible to get a severe thunderstorm warning outside of that watch. You know, down south, right there towards Duck Hill, one that we've been mentioning a couple of times, has tried to intensify over the last few moments. But the reason why the watch is issued where it is because that's an area that's not been overworked so far today. Now, don't get me wrong, action is picking up, and that is slowly depleting the energy. But compared to what we've gotten earlier on today, that's why we trimmed off Lee and Monroe County. That's why the Storm Protection Center cleared that off, is because that's an area that saw storms earlier on today, saw it this afternoon. It's just you only have so much energy to give, Matt, and it's just been, you know, dry over the last few moments, fortunately for them, getting cleared off.
Absolutely, trying to thin that out a little bit more. Meteorologist Gabe Maynard there, again, reporting for us. I'm going to switch my Mama Justice Doppler radar behind me here to a slightly different version for a moment. Again, looking at our severe thunderstorm warning ongoing for count for this thunderstorm up in northwest Mississippi in effect until 9:30 p.m. A Doppler radar indicating large hail potential out of this storm, as it's not particularly moving quickly, just kind of drifting southeastward. You see kind of the center core of that where most intense at this time. So expecting it to have strong gusty winds out of this. And again, that large hail potential possible as well. Give me a moment here to think about today's date. Today is 06-02. What I am working on behind the scenes here, nope, it's 0-01. The second time I've done that today, Gabe, where I keep trying to make this the second day. You know why? Because by the second day of this month, things are going to be less active. And that's something I'm looking forward to as well, because once you get beyond tonight, we are definitely looking at, I think, some drier conditions, less humid air, kind of a lot of good things in that regard as we kind of transition toward that. We're going to take a brief break here. We're going to pick things back up and start up our 9 o'clock broadcast. So Mississippi Live, and we'll do a repush, Gabe, for behind the scenes and all that kind of stuff. But I'm going to re-rack the show here. Mississippi Live at 9 starts now.
At Vibe Aesthetics and Wellness, we believe confidence isn't just how you look, it's how you feel. From subtle, natural aesthetics to personalized wellness care, everything we do is intentional. This is beauty with purpose. At Vibe Men's Health, we take that same approach. We focus on what matters most: strength, energy, and performance. Built on real data, real medicine, and real results, we're here to help you look better, feel stronger, and live fully. Come vibe with us today.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 9.
Live at 9, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. We've been on for a lot of the day. Now, thankfully for many of us, this has not been a hugely severe weather day, and hopefully it stays that way overnight. For some of us, we are past the peak of severe weather and we have no additional threat. We will look at the watches, which have been extended through 11 o'clock for some folks here in a moment. As you can see in the background of our camera there in Batesville, still a lot of lightning out of some of these storms. Our watch extended until 11 p.m., and that is a watch that started at I believe sometime at the 10 o'clock hour this morning. Extended from 7 to 9, now from 9 to 11. Now, some locations have not been extended. We'll talk about that here in a minute. Some hail, some wind, and clearly the lightning and power outages to go along with those are possible overnight. But here's the deal. If you're one of those folks that stays up with us and says, I'm not going to bed until Matt says go to bed, go to bed. Because while we could have some wind damage out of this, and again, depending on how sensitive you are to that, that is a concern. This is unlikely to be high-end wind damage. This is not a scenario where we're talking 75, 80 mile per hour winds. That's off of the table. So tornado-like winds out of severe thunderstorms, off of the table. Now, could we have some sporadic wind damage? Yes. But I would say if you're one of those folks that stays up, you're nervous, this is a go to sleep for all locations, even though we do have some where the severe weather potential does still exist. And it's because it exists there that before we go any further, we're going to talk for a moment here about weather call. It's an alert system that lets you know, hey, severe weather's coming toward me. I need to get to shelter, right? And there are a couple different flavors of it. All flavors get tornado warnings and confirmed tornado calls. So the most likely to injure and kill you, you're going to get no matter what. Now, there are a couple different flavors on the severe weather, and there's a baseline where it only calls you when it's really, really bad stuff. The idea being if you get a weather call, it's because something really bad's happening. And then there's a flavor that's below that, which is, hey, any type of severe thunderstorm warning, and you've been talking about today. And again, that's the distinction we're making here a moment, that I'm going to tell you about severe weather tonight and still tell you can go to bed. Well, I must got some flashes here, so hopefully I don't have power issues here at the house, because I see that flashing around over there as well. So some surges and maybe some wind gusts here. Either way, it will call you if you're in the danger zone. That's weather call. Let's come back here. Let's look at our hour by hour for the next few hours. And again, rain coverage at about... is it flashing in there for you too? We typically don't get surges here at the house, which is what's interesting on that. Anyway, storms now, less storms overnight, less storms tomorrow, though we will still have some potentially that pop in. Here is that watch I referenced off the top. We're looking at the counties in green, where we could potentially see severe weather into the night. That's where we're under that severe thunderstorm watch until 11 p.m. at this point in time. We've been watching this kind of frontal boundary moving in from the north and west. This is kind of our final chance here. And along that boundary is where those storms are the most likely, again, moving in from tonight. Once we get behind it, some sporadic reports possible, but we're not likely to see severe weather out of those. It's most likely ahead of this in what we call the warm sector, that we're most likely to see some issues there. Futurecast showing that we'll continue to have some showers and thunderstorms next couple of hours here. Again, working the way southward, kind of congealing into sort of a line. I think positioning might be slightly off on that, because we do on Mama Justice Doppler have a line that's already starting to develop. That should fill in and head southward with strong gusty winds, some hail, and then some development, redevelopment thunderstorms back behind. And we'll walk hour by hour through all this coming up here in a few minutes. But the latest here, again, showing some of those thunderstorms continuing deep into the overnight time period, and then possibly redeveloping a few by early tomorrow, but not as many as what we had today, though, even through midday, showing a few thunderstorms out there. So starting off dry, we'll have, that's not true, but starting off with limited amounts, slightly greater by midday, but then by tomorrow evening, look at that, low 70s there. We have drier air moving in, and it's going to be a lot less humid for the middle part of this week. So coming up here in 60 seconds, we're going to break down again our severe thunderstorms that we do have out there. Far northwest Mississippi, we do have one warning we have been tracking up there, Hollywood, Robbinsville, Tunica. We're watching for you as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.
How do you know if your roofer is actually telling you the truth or just trying to sell you something you don't need? I'm Chris with Absolute Restoration. When we come out, we don't tell you what's wrong. We show you with photos, videos, and documentation. You'll see exactly what we see so you can make your own decision. And we back our work with a 50-year warranty and a 25-year algae warranty. Plus, no cost upgrades with 0% financing and no payment for 6 months.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lobhon.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon. Our Gabe Maynard back in our Tupelo studios here, watching your reports coming in using the Mississippi Live Weather app. A severe thunderstorm warning continuing up here for Tunica County in effect until 9:30 this evening. A lot of lightning out of this. You can see 1,200 strikes in the last hour on this shot here. Of course, that also includes the previously strong and severe thunderstorm up around Arkabutla that had some hail with it as it moved near the Arkabutla community and Arkabutla Lake just a little bit ago. This one storm, we'll check in the strongest hail and wind potential on that. We'll track that southeast. Has not been moving fast. We'll say 17 miles per hour, and that could be moving a little bit faster than reality on this. So North Tunica, we're looking at that for you about 9:14. Green River area by right around 9:28. Looking toward Little Texas there at 9:41. Clayton 9:49, 9:51 there. Around Evansville and Savage about 9:49. This is Doppler radar indicated strong wind, plenty of lightning, so there will be some power disruptions associated with that as it moves toward the south and east. I need your help, though, by the way. If you can let us know in the comments beside me here on YouTube, on Facebook, that certainly helps us out to know what you guys are seeing, and with that information, we can then adjust what we're talking about here. And so we appreciate you guys. So many of you that do kind of stick with us on all of our various channels here, letting us know what you are seeing. Thank you so much for sharing that information. We do watch that in our chats behind the scenes as well. Let's check this. Crenshaw, I pulled it off. You can't, it was on there a second ago. Crenshaw, you can see on the screen right there. We have a camera there, so let's go and check that out. It does. It seems like every time we've tried to check Crenshaw today, we've been pointing across the water tower. Maybe we'll be able to get a shot out of it this time here as well. So this is kind of looking back northwestward into this. So this might be the time we actually do it. Nearly nonstop lightning out of that storm. Again, severe thunderstorm warning there for Lee, Arkansas, and Tunica County, Mississippi. They're in effect until 9:30. I'll try to put that at the bottom of the screen. But it's nearly nonstop lightning on that storm as it's approaching the Crenshaw area. Now, I'm not seeing anything looking toward the ground that's concerning here. It's just the power disruptions from the lightning, the heavy rainfall, and occasionally some hail and gusty winds that we're seeing. But man, there's a pretty good strike there right across the sky from left to right on there a second ago. So a very electric shot, I should say, from that camera location there. We'll go down to Clarksdale. I'm looking back into, let's see, that one might be looking east because we had some of these pointed, east a little bit ago. Let's give me a moment. I'll maneuver this one back to the north. So we should have a better point of view on this. It'll take just a moment for that to kind of pan that direction. Say that. Let's make sure that point. There we go. I know for a fact it should start moving here in a second. There we go. I'm going to speed that up a little more. Apologize. You have to wait for me to get this kind of pointed around. There we go. Unfortunately, I had to look kind of through the tower there, but you can see just from a farther distance away, it's a lot of lightning on that storm there. 85 degrees feels like still at this hour, 102 degrees in Clarksdale. Sliding south to Shelby there. And again, near Shelby and all these locations near the Mississippi-Arkansas state line where some of these storms are the strongest. We've had some pretty good cloud-to-cloud strikes on these thunderstorms as well. As I'll pan this to the right just a little bit. Looking there again, northwest. And we'll see if I can get a shot to the north. Yeah, again, those are right at the edge of the screen there. Some of the lightning bolts coming up there, up in the clouds from that one. 84 degrees, feels like 95 in Shelby. So there's still plenty of fuel hanging around there in the Delta. One of the reasons why stronger thunderstorms remain possible in this green zone here, where we're most likely to see some severe thunderstorms. A lot of stuff on the screen. Man, I apologize. Let's go ahead and clear this down a little bit more. Let's go ahead and knock out all the bugs from our Mama Justice Doppler. That's what all that lightest green is. And so it's these green counties that we're looking at here. These are the spots where you're under this severe thunderstorm watch, have been since the 10 o'clock hour this morning, and unfortunately continue to be through the 11 o'clock hour this evening, where we could potentially have some issues there. As we come back in here and look a little closer at the storms of Water Valley, those storms down and diminishing at this point. You can see here, just looking at the number of lightning strikes over the last half hour, we show about 200 lightning strikes, still a lot, but not as significant as some other spots. And if you go back, say, 45 minutes ago, that number, is on the downswing from where it was a little bit ago, as far as that's concerned. Now, a greater number on this storm down here in the Carroll County. This one, as it's just a little bit west of Winona, very, very electric. And honestly, looking at that last hour loop, looks like that's actually kind of expanding more westward. So kind of odd motion on these storms today. That one expanding kind of southwestward. So let's get a track on that, southwestward speed on that. Oh, man, I can go a little faster on that. I'm going to say 23, and that might be a little bit too slow. We'll expand the number of locations that this is looking at here. Again, Doppler radar indicating some gusty winds. I don't know that we're quite the severe levels on this, but Wiltshire, we showed 935 for you. Emory there at 946, 949 at Kona as that moves southeastward at about about 20 to 25 miles per hour. Check in our True Shield hail swath on this. Again, that has come up a bit more. You'll notice that it's a different angle. It has to do with the cell mergers that we've had here. As those cells kind of merge together, that's why I think is kind of forcing it. I might be a little too far west, southwest on that track. Let's adjust that. Let's catch that just in case. I saw that one core heading southwest. Nope. And let's fan that out just a little bit more. That's probably the issue we need, because I'm implying more specificity than we have. So it's heading kind of generally southward, southwestward there, where that one is going. So we clear that off, go wider shot here across North Mississippi. You can see the counties that were canceled out of our severe thunderstorm watch. And that means Tupelo, again, New Albany, up here around Boonville, Corinth, Amory, Aberdeen, Fulton, Iuka, Ripley. We can all go to sleep out here. Ashland as well. We're in go to sleep mode. There are additional thunderstorms west. Those should all stay west of you into this evening and tonight. In fact, if we look at the kind of the overall threat and where things stand, that severe risk area is most certainly primarily back to the north and west out here, Little Rock to Memphis. You'll notice that level 3 damaging wind threat has not materialized out of this secondary round of storms, thankfully. Storm Prediction Center going ahead and dropping that up here in the northern tier of counties here across the state. Looking at the hail potential, still going to have some of that, but again, more locations eliminated there. Still watching Carroll County on some of that, but less and less likely to see that overnight. And maybe the big headline, this is why I said a minute ago we can go to sleep, is because when we're looking at this here, it's again the tornado risk diminishing. Hey, Gabe, behind the scenes, we'll look at some power outages here in a minute. I have somebody in the chat talking about if I can flip the power back on in Saltillo for them. I guess when I was getting my surges a minute ago, that's where there are some issues. So we'll check Tom Bigby. We'll check out all the various power cooperatives there to check out and see what some of them have had. I'll look on kind of the wider shot here for a moment on the power outages. We don't really show any power outages there, and so this does tend to linger a little bit. Or does lag reality just a little bit there. So we will get a better number on that, on power outages here in a couple minutes. So let's look at Futurecast. Let's walk slowly through this here. And before we get too deep in, I wanted to show again, we have some features here. This front, this low pressure center, those are some of the factors that are working to kind of come together to produce the active weather for tonight. Behind this is drier air. Once this moves through the drier air, leaves us with less issues related to active and severe weather. So I'm going to pull that front off of that here for a moment so that we can leave it to where it's only the precipitation on there, and that hopefully makes it a little easier to see. So this cluster of storms we have back in northwest Mississippi, okay on the way it's resolved, not doing a great job. It doesn't grab the storms that we have out here from Greenville back toward Grenada quite as well. I'm going to verify that those still look as heavy as they did a little bit ago. What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to look here at radar, and I'm trying to see if I agree with what my projections are showing, and I do and I don't. The storms up here filled in west of Memphis, and up here again north of West Helena, up there north of Tunica. Those have filled in a bit more up that direction. So the model is not perfect on where it's kind of positioning some of this information yet. So that's a sign that, again, the model doing a so-so job at best on resolving, does not grab these southern storms really at all. So we'll keep that in mind as we kind of look at its output here. Again, it's assuming that this atmosphere is not really turned over that much down here around Grenada. It does have that line kind of fill in toward 11 o'clock. That hasn't really filled into this point. And this version of Futurecast is less impressed with the storms that we have out here in the Delta, but still has some ongoing. 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. I think this is probably overdone a little bit. Clarksdale to Shelby here. I think probably could be a little farther south than what's depicting that there. But there will be some heavy thunderstorms, some arguably strong thunderstorms overnight. No tornado threat. No tornado threat. Just want to make sure we're crystal clear on that. Okay, so going beyond that, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, we do have additional thunderstorms. So they just kind of pop up, and the HRRR has been very consistent on trying to have these thunderstorms kind of redevelop around dawn tomorrow morning. While I'm not particularly impressed in my confidence level on that, I am impressed with our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, who will be here tracking any issues that we might have tomorrow morning starting at 6:30 a.m. on Mississippi Live Weather this morning. You can find her every weekday, 6:37, 7:30 a.m. here in the Room to Room Weather Center for updates related to storms. I think tomorrow's the last day this week, or at least the last day for a few, that we're going to have some storm issues to deal with. So check Maggie out again, 6:37 and 7:30 a.m. For the latest updates and any issues we have related to that there. But certainly Futurecast says a few storms remain a possibility. Looking at storm rotation specifically, I don't really have much depicted on here. Even with these storms kind of redeveloping, even with odd movement back out here in the Delta, we don't see any of these shear tracks, at least none of significance, that develop with those thunderstorms there, nor do we really with any of these that are farther east. So takeaway being, even though we have some stuff redeveloping, it's interesting to see that redevelops all the way through midday. I want to get Gabe's take on that here. I think it's reasonable that we are not going to have any rotation on any of those. I'm going to bring Gabe in here for a second. That's a lot of storms on her, and I'm not saying it's doing a great job, but that's a lot of storms on her for tomorrow, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's trying to, hint at keeping the boundaries around and keeping additional development around. But yeah, I agree with you. We're not talking about anything tornadic. I think at most we're getting some brief heavy rainfall, maybe a small hailstone, but I don't think that really pushing that threshold as we move into tomorrow. And honestly, it's going to be such a drier atmosphere overhead that it'll kind of be an uphill battle, especially the latter half of the day.
That's a lot of rain. A lot of storms. It's interesting.
Well, and models
by the way,
struggled this time of year.
I see SBC put out. I see SBC. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk about that for a second. I want to read the new mezzo.
Okay. Well, basically, models struggle this time of year with projections on thunderstorms, and because there's boundaries, and the boundaries can either overdo or underdo an event. And so as we go into tomorrow, some of these storms that do develop, they very well could strike a boundary that could develop additional chances. But I mean, I agree. I think that we're overdoing the amount of rainfall heading into tomorrow. I kept it at around 20% coverage moving into Tuesday, and that's kind of where the team was this morning. Maggie agreeing on 20%, Caleb through the weekend, models were saying about 20%. So, I agree with where things stand heading into this event. But yeah, I mean, there's your 20%, but it just looks like, a little bit of a boundary trying to form there and potentially giving us that heavy rainfall. But I don't think it produces anything similar to what we had today. And I think coverage definitely does come down, but it could be impactful for a few select locations moving through the morning hours, even maybe early afternoon, but kind of drying up beyond that point.
Okay. And I will say, again, I'm reading this discussion here related to our latest watches here for a moment. If you have your clicker, I'm going to let you pick this up on the wall and take the next couple graphics here. I want to make sure I have full understanding what they're looking at there. That work?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to send you over the wall.
Okay. So going through this with the storm rotation and into our, low temperatures transition the graphic, fine with me because there isn't really much rotation to track. But low temperatures in general, going to tell the story over the next few days. We're going to be in the low 70s to start out Tuesday. I want you guys to soak it in because it is going to get a little bit cooler and drier beyond that point. As you see, that cold front extending further off towards the south, that cold front pushing the moisture south and leaving us with a much drier environment. So while a chance is not impossible throughout your Tuesday morning, even out here towards the Golden Triangle, coverage is not going to be intense at all. And you already see that northerly wind cycling in. That's going to act to dry out our atmosphere. And that's why I think this is a little bit overdone in regards to coverage moving into those afternoon hours. Again, I think an isolated shower storm is not impossible, but we're not experiencing that widespread coverage. And you can see the positioning of that cold front well off towards our south into the southern Mississippi area, and that's where the bulk of the activity will be. But here south of Highway 82, if we were to get anything, I think that's the area that we'd be watching for. But into those evening hours, we are not going to be seeing much coverage here in North Mississippi, but temperatures are the story. As we look at high temperatures Tuesday, today we were in the 90s in a lot of spots. Tomorrow, maybe upper 80s down there towards the Mississippi Delta. Belzona coming in at 89 degrees, Greenwood and Greenville 88, 86 Houston and Bruce, and 85 towards Tupelo, but 82 Iuka, Red Bay, and 84 South Haven, Holly Springs, definitely indicating that drier air and the cooler air as well. The drier air showing up on our heat indices. Still trying to get into the low to mid 90s tomorrow afternoon in the Delta, but overall, we should be getting that drier air, which lowers those indices moving forward. Throughout your Tuesday night, gets even drier during those overnight hours. Still seeing some of that cloud cover linger around, but overall that moisture here at the surface going to be much less than what it has been, and that lowers our heat indices, that lowers that mugginess factor. So heading into our Wednesday morning, that's going to allow us to cool off even more. Looking at those low temperatures, upper 50s? Yeah, who's ready for that? In some spots for our Wednesday morning, Red Bay, Boonville, and Corinth coming in with that. We're 61 Oxford, Water Valley, and Senatobia, 62 Houston and Eupora, 64 Golden Triangle, and 67 there towards Belzona. So it is going to be a much more enjoyable atmosphere to start out our Wednesday morning. Still getting that easterly flow into the area, which is still that drier air and not the not the hot type of dry air like we get out towards the west. So an easterly flow, definitely a welcome sight here in North Mississippi, but that keeps the drier air around, still dodging a few of these clouds. But really, I think this cloud cover is going to be more of those thin, wispy clouds in the sky, not blocking much of that sunshine. So that's why the UVs over the next couple of days, also something to keep track of. And as we factor in our strike model moving into our Wednesday afternoon, you can see it's much drier, much clearer, and the moisture staying well out of North Mississippi, keeping us enjoyable throughout the entirety of our Wednesday. Looking at those high temperatures Wednesday, I told you we were taking a step back. We were the warmest we'll be all week long today. Everything else gets better from here on out. We're 80 degrees Oxford, 82 Tupelo and Amory. Yes, 79 for high temperatures there in Red Bay. Ooh, it's going to be a good time. 84 Greenwood and Belzona, 83 Cleveland and Clarksdale. I already told my wife that we were heading to the park to go on a walk because this is such an enjoyable forecast that we need to take advantage of. Again, that cloud cover that we're seeing Wednesday and Thursday on our futurecast, more of that thin and wispy stuff aloft. Really where we get the cloud cover moving back in will be by the weekend and into the latter part of the weekend when rain chances do return. But one of the best ways that we're able to tell that this drier air is overhead is that temperature disparity. We're 60s for lows, we're mid 80s for highs, that 20 to 25 degree difference. A little bit better whenever we're talking 15 to 20 degree difference there when rain chances are in the forecast. So Matt, that's talking about drier air, that's talking about cooler air. What a week to be here in North Mississippi.
Nice to see a transition more toward that, especially over what the last week or so has been. We love doing our job, but we also love it when it's nice and sunny and clear and everyone can enjoy the outdoors a little bit more.
Big time, and I know that we will be taking full advantage of it. You know, we got the cover for crews, so we're going to be out there enjoying some time outside for sure.
No, I get that. I appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, reporting for us. Thank you so much here as we bring it back in and check out our Mama Justice Doppler radar here. Severe thunderstorm warning for Tunica County has been allowed to expiring that one early here in the last couple of moments. I think it's set to expire at 9:30, but just in advance of that, they're going to go ahead and let that one go. The expectation is that storms will continue to try to move in from the north and west, and most will probably be below severe limits. But from time to time, some strong wind gusts remain possible. Some large hailstones remain possible. Hence the reason, of course, we're tracking and talking about those threats this evening. I'm going to show this again on our kind of clear air version of Mama Justice Doppler radar here. And we go to our digital room-to-room weather center for a moment. We're watching those. Again, that storm we mentioned was allowed to expire here pretty soon. And then again, this other batch of thunderstorms that are filling in up here closer to Memphis. So these will roll southward and bring with them some strong gusty winds, but also flooding rainfall potential. I don't want to undersell that here for a moment. There are flood advisories out there for the Memphis area that do extend south and include the South Haven area. These storms kind of moving over areas. We've had a lot of heavy rainfall so far today, and so the potential for flooding rainfall continues. This is, I say, 24-hour rainfall totals, but just easily could be 3-hour rainfall totals because of the last 3 to 6 hours. It's been really hefty amounts where you see some of the yellows on there, 3 to 4 inches of rain that have fallen from these storms. So a lot of water there. And from time to time, still could have a few of these produce some severe weather. But as we wrap up our 9 o'clock broadcast here, I'm going to kind of go wide for a moment. Let's address a few things. First off, my little tablet here working? I don't know if it's pointed at the right monitor for a second, but I think it's time for us to, put it as big and bold as we can. That we need to be doing the go to sleep thing. So give me a second here. Got this nifty tablet I got. I don't ever hardly use it. So let's see. Let's do blue. Let's go to sleep. Because we know that some folks here will only do that when I put that on. So let's just be clear here. While we're still talking, we're going to wrap this broadcast, hopefully at 9:30, which will take us off the air, I think, for basically the first time. We might have gone off between 5 and 6. I don't remember for sure. But either way, that'll take us off the air for one of the first times here at 9:30. We'll do some power outage updates before we do that, and then hopefully nothing weird happens after that. But go to sleep here, everybody in the eastern part of Mississippi. And while we're still watching this out here for you in Winona and Grenada and Charleston and back again up toward Tunica, there will be additional thunderstorms out here. We are not talking about a tornado threat, so I just as easily could have expanded beyond those locations. I want to bring Gabe in to look at some of those power outages that he has been watching behind the scenes. And Gabe, as I kind of bring that back in here, you have not seen a ton, but there are some out there, and that does look like a new area that you're tracking.
Yeah, a few select locations, up there towards northwest Mississippi have been the primary focal points throughout the night because of that strong thunderstorm that moved through earlier on today. In fact, like we talked about earlier on in this broadcast, at some point, it was the 1.5-inch hailstones falling towards Olive Branch that resulted in these power outages there towards Olive Branch there in DeSoto County. And as we're looking a little bit more towards the Olive Branch, but also the Tate County region just north of Lewisburg, this is an area that we've been looking at because it has nearly 1,000 outages still being reported. This closer to Cedar View, at least north of Cedar View, right by Sweet Pea's Table Restaurant, FedEx Ground, south and west of Highway 78. And then some sporadic outages, Olive Branch High School not far away from those. Just seeing about 31 outages. That's closer to the Deer's Den Preparatory. Leanne Drive, seeing about 4 outages. And then, of course, seeing additional development down towards, let's see what region that is. Parker's Cove, Met's Mini Storage, there towards Bruce Drive. This would be east of Cedar View Baptist Church, about 45 outages. So definitely a good amount of outages being reported, along with the fact that we're seeing 159 towards parts of Kirk Road, State Line Road, Center Hill Middle School included within that, Center Hill Baptist Church. And then as we move across DeSoto Road, we're seeing about 134. That'd be north of Highway 392 and just west of the Dollar General. So that's one of the areas we're looking at. That was, of course, looking at our North Central Electric Power Association. We're also looking out of our Tallahatchie EPA outage map, and you can see a lot of those there in Yalobusha County being addressed, and that number has come down. We were at 250 earlier on, looking much better at 56 outages there in Yalobusha County, even over there towards Tallahatchie County. And then as we go up north towards Tate County, seeing a few of those outages as well. This close to Kelly's Crossing and Arcabutla, where they've gotten a ton of lightning. So again, I'm not a detective by any means, but I can definitely say that lightning was probably the big contributor in these power outages. Down towards 4 County, that'd be south of Ackerman, south of Highway 12. We're at 149 outages. That's one of the big locations that 4 County is going to be dealing with tonight. So if you do currently have an outage, call your power cooperative so they can go get that fixed for you. But those numbers continue to be on the higher side. And then as we get out here towards, this would be towards the Alphaba community. we are seeing about, let's get that exact number, 23 customers without power, as well as over here towards the west side of town where we have 592 customers. That's this entire area listed in red. And you can see this will be east of the Coldwater River, along Holly Springs Road, towards the Jordan Creek community, and yes, right where Alphaba is. So folks at Entergy are doing what they can to get that addressed as soon as possible. And you can see that they're not the only ones up there towards Lewisburg, seeing a few outages as well. Just one customer actually with that outage. Let's go down south there towards Senatobia. This would be just east of Senatobia along Highway 4 where we have 31 customers. That'd be towards the, I believe that's the Senatobia Lakes community. This would be east of there towards Luke-Sahoma Circle. So those outages continue to climb, and that's just the thing about tonight is we're dealing with a good bit of outages. As we look at the latest on our poweroutage.us map, we're seeing 9,000 customers out of power here in Mississippi. A large part of that actually coming from down south as we see those counties listed there on your screen. Madison, 2,600, Hines, 2,100, Lincoln, 864, Simpson, 737. Now Lee County coming in with about 400 there. Let's check that out. That'd be Tom Bigby. So we're going to do this in real time. So as we look at Tom Bigby Electric, let's go to the outage map. There's a will, there's a way. There it is. So as we pull up that outage map, yeah, so that would be, I gotta call my wife and see if we still have power. That'd be on the north side of town. This, I don't think this is weather related because this is a new development here behind the scenes, but this would be towards Saltillo where, the McDonald's is, where where all the Subway, the McDonald's, the gas stations up there, definitely seeing some outages around that region. I'm curious what happened and who's without power, but hopefully that does get resolved soon. But
see, I'm telling you that when I had my surges here at the house a little bit ago, that's probably related to that because I'm just a little bit south of where that is there. So it's not impossible that was related to that. Maybe we were lucky enough to keep ours switched on.
I didn't even put two and two together. It's like, yes, that is your stomping grounds.
Yeah. So I saw Kyle behind the scenes mentioning that, there were some issues with that as well. So any other power outages you got?
That's really it on the grand scheme of things. I mean, when we're talking power outages, 9,000. If we go back to that list, we're seeing Lee County, of course, with 398 covering that. Tom Bigby is addressing it. They're usually good about getting on the scene and getting things handled. Clark County, 330, 309 there in Rankin, and we can continue that list there all the way through North Mississippi, and you can see that Entergy has 6,000 customers out of power, so they're going to be busy tonight. Madison County has 2,600 out, and you can just see, Tom Bigby 399, North Central 322, East Mississippi 611, and Southern Pine about 956. So going to be a busy night. Say a prayer for all those linemen and women as they continue to restore those power outages and even battle a few storms while they're out there doing it. So we appreciate them and their hard work, and definitely grateful for all they do.
Appreciate that. I got to give contrasting reports here for a moment. I see two important reports to the right of me. One says we have hail in Tillatoba. Any size hail is important to report. Whenever you can tell us what size, that's great. And I don't like banning people, but you're not going to be commenting anymore here, Anthony McNeil, because you don't get to go here and tell people there's tornadoes on the ground when they're not. So we're going to go ahead and block you from doing the chat there. You'll still be able to watch us, but that's not how we play this game. If you want to try scaring people, you're not going to be part of the chat. That's just is what it is there. So maybe we'll let you back in at some point in the future, but we don't say tornado on the ground when there's not. There's no tornadoes out of what we have in these thunderstorms tonight, thankfully. There's going to be some gusty wind, plenty of lightning, as you can see on our different versions of Mama Justice Doppler radar. Just tons and tons of lightning on that storm up here close to Harbert Landing, kind of to the west of Hollywood there, and Tunica, obviously, where this is kind of moving in there at this moment. Let's get a kind of motion on this storm from northwest to southeast. And actually, that's not true. This is moving almost dead south. Appreciate our sponsors. You can see, again, Mama Justice, top of the screen all the way through here. Lee Storm Shelters for sponsoring our shelter list. We don't really have a scenario here with tornadoes where we have to shelter. But if you're looking for a storm shelter, your family, obviously, Lee's partners with us. We're very thankful for that. We have a full shelter list if, and when the time comes, but I don't expect it to be an issue tonight on our website there. Or, of course, in the Mississippi Live Weather app. Just look for that logo you see beside me there to get that storm shelter list all across North Mississippi. Again, we're working to expand that for locations out in the Delta and Northwest Mississippi. Our existing list for the eastern part of the state that we've worked to kind of with some folks develop over the last few years here. A little bit more robust, but we'll continue to add locations as they can continue to get posted on public forums there. So appreciate everyone for working alongside us here in Mississippi Live. But if you need a storm shelter, that's obviously the group that we kind of work with and work along at this point here. So folks asking about some other locations outside of this. Let's answer this real quick here. Hamilton, Alabama, there's nothing out there for you. And that's good. I'm about to say that in a similar form and similar fashion for a lot of other folks here. Amory, everybody east here, we are all done for the night. So again, we drew this on there a minute ago, and I guess it's time for us to hit it again. So as we kind of plot on here our go to sleep, everything kind of to the east here of this, we're all go to sleep. So go to sleep. All right. So everything out east here, we are go to sleep. Out west, we're probably sleep. Meh, go to sleep. That's my technical definition on it. Meh, go to sleep, and go to sleep. So you're out east here. You're just watching me because you like watching what we're doing. If you're out west here, we're still watching some sporadic severe weather for you from time to time. No tornado threat in those locations as well. Lights in Carroll County out, and that is a real issue that a lot of folks are going to probably experience and have experienced and continue to experience over the next few hours here are these sporadic power outages. Lots and lots of lightning with this storm down here in Carroll County. We're talking 785 strikes over the last hour. Bring it back again to the current time period. And I'll see if we can do a storm track on this. Actually, let's make this a 30-minute loop. Get an idea, again, expanding southward toward Vaden. Before we go any further, let's hit that camera there in Winona, and let's see if they're even lucky enough to still have power in Winona at this time. So looking there in Winona, back toward the west. Again, a lot of lightning on this. Pretty much nonstop illumination of lightning on these storms. So it's like, what did we expect to see? Well, a lot of lightning. That's exactly what we're seeing on this thunderstorm there. So is Grenada clear? I would say that for now, Grenada is clear. The worst is south of you. There will be additional thunderstorms in and around the Grenada area. But in the near term here, yeah, I'd say Grenada is clear for now. And hopefully, again, I would say all locations we are past the worst. Well, some spots haven't seen any storms yet, so it's overestimating to say past the worst. But we will say that there is no tornado threat for any folks who are watching this here on Mississippi Live. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and kind of on this shot here in Greenville, we'll be watching closely for you coming up during our 10 o'clock broadcast. I'm going to wind down this broadcast here for a moment as well. Golly, I hate to fully kick everyone to the curb, especially when we're coming up on 10 o'clock here in about 15 minutes. But I need to kind of get some stuff here behind the scenes, probably up and going with that as well. I'll see if Gabe wants to keep talking here for a minute. Our mornings are all expired at this time, so I'll bring Gabe in for just a moment, get his opinion. He's been driving all over God's creation today. What do you think, Mr. Maine? You want to talk about this? You want us to take a pause and come back at 10?
No, I mean, I just hate for everyone to leave and then us be right back live at 10. I know that we do have some housekeeping things that we need to get done behind the scenes, but I mean, we're only 18 minutes away, or well, my clock's wrong, 20 minutes away. So we can keep going.
Well, okay. If we're going to keep going, I'm going to need to get in and do some stuff on radar. So do we have, you want to go over some of the pictures that we've had there? You've had it behind you like 6 times and I haven't let you kind of show it. You want to go through that?
Yeah, we can kind of recap through the event and what our weather watchers have been able to show off to us. So it started bright and early this morning here in North Mississippi. Our Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon tracking out those storms, and that was kind of the first batch, the first round that we were talking about. And as you see right here, some of the pictures that were submitted, you can see the dark clouds there in the distance and plenty of heavy rainfall. My wife and I, Annalise and I, and little Cruz, we went over to see my parents in Birmingham, and we were actually driving through this at the time, and we were hopeful that we could beat it out, but unfortunately, Mother Nature prevailed, and we had to drive through a pretty hefty thunderstorm, but we made it. I guess that was Cruz's first storm chase. So we went through Marion County, had to deal with some of that not large hail, but it was about half-inch hail, and that view from Belmont was how a lot of us were viewing this afternoon across the area. And we did get some additional development of just those SLCs, the dark clouds, the scary-looking clouds. Of course, this one looking a little bit more menacing, but of course that's some scud clouds showing up. We didn't get anything close to tornadoes today, fortunately. And you just get the waves that ripples in the sky showing the turbulent atmosphere that we were in. And this was that first round that we were talking about. And so we got a lot of these pictures. And a big thank you to our weather watchers, Alexis submitting that. We had Tim submit a picture, a few pictures actually. And then I want to make sure I give shout out this. Yes, Tabitha there submitting that photo as well. But yeah, you just get these like tentacles, these fingers reaching out from the sky. That's what we call scud cloud. And those reaching down from the sky looking a bit menacing. That's what we saw earlier on. And we got additional pictures there being submitted. And we even saw a few driving in. And it was just like, what's that? I was like, no, nothing to worry about. Don't worry. But that view in Alcorn County, seeing some scud cloud develop as well. And unfortunately, the author, the picture taker, not being shown there. And then we got the severe thunderstorm warning starting to fire up. This one submitted in Corinth, and you get the dark clouds, even getting the heavy rainfall, already seeing that along the sides of the roadways. And this was submitted by Jude up there this was up there towards Guntown, looking at the severe thunderstorm warning. And I believe this is Jude once again when the special weather statement was issued. And you can, again, just see the dark clouds moving in with the heavy rainfall. Then we just got the busy roadways this afternoon, but it did look like, let me make sure I have this right, fire caused by power line that got struck by lightning in Belmont. Yeah, that right there, that's a power line where it got struck, and you can see the fire there in the grass. So we talk about lightning being a big issue. Well, this is just one more reason why up there in Belmont having to dodge those strikes as well as dodge those storms. So appreciate that, Abby, submitting that picture in Belmont. So busy up there as well. That up there, let me make sure I have the location on this. In Prentice County, getting a view up there of some of the clouds and of course some of the storms up there. And as we continue through the afternoon, we actually did get some of those hail reports. And this was a smaller hailstone. You can see the finger if you use your knuckle there. It's about the size, a little over that knuckle, so probably about ½ inch. And again, if you ever submit pictures to us here at Mississippi Live Weather, please have something to measure these. Whether that's a coin, a commonly known object. We've seen some very creative, common known objects here at Mississippi Live Weather, but also just a measuring tape, which we'll see here in just a moment. But we started to get those hailstones coming in, as well as the dark clouds once again. So just a mix of these pictures throughout those afternoon plans. And you can see this was submitted by Jude. Once again, Jude doing a great job of submitting pictures up there in Guntown, up there in northern Lee County. Appreciate their work and for keeping us in the loop. And yeah, this was, of course, that photo that we saw just a moment ago in Belmont. Then we went into the rest of that first round. This is where the larger hailstones started to get reported. And this was one that was that 1-inch report towards Kirkville. And let me make sure I have the name on this. We were talking about that earlier on this evening. So this was Hannah in Kirkville. You can see that this was a 1-inch stone. This was our biggest hailstone for the bulk of the day until Olive Branch, which we'll get to here in just a moment. But Hannah, I appreciate that report. It might be a little bit under 1 inch, but a quarter, a great representation of that, as it's almost equivalent in size. So I appreciate that report there. And as we take a look, another what looks to be almost a roll cloud, shelf cloud, there at Boonville, that's submitted by Jacob, of just a pretty impressive structure on these storms. We did get reports of some trees down. This was over in Saltillo, as well as, I believe, Guntown, if I remember. Centerville, my apologies. Centerville and Saltillo right along 363. And you can see the trees down on the roadways, just kind of a lot of these more uprooted than snapped, showing that this was more of the heavy rainfall and those winds knocking it over rather than the strong gusty winds enough to snap those trees at the base. No, a a large part of this just being uprooting, and it does look like that one was a little bit weaker, so it didn't take as much of those strong winds to get that one to turn over. So those were a few of the storm reports that we got when it came to trees. Others that we've gotten are this one. Let me get the exact location. This was Monroe County near Hatley, and you can see the large tree down, and as Matt was mentioning, it does look like some leaf debris there on the roof from where those branches hit the roof, and it does look like we stayed away from any damage, but it does definitely go through a scary time. So we're glad that everyone was okay. Looks like everything is okay. Probably going to have a few dents there on the roof that we got to address, maybe a few shingles that need replaced. But overall, definitely could have been worse. So we're grateful that everyone is okay. More of the hail reports that came in. These were smaller hail reports, so not anything significant. But hey, hail is hail. We got a little happy face there, and I think that's a great thing to show here at the 9:45, 9:46 hour as we kind of wind things down. Hey, we're all happy and healthy and heading to bed and ready for another day. So I appreciate those reports. Let me make sure I give credit to where it's due. We have Maya submitting hail in Dorsey and hail in Saltillo by Jamie. So appreciate them for submitting that report. And as we take a look at some of the scud cloud, this was an insane picture of those tentacles just branching down. Almost looks like a jellyfish there just because of that scud reaching down to the ground. But no, this was not anything to worry about. More bark than bite, and we definitely were far away from severe limits with that cloud out there towards Holcut at that point. That was about 5:30, so that first round kind of winding down by that point. But then we went into round number 2, and this is where we started to get more of those reports building in out of Olive Branch. And I'm just going to put all these pictures. Let me go ahead and load all of these in so we can kind of do side-by-side comparison of the entire event, because this is where our winning hailstone came from. So as we look at each of these stones, this one kind of a great representation. Let me make sure the name, let me make sure I have that right. So this was Carly, and I think Carly submitted several of these. So appreciate Carly for her reports. I mean, look at the size of these hailstones. So of course, a few of these about 1 inch in size, but if I'm putting my hand up there and it takes up about those 2 middle knuckles, maybe a little bit longer, that's 1.5 inches, that stone right there. And you can kind of see the aggregated growth where you have that initial stone and then the clear ring around that, adding that additional development. And even this one right here, you kind of get the rings that are happening around that stone. That's going to be the amount of times that it was up in the updraft, the life cycle of the hailstone, a really cool meteorological phenomena that happens when large hailstones occur. So appreciate her report. She also gave this one, like we showed a moment ago, about 1.5 inches there on that hailstone. This one looks more, I don't know, I guess it's still pretty uniform in development, kind of that multiple times up there in the updrafts, but 1.5 inches is definitely a large hailstone and can be very damaging. So we're glad that everyone was okay, and we appreciate Carly for her report and for staying safe in the process. Now, more reports did come out of Olive Branch, this one from James, and you can see that we got just under 1 inch, and this is where the hail core matters. Because as you saw, 1.5 inch stones happen in Olive Branch. Other locations, about 1 inch. Even some locations less than 1 inch. So if you're even on the outskirts of that hail core, going to be getting less and less in size. And that's what happened there in Olive Branch. But it was just a different part of Olive Branch there for James and his family. So either way, glad that they're okay. And I believe that was another one from James. Let me make sure I pull that one up too. Now that one a little bit better. And this one, again, adding to what we just talked about a moment ago, zooming in on it real quick. You can see how we have that initial stone there, another ring around that, and then another ring. So it's almost like 3 times through the updraft of the storm, allowing for that stone to continue to collect and build more and more. And I always go on school visits, and I know they don't care at all, but I have one specific slide that talks about the different types of hail because it was one of the coolest things that I learned in school. So you have the dry, wet, and spongy growth, and they all look at me like, why is this guy talking about hail? Because it's so cool how it forms and, the ice from the sky. So, we always talk about nerding out in the weather world. Guilty. So we have other reports to show. This one from Mandy and another one from Karen. Let me go over those reports. So this was from Mandy, and you're seeing the large hail, again, about the 2 knuckles in diameter, and that's just about 1 inch, maybe a little bit above 1 inch. So appreciate Karen for submitting that, and then Mandy submitting this report there of the large hailstones. And you're getting a visual. I mean, let's just zoom in there. You get the side-by-side comparison. That one about 1/4 of an inch in diameter, but then boom, 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 probably amounts to this entire stone. So we're looking at a hailstone in excess of 1 inch, 1.5 inches, and that, of course, able to be seen by the size of the other hailstones around it, and you can also get the blades of grass. But again, that's where measurements just come in really helpful, because it's able to actually tell us a literal measurement rather than us guesstimating of how big that stone is. But we appreciate all of those reports. We did get some really incredible shots of some lightning in the area. Let me make sure I have this right. I think this was Coldwater, and the other one was Olive Branch. So Olive Branch getting this strike here, and let me make sure I have the right name on this. This was from Troy. Troy droning out the sky, and I'll be honest, he's older than me, because I don't know if I'd send a drone up in the sky with this much lightning. But that strike from cloud to ground, got plenty of that tonight. We'll continue to see more of that coming up tonight at 10. But you can see the bolt from cloud to ground. That's what we call a cloud to ground strike. We also have cloud to cloud strikes, and that's what we got there in Coldwater. I'll actually have to move off the screen a little bit, because you can see that strike there on the top left of your screen, along with the structure of that storm, still getting those sharper edges, indicating that the storm was still full of life, very much full of energy, and ended up producing some heavy downpours for sure. And this shot right here of the shelf cloud, really cool shot. You know, you don't usually get to see a shelf cloud parallel to it. And I mean, we're eye to eye, we're eye level with this storm as it moved into Olive Branch. And this is the one that actually produced that large hail. And you can really see the difference. I mean, that sun showing up right there on the leading edge of the storm, and then immediately transitioning to dark, you get the heavier rainfall. Still light enough to where you can see through the storm, but the heavier rainfall definitely trying to show up along that leading edge. And yeah, really impressive structure there. One of the more impressive storms that we've had so far today. So all in all, with that being said, because I don't believe we're going to have a hailstone larger than that hailstone, I think we do have a winner. And I would say that winner comes from, make sure I have the name on this, from Carly in Olive Branch. So that is going to be our $100 gift card winner. So we'll reach out and let you know that you're the winner, and we can of course line up a time. But we appreciate the folks there at True Shield Roofing for partnering with us on this. It just adds a little bit of a positive and a negative situation, because I know none of us want to have 1.5-inch hailstones falling on our property or on ourselves. So Carly, unfortunately, since you had to experience this, I guess you do win that $100 gift card. So again, just shining a little light on those rainy and hail-driven days. So we appreciate True Shield Roofing for partnering with us on that. And congratulations, Carly. I guess it's one of those things where it's like, congrats, but I'm sorry. So I guess that's fitting for the situation as well. But thank you to all of our weather watchers. Like I said, submitting all of those pictures. Those were all submitted by you guys, and continuing to watch that in the chat. If you have any pictures of the clouds, any pictures of the hail, any pictures of anything, even damage, you know, that all goes to the National Weather Service. One thing that we did was we reached out to the National Weather Service and said, hey, photos uploaded in the chat if you want to check them out. They said, we're already looking at it. So they're looking at your pictures in real time along with us here at Mississippi Live Weather. So that's why it matters to them. It matters to us. It's just a really cool partnership, and we're really kind of breaking new ground here at Mississippi Live Weather with our partnerships, from the gift cards to the National Weather Service. Matt, it's just really cool community involvement and just giving back to North Mississippi.
We've got some other cool stuff ahead, you know, with some of the area newspapers and some other big names that hopefully we'll be able to get figured out here fairly soon. You and I haven't talked about this. It does add just a hint more to our work schedule on what we have to do, but I think there's a huge payoff with that as well. Remind me about that when we get done broadcasting tonight. Again, nothing set in stone, but we'll record one of the examples to try to run up the food chain on the other end of this. But I think it'd be really cool and kind of a first of its kind sort of partnership. So we're really excited. Again, we've been breaking a lot of ground, but yeah, well, I want to say what it is, but it's not a thing yet. So I can't. I got to resist that urge. Of, you know, wanting to show something that may or may not be a thing. Let's look here, and I don't know if I think my audio might go off on this. That's the only problem. Still have not figured out the coding on one of these things. Move that out of the way. But here is a pretty cool time lapse we had this evening. Oh, wrong one of these. Sorry. Wrong computer. Let's go this one here. Now let's look at a cool time lapse coming out from the Batesville area earlier on. And again, this is looking toward one of those storms there in the Batesville area. I turned Gabe's mic on as well. You know, if you're looking there kind of toward the middle bottom of the screen, you could even argue that storm had maybe a little bit of rotation right there. See how it's kind of right to left, just to the right of where that lightning strike is? It shows that in these kind of low shear, high cape environments, if something can get by itself, sometimes it can get a little more rough looking than the reality. We'll see if that will play again if I just click it again. Yeah,
was that the
reloaded
same
that.
storm that was east of 55 that we were looking at behind the scenes?
I don't remember which one. This one. I cut this time lapse right before it. Right before we moved it, so we went looking for this shot there as well. I want to say that this was one of them that eventually goes into Yalobusha County. This is where that one is. I have another time lapse I'm working on. It's not done yet behind the scenes, but anyway, cool shot there from about 8 to 8:10 p.m. As that thunderstorm moved through there. Give it one more try. So anyway, cool shot there in Batesville from our camera. Appreciate our partners there, the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, the camera network we have across. You can see actually that rain cool there coming toward the camera at the top right with some of the clouds there as well. So kind of a cool shot. We'll start our live broadcast here in just a moment as we get ready for the 10 o'clock show. In fact, I think we'll start a couple minutes early because might as well in this scenario. And then hopefully everything gets rolling and going and we're done for the night after that. But still watching some strong thunderstorms in the northwest part of the state, including a new severe thunderstorm warning. Gabe, we will probably readjust, and we're not going to do a pushes or anything because it's that time of night. But Mississippi Live at 10 o'clock starts now.
At Vibe Aesthetics and Wellness, we believe confidence isn't just how you look, it's how you feel. From subtle, natural aesthetics to personalized wellness care, everything we do is intentional. This is beauty with purpose. At Vibe Men's Health, we take that same approach. We focus on what matters most: strength, energy, and performance. Built on real data, real medicine, and real results, we're here to help you look better, feel stronger, and live fully. Come vibe with us today.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 10.
Welcome to Mississippi Live Weather at 10. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynard, who you've heard extensively thrown through this evening. Some hail potential continues into the overnight hours. Really, you can see northern 2/3 of the area with potential to maybe see some hailstones, primarily in northwest Mississippi. This is overdone for New Albany, for Tupelo, for Houston. It's probably not going to happen for you. It's probably everybody to the to the left of me on the screen. Near the locations where maybe it could happen, and even then, with damaging winds, I think that potential diminishing. There is no tornado threat, though we do have severe thunderstorm watches in effect until 11 p.m. for the counties in green depicted here, some of whom have been under severe thunderstorm watches since 10-ish this morning. So our watch continues until 11. Maybe first question, could it be extended beyond that there? Yeah. Will it? For a lot of us, probably not. But it's not impossible. That could happen. So just, being clear and upfront about that. The threat overall is diminishing. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that we'll track here in just a moment that has come out. But let's be clear. For all locations, we're in go to sleep territory here. We do not have any tornado threat from here forward through the night. So we are in good shape there. No tornado threat. If that's what you're staying up, waiting and worrying and watching about, no issues there. Go to sleep and you're in good shape. Over the next 12 hours here, we're still going to have some thunderstorms out there, especially in the Delta. That's where this 50% comes in there, 40-50% coverage there in the Delta. As we update that, the 10 o'clock numbers here, 30% by 2 in the morning, 10% there by 5 a.m. Obviously, limited coverage initially in the morning, but storm ratchet up in coverage as we go into and through the day. Here on kind of the wide shot of Mama Justice Doppler radar, you can see some of the players here for a moment. And behind our front is much drier air. That is a big part of this story. There's not much in the way of moisture behind this. And so as that settles in, it shoves the moisture down to the coast. And as it goes down back closer to the coast, our storm chances will as well. So we'll bring it back in and we'll go into the latest, again, scans on Mama Justice Doppler. And we're looking in northwest Mississippi, where the most recent severe thunderstorm warning has been issued within the last little bit here. Again, for far northwest Mississippi. Again, we're looking in DeSoto, stretching into Tunica County. So some spots that have already had some and I got to bring on the latest scans, and I just got to turn the lightning off. Can you even see? I don't know about you. I can't see the graphic through the lightning. Like, I love the fact we can depict it there, but when you just have too many strikes like this, and that's where we're at, I can't see it. So I can change it to where little thin, skinny lines. So that's what I'm going to do, so I can still tell. Again, it's still hard to read, but we can see the graphics, see the data through that. So the strongest portion of this is still on the Arkansas side of things and up into Tennessee, but about to cross in northwest Mississippi in the next few minutes. For Horn Lake, for Dean's Corners, for Marionette there, Norfolk, Lakeview, you're all in the path of the heaviest part of this. Looking at our hail swath on this thunderstorm batch here, and we do not have, again, I think, significant hail on a widespread scale, but in some cases here, there could be some large hail with this. Here's our track over the last 30, 40 minutes or so, and I'm actually incorrect. That's a little more on that one there near Horn Lake than what I expected to see out of that, looking for the Memphis radar there. So let's bring it to the latest scans, and let's go back to the reflectivity mode. That honestly overperforming what I expected to see. So let's look 3D on this here. Yeah, so that's the thing, and that's been the problem today, is if you look at just the lowest scans, and this is why we take the time to look 3D on these, you look at the lowest scans, you're like, meh. And then you look 3D, and it's like, oh, wait, it's still holding all that big hail up there. And as you saw from Gabe earlier on, I'll have him pull up one of those big pictures from up around the Olive Branch area, and we'll pop to that here in a second. You have some spots here right there, still latest scan, still current time, just right at pretty much the Tennessee state line, where I have some of those black returns up there, 25,000 feet, right there. That's probably 1 inch or larger hail. So Gabe, I don't know if you can see that. If you'd pop onto the computer over there, one of those hail reports, I want to show the one of them that we had from a few minutes ago, because that, again, could potentially be where we're at this point in time as well, where we have some of those. And I'm betting he has made a phone call to Mrs. Maynard there. So I'm going to have to, I think he's left me on my own to pull up a picture for you. So give me a moment here, see if I can find one that we can show you. Just a moment here. So here are some of those hail pictures from the Olive Branch area. And this is what we had earlier when we had some of the big hail. And I'll have to pop it back in closer here. Give me a moment. And there's our hail. There we go. Okay, 15th time's the charm. So this is what some of that hail looked like in Olive Branch earlier on. And that hailstone there is probably about 1.5 inches, if not larger than 1.5 inches in size. Those look like about quarter-size hailstones you see around the edges there as well. So that was some pretty big hail earlier. And so as I come back here, that's what we could be talking about very near the Marionette area. Let's slide this, see if I can slide this northward there. Well, it looks like it's dropped a little bit. Right over top of Horseshoe Lake. Let's go 2D on that there. So near the Penton area, Marionette, Lake Cormorant, this is going to be dropping some of that big hail as it heads here for you right along 61 or maybe just northwest of 61. Probably hail in excess of 1 inch in size, possibly up around 1.5 inches in size, like the one we showed you a moment ago there. So don't be shocked that we have some big hail out of that. And that's one of the components that, off and on tonight about the time I'm like, is about the time Mother Nature's like, Hey, we've been doing this about 10 hours here, and apparently I'm is all I'm at on vocabulary at this point. So severe thunderstorm warnings, again, continue DeSoto and Tunica counties in particular, where we're looking at that bigger hail until 10:30. You can see our track there through some of those locations, like Hollywood about 10:15 for you, Eudora about 10:34, Cub Lake there about 10:40, Savage about 10:53. That's for the western of the two areas. And then the eastern one that is closer to Hernando, that also has with it, maybe not quite as large. Let's take a look at that one again for DeSoto County, moving over top of Hernando now. I have not heard from the Weather Service. It looks like they're going to extend this as what we sometimes behind the scenes call an SPS, or a strong thunderstorm alert on that. About 20,000 feet. That could still be some hail on that one based on some of the returns we've had earlier on. So yeah, some hail. I love how it shows just a little bit of broad rotation as well, but we get that again, as you saw in that video a minute ago. You can still get rotation out of something non-severe. In fact, I think that's worth us popping back up here. It's what we kind of, it's what we ended our broadcast with before this. So give me just a moment here to pop this up, because I think it does a good job of kind of telling the story. So this was in Batesville a little bit earlier on. And if you look toward the middle of the screen there, that's some broad rotation, right? Showing up with that. So the fact that you see a little bit of rotation there, you're going to see some spin from time to time on these storms. But as we talked about a minute ago, there is no tornado threat of significance out of anything as we go into and through the remainder of this evening and tonight, thankfully. And I think all God's people said hallelujah to that one there. Cast again here over the next few hours. So we have our storm system, and then of course we have storms trying to redevelop ahead of and near our front. Though again, I think Futurecast HRRR here is garbage now. We're officially to garbage mode on this. It's like I give up. So it's now underdoing storm coverage out there with the latest update. That's fun. But one thing it does do, and this has just been so consistent, see these storms, it kind of redevelops into the morning here. Probably overdone a little bit here on Futurecast for early tomorrow, but does have this redevelopment even toward midday tomorrow. It's been extremely consistent with that. We're going to look at a different version of Futurecast here in a minute to contrast that because of just how bad it's showing it's doing with the current data. And sometimes that happens. I guess it's been a long day for the models as well. So over the next 24 hours, we're going to have some thunderstorms tomorrow. It's going to be more limited coverage than today, and more likely than not, the storms are going to be below severe limits. If you hear nothing else I say, hear this. It's going to be less humid. Yay! We're going to be, I think, a lot less sticky for the middle part of this week, and beyond whatever rain chances we do have, however limited they are for tomorrow, they're much more limited by midweek. We're looking at that coming up here in 60 seconds. Continue to monitor that severe thunderstorm warning ongoing back for locations in northwest Mississippi. And again, one other thing to mention, no tornado threat overnight. You can go to sleep, but we're still tracking things in 60 seconds as Mississippi Live Weather continues from the Room to Room Weather Center right after this.
I have been going to Two Place Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Two Place Smiles.
How do you know if your roofer is actually telling you the truth or just trying to sell you something you don't need? I'm Chris with Absolute Restoration. When we come out, we don't tell you what's wrong. We show you with photos, videos, and documentation. You'll see exactly what we see so you can make your own decision. And we back our work with a 50-year warranty and a 25-year algae warranty. Plus, no cost upgrades with 0% financing and no payment for 6 months.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lobhon.
What are we, hour 2, maybe 3 on our lightning show there in Winona? A lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, and some power disruptions go along with it there in Carroll County. I say lightning show in Winona. It's mainly been west of you in Carroll County, where those storms have been strongest. You're watching Mississippi Live here at 10. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, who's helping out, watching things behind the scenes here as well. All of our cameras have been pretty consistent on that lightning show when we've had it off and on tonight. Another one of those where you just saw the Batesville camera a minute ago and looking back northward into those severe storms up closer to the Tennessee state line from the Batesville area. You can from time to time see some low-hanging stuff. No tornadoes out of the storms tonight. You can go to sleep without having to worry about that. As we slide up the road there, up to Crenshaw, looking into that. Again, Crenshaw not in a severe thunderstorm warning, but up in Tunica County, they are until 10:30 under severe thunderstorm warning. What you can see kind of extending there, and unfortunately we run into the water tower there where we can't see that, but this is going to be another one of those low-hanging shelf clouds moving toward the camera. Gusty winds, again, a sign of that, maybe 60-mile-per-hour winds a possibility out of the strongest of these storms. The expectation, though, is that most storms outside of these are going to be below severe limits, but there still will be power disruptions out of those from time to time. As we clear things off on that and we slide up to the northwest portion of the state, again, severe thunderstorm warning does continue up here for parts of DeSoto and Tunica counties until 10:30 p.m. That storm near Hernando looks a little heavier as of the latest time. So let's make sure we get track on that. Again, non-severe at this point, technically. I'll say 15 miles per hour as they've kind of been moving at their own pace, was a nice way to say moving very, very slowly this evening. So that one, again, expanding southward, we get it toward Coldwater for you in Coldwater about 10:37. Senatobia, where our meteorologist Maggie McCauley is, there at about 10:59. Speaking of Maggie, you'll probably want to check her out if there are any issues tomorrow morning. She'll have updates starting at 6:30 a.m. on Mississippi Live this morning, 6:37, 7:30 a.m. Monday through Friday. If you haven't taken a chance to watch Maggie, she does a great job from her Senatobia studios there, and she'll keep you up to date on any of the rainfall issues we have for tomorrow morning. That's on Mississippi Live this morning. Start at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow here from the Room to Room Weather Center. As we come back in here and track those other thunderstorms, another one here kind of west of Tunica that has strengthened a little bit more as well. That's the thing. These are pulse severe. They're strong for a moment, diminish. Another one pulses up, diminishes. If you haven't noticed, it's definitely a pattern today, right? About the time we really dig in on one, it's like, oh, that one's collapsing. On to the next. So that consistently has been the thing today. So when we come south here, that's what kind of stands out about Carroll County. We've just had about 3 or 4 different rounds here, and I bet that the rain gauge is really starting to fill up there for some spots. Yep, starting to get a few locations where folks at the Weather Service might have to start considering some kind of flood advisory on this, because estimations 2 to 3 inches there for some spots in Carroll County with this. Same thing out there back west of Greenwood along 7. There's some other spots there as well, closer to Indianola. So heavy rain has been the story out of all these storms, but from time to time, of course, power disruption, things of that nature out of these as well. But if I check our True Shield hail swath, there is a little bit of hail on these storms, again, west of Winona. But we just haven't had a lot of reports. Again, I'll check our chat with folks behind the scenes here. Someone mentions my voice is not lining up there with my video on the TV app. We're watching on the TV app and your voice aren't synced. It's like watching a Japanese movie. Okay, so here's the question, Real Red Rebel. Is it better on YouTube when you're watching right now? Or are we having some kind of crossover there? Let me know in the comments. I'll try to keep an eye on that behind the scenes here to make sure that I can see that on one of my monitors over here. So I'll be looking for your answer on that, Real Red Rebel, to find out if there's a voice sync issue with this as well. So let me know. And if anybody else in the comments will let me know, I appreciate that. We do try to watch those. I don't see it every second. But yeah, for Grenada, there will be potentially some additional thunderstorms. The majority of that is going to be west of you, as you can see. So answering that, hopefully for Courtney there, the majority of this activity is west of you. And this cluster of storms will continue to kind of increase as it heads southward. Projections have been pretty clear about that. But for most of the northeastern portion of the state, as I kind of get all these clear air returns sort of off of here, kind of knock that out somewhat. Everything out east here, we are done with any sort of active and severe weather for you tonight. This is really I-55, close-ish to I-55, back to the west that we're concentrating on that. And follow the lightning to find out where it's most significant. This cluster storm's up here with 2,300 lightning strikes in the last hour versus the cluster south with 1,100. And there's more storms here as well. So it tells you the storms up north are the stronger thunderstorms. but that batch will continue heading, again, gradually southward. Some sporadic wind gusts, power outages, and things possible. As we show that getting to Omega Community now, we're looking at the Lexington by about 10:22, closer to Durant about 10:35. A Doppler radar indicates heavy rainfall, a gusty wind with those. I'll go ahead and clear the cities down, do some larger cities here for a moment. Pickens, we show about 11:12 at that angle there if it continues. And we do expect those to continue southward to where eventually Canton by practically midnight. Tells you that we're going to be going past midnight with these. So with that in mind, looking at our forecast for tomorrow, again, hey, we're practically to summer, getting closer now. Pool day forecast there has us at 71 in the morning, 81 by noon, and 84 by afternoon, with some showers and thunderstorms early, a better chance into the afternoon. But look at that right there. As you can see, we're all largely into the high for the UV index. So for folks looking to go to the pool or the lake or something, we definitely have things kind of trending the correct direction for that there for you tomorrow. And I think I have a lot more sunshine, even if temperatures do go down a little bit next couple days going forward through the latter part of this week. So rain chances, again, from tomorrow at around 20 to 30%. Down there to practically nothing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Come back up as we go toward next weekend because, of course, weekend and summer, that's what we do here. Hopefully they remain limited, and at this point, Saturday more likely to be dry than Sunday. So our severe weather risk this evening, as we've talked about, the north and west portion of the state. Futurecast, we're going to look at a couple different versions here. Again, looking at this one hour by hour, I'm underwhelmed by what it has out there. So we're just going to skip the rest of it. We looked at that one updated right before our broadcast here. So we're going to skip that one. Instead, we're going to go back and we're going to check out our strike model. This should be the latest, the most up-to-date version here. Well, we're already better off on this. So, except it shows everything die out in the next hour. So probably too quick to kill those out. Additional thunderstorms trying to still kind of head in overnight and early tomorrow. I think that, again, could be overdoing that. Not like either one. I think western portion of the state where we're going to see the most. I think we really used up storms east. And so it's me against the models. And my name's on it. So I'm gonna say that there could be still some storms farther east. But that's why we check out Maggie, right? In case I'm wrong and the models are right. Low 70s, upper 60s. That's above our normal for this time of the year. As we look toward tomorrow, say mid-morning and toward midday, additional thunderstorms developing. And again, this is the same model I disliked a second ago, so we're going to stop that. And we're going to go to the other model and see how it progresses on this, so I at least get a second thought. And here's the deal. Still has some spotty showers and thunderstorms out there early tomorrow. This is a pretty hefty total. Like this would be 30% or so if we were to see this greater coverage of storms there for tomorrow. So possibility that maybe that's the case, but still has those regenerating toward 10, 11 o'clock to noon time tomorrow. See the secondary batch that kind of develops back out here. Again, the human beings are underwhelmed by what we're seeing on this. The models are very clear on what they're expecting, which is a kind of a more redevelopment for tomorrow, below severe limits, but some spotty storms even into the afternoon. So we might be a little under on that 20%. It might be closer to 30% on that coverage for tomorrow. What is crystal clear, those northeast winds are driving the more unstable air down toward the coast, down into the Gulf, down away from us, and clearing us out for a few days behind this system. Highs for tomorrow were middle to upper 80s. Here is a major improvement. Where heat indices today were 105 to 110 for some locations, and many of us up right around 100 degrees for what it feels like. That heat index for tomorrow is substantially more manageable. Yeah, we're still 95 Belzona, but you're 105 today. Greenville, similar story there. 93, what it feels like in Cleveland. So an improvement across the board. And downright pleasant out here. Red Bay showing up, 80, 83 there, Iuka, 85 degrees in Boonville for the heat index tomorrow afternoon. That's pretty pleasant, all things considered. So Futurecast with those north winds continuing to shove that drier air in from the north and east, shove all the moisture down to the coast, and likely staying that way for a couple of days as that continues again down south of us as we head into your Wednesday. Looking at Wednesday morning there, somewhere in the neighborhood of the low 60s Now, I'm going to accept this one as this, and it does look like we're in good shape here. I mean, that's pretty nice. So I'm reading some of the chat stuff behind the scenes. My video and my video and audio are synced on YouTube, so I'm gonna have to double check the other one here in a second to figure out what other platform that person was on here. Appreciate that. Hey, Gabe, I'm gonna tag you in for a second so I can double check the video audio sync. One of the best parts about my job is that I get to do the weather and we get to do it from all sorts of different places. One of the worst, Gabe, is that I have to be the chief engineer of this bad boy, which sometimes I like and a lot of times I'm not as interested in. So I'm gonna chase down this video audio sync issue real quick.
Just take off this hat and put on another. So as I put on the weather hat for a moment, you can see low temperatures heading into your Wednesday morning feel much more comfortable. We're actually in the upper 50s in some spots, Boonville, Corinth, and Red Bay. The low 60s for the rest of us in Bruce, Houston, Grenada, Starkville coming in about 64 degrees and 68 still in Greenville, but the Delta just always has that warmer air and that little bit of moisture lingering around. But the big thing heading into our Wednesday is it is much drier. So while Futurecast's not doing a great job with the next 12 hours or so, it does do a good job heading into that midweek stretch and beyond because it's not dictating any showers here in North Mississippi. A large part of that moisture actually well off there towards our west and south, leaving us much drier here in North Mississippi. Those easterly winds going to be filtering in that drier air, and even these clouds that are overhead, whenever you get this kind of thinner diagonal orientation there, that's almost a wispy cloud. It's what we call a cirrus cloud, which means that it's not going to be anything overbearing in the sky, really getting that sunshine overhead in our strike model, indicating that as well. And even getting these kind of stripes that develop, those stripes in the clouds are more of those wispy clouds that are overhead. Again, not amounting to much in coverage in the sky, and definitely not going to have that rainfall attached to it as we stay dry even into our Wednesday. Now, high temperatures, you can see the difference there. 79 degrees in Red Bay. We were 90 today in a lot of locations, so dropping 11 degrees in some spots, definitely a welcome sight. 82 Houston, Tupelo, and Amory, 82 Senatobia, 83 Cleveland, and 84 Belzona, Kosciuszko, and Columbus. Now, heat indices, why these are relatively equal to those temperatures is because that drier air overhead not making that mugginess factor something we have to worry about by midweek. And I know my family is planning on heading to the park to take advantage of this forecast. Your family should too. Looking at those percentages, we're keeping it around 20% for our Tuesday due to that isolated development towards the morning and early afternoon hours. Beyond that point, we're dry Wednesday. We're dry Thursday. We're dry Friday, even dry into the start of our weekend. And rain chances do return, but coverage is going to be relatively scattered, and even that should allow us a much drier forecast than where we were sitting at today, Matt. So very welcome sight and very excited about this next several day stretch.
Oh man, so excited. I've used up all my energy for the week.
So you're going to be just worked out perfect. You're going to be out when it's dry.
Oh man, no, I'm going to be out. I'm still working all week. It's
you
next
said
week
you used
I'm
up your energy. I didn't know if you were about to just like post up a lawn chair and be good to go for the rest of the week.
I can't do that. Maybe one day.
We'll cut to Matt on a live shot real quick, and he'll just be chilling in the front yard, soaking up the sun.
Yes. No, hold on. Law Pond kids don't soak up the sun. By the way, Weather Service Memphis is going to be kicking out a new warning here in just a second for DeSoto, Tate, and Tunica. I think that was that other storm we were tracking a moment ago, so we'll look at that here in just a second. I think that's replacing the previous severe thunderstorm warning, so the coverage does continue into this evening. I will say I double-checked online and all the different places. I am not experiencing an audio-video sync issue on any of the different platforms where I was checking out where people can watch us. And again, all of those, as you see right there below me, you can watch us on Facebook, on X, on YouTube. Didn't check any of those. I did check Roku and Fire TV and our Mac South streaming, and all three of those are just fine. So, so whatever issue we had with our with our video and audio sync issues, we have been able to figure out, thankfully. So, okay. If you want, I'm going to send you over and I'm going to let you give kind of the latest update on those storms in Northwest Mississippi, Gabe.
For sure. So as we get back here on our Mama Justice Doppler radar, we're going to continue to, and I'll clear this off real quick. Just kind of clearing that off. Ooh. Too many cooks in the kitchen again. So as we continue to look up there towards Northwest Mississippi, we continue to see that severe thunderstorm warning getting issued once again, just kind of extending off of those storms that are continuing to move through Hernando, Coldwater, and Senatobia. As we move it towards our Memphis radar site, I want to put this on a loop and kind of assess this. As we've been working on things behind the scenes, I want to make sure we have the latest scans there. And we're still getting that decent hail return right there just east of Banks, south of Dean's Corner. That's where I'd expect, if there's any large hail in this, for it to be falling out around that location. So as we look at our True Shield Roofing hail swath, yeah, we're continuing to get a good bit of a strong return there. It's going to be this, I mean, that was a pretty decent return south, or just there around South Haven. Now going south along I-55, it has come down in intensity. We're more on that possible threshold rather than probable, but definitely did try to kick out some large hail earlier on, and that's why that severe thunderstorm warning was issued. Just continuing through the rest of our evening, that's what we're watching, and this is kind of the storm to be paying attention to as it's interacting with that boundary. And let's go ahead and do one more storm track to kind of track this out. So I want to make sure I have the latest scan there. It does look a little messy, so it's going to be kind of a messier storm track. But as we look at that last hour, kind of the movement of this storm, let's go track that leading edge. And it does look like we're going to be looking at around 20. That feels fast. Hang on a second. That's the thing about boundaries. Okay, I'm going to use this one instead. I guess 25 miles an hour. That feels like one of the faster storms that we've been dealing with today. But as we track out this entire leading edge and go towards the south and southeast, we're going to go all the way from Lula across the Coldwater community up towards Senatobia, and there you go. And we're going to be going at about 25 miles an hour. That may be on the faster side, but at least gives you a little bit more of a heads up. We're seeing Strayhorn, Good, and Askew overhead right now. Rich by 1029, Crenshaw 1030, Senatobia around that same time frame. Birdie 1032, Bar 1034, Crossroad 1034, Luxahoma 1036. That's an area that actually is without power right now. Some communities there in Luxahoma. So that's why the Mississippi Live Weather app is a very good investment for you, because while your power may be out and you can't watch TV, unfortunate, and you just can't get that coverage, you still get the coverage on your phone, on your mobile device, because we are on the app updating you guys as needed throughout the night. And that's why we say charge your phone, because you're able to turn on the app and stay updated even through those overnight hours. If this was a case where you needed to be, and in this case without power in some spots, it is a situation where we need to be having our phones charged and having that app downloaded. So you can see a few other locations listed in there. We're Abbeville by 11 o'clock. That's here in the next half hour if this were to hold together. Marks 11:09, Sardis 11:10, Batesville 11:17, and 11:25 Cortland. You know, seeing Batesville on that list, it's just an area that has been worked through as we've gone through the evening. And we're going to continue to utilize our Batesville camera because that has offered a visual for the Tate County area and even up there towards Tunica County. So proof is in the pudding once again. Looking at that lightning there in Tate County associated with that severe thunderstorm warning, that continuing to move south. And like we talked about here in the next 30, 45 minutes, that's where this storm has the potential to move there into Panola County and even keeping with that intensity there towards Batesville. But you're getting those cloud to ground strikes. I'm watching right along here. It looks like you have a little bit of a potential wall cloud. I'm trying to see how that orients there further towards the right side of your screen. Still looks a bit disorganized, but and of course, we're looking at like little glimpses here and there.
You meant shelf, right?
Shelf, yeah, not wall. It's been a night.
Okay.
I apologize. Thank you for jumping in.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Shelf cloud. As you go along that leading edge, and we'll wait for this to clear up, but the amount of lightning associated with it, that's where we're getting a little bit more of a shelf cloud, kind of leading the leading edge of these storms as they move into Tate County. So I appreciate the folks there at North Mississippi Storm Chasers for allowing us a look there at that tower camera, and of course, going to continue to utilize that through the rest of our evening as well. We do have a view. Let me see if we can utilize this, and if this camera is still up and running over there towards Helena, West Helena. Unfortunately, it might just be just outside of the storm as well. I figured we'd get a couple of strikes, but I don't know if those are actually up and running. But Clarksdale a little bit further towards the south. We should be able to continue to have a visual. This is, I actually don't know what direction this is facing. And we do get a little bit of lightning there, so I'd assume that's still looking north there towards the northern side of Tunica County and even up there towards Tate County. That lightning there, that's what we call some cloud to ground strikes right there within the cloud. 83 degrees right now, dew point still in the low 80s, so that humidity definitely still a factor. Feels like 97 at 10:30 at night is definitely is definitely showing you the amount of energy that we've had today. And in an area like Clarksdale, hasn't had a ton of activity when we're talking storms. So this is definitely an area that could see additional development into those evening hours. And that's why Clarksdale is one of many locations under that severe thunderstorm watch until 11 o'clock. And as of now, I don't know if the National Weather Service has mentioned any continuation of that watch. Matt, feel free to cut in if you have any information on that behind the scenes. But I don't expect them to, just because you kind of mix out the heating of the day, and that was kind of an ignition point for a lot of these storms moving into the afternoon. But heading overnight, this should start to diminish in coverage and hopefully diminish in strength as well. Of course, we'll keep eyes on it as needed. But as you've seen these counties get trimmed off of that severe thunderstorm watch, it shows that the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, kind of coming down on their thoughts on this as well. With that being said, we do still have a cluster of storms down there in the Delta heading into this evening, and those still have a good amount of lightning attached to them. Even this one towards Dunkirk, Leland, towards the Busey community. Let's look at that hail swath there, because I think we are talking about some potential large hail. And yes, as this moved through the area towards Winterville, that's where we got those probable hail reports moving towards Winterville and Forkland. This would be east of Highway 1. And now as we move towards Meltonia and Busey, that's where we continue to get some of that possible hail report. That's one storm to pay attention to. That hail core looks a little bit more decent on that. Let's go back to reflectivity, and I want to cut in 3D on this storm because kind of see that increase in activity, that brighter return right there just south of Meltonia is one that I'm watching. So let's go to that latest scan. Let's go 3D mode, and let's go 3D mode on this. So storm tops, they are still pretty tall, showing that this thunderstorm is continuing to be one to pay attention to. Let's get into that hail core. And yeah, there's some of those whites showing up. If we put this on a loop, of course, we'll kind of see that cyclic nature of these cells, but that looks like it might be falling out on that latest scan. You kind of see where it peaks in height and now comes down, that latest scan coming down. I think that's where that hail is kind of being dumped out there towards Busey and Dunkirk. It's going to be moving right along 278 there in the Mississippi Delta to where we could be getting some of those large hail returns reaching the surface. If we use our peak severe threats, you can see up to right there, it peaked. That's another way to show it. So right there, put this back on 2D mode. You can see how we try to get the 2-inch hail, latest scan coming down on that, showing that that core is kind of collapsing and that hail is being dumped out. And those winds going to be a little bit stronger there at the surface as that kind of collapses on itself, because I think that this is starting to cycle once again and kind of diminish in strength. Now back here towards the Mayday, Omega areas that stand out as some potential areas of hail as well. That's what we're watching heading further into that 10:30 hour. So even these storms that remain sub-severe, not impossible to get some of that small hail development as well. So we're not fully in the clear. And just checking wind mode real quick, I just want to make sure that we're not looking at anything on the stronger side up there, not standing out. But I will say a brighter return there towards Brosville, south of Lexington. See how this progresses over those last couple of scans. So right there, I mean, it's moving in this almost southerly, southwesterly motion. That's sub-severe, but it's still some decent gusts that are coming out of this storm. Put it on that latest scan, and let's go ahead and interpolate some of those winds. At 25 to 30 miles an hour, this is aloft, but what's reaching the surface could very well be a little bit stronger than that. And I do believe that these are going through more of a cyclic nature. Yeah, so exactly. You see this kind of back building there on the southwestern side of this. So despite it moving more towards the south and east, it's back building along this boundary, and that's where we're getting additional development. So that's what we were watching earlier on, and potential for some large hail falling there, Bowling Green and McMillan as it crossed Highway 12. But now as it's moving towards Brosville along Highway 17, along Highway 17, that's where I think that we're still talking about some sub-severe gusts, but potentially knocking down a few limbs in the process. One thing I do see on that latest scan, and you guys are kind of getting a visual there on it, you see the boundary that's starting to develop along that leading edge? This boundary is starting to become out ahead of these storms, and it's becoming a little bit more outflow dominant. So hopefully that means that all of these cells from Lexington to Belzona starting to diminish in strength as it moves just south of our viewing area into Yazoo County. But, you know, we're all Mississippians. We all care about each other. No one wants severe weather for their neighbors. So as that outflow boundary starts to go out a little bit ahead of there, we're hopeful that that will continue to diminish these storms back behind it. Because as you can see, when that boundary was kind of attached to it, That's where we're getting those brighter returns on our reflectivity, those purples showing up, and those hail cores were a little bit more significant. So that's where we're continuing to get that boundary out ahead of it. I do think that that boundary eventually tries to move into Silver City, or at least west of Silver City into Hollandale for some of these storms back there. But even then, I think that we're starting to come away from these cells heading further into the night. So that's a positive when looking at these storms. But if we're talking about some significant returns, I would say that this one up there towards Meltonia still stands out, but definitely diminishing on reflectivity, similar to what we just tracked on the 3D mode a moment ago. So latest, what we need to know. We do still have a severe thunderstorm watch in place until 11 o'clock on our Monday night. So if you're looking of when do I need to head to bed, well, you can head to bed now. It's just a matter of monitoring this overnight. We're not expecting anything tornadic. So if you're in your house, then you're where you need to be. And these will have rumbles of thunder, have very abundant lightning attached to it. We are expecting that to remain non-tornadic, and we're not worried about that overnight. As we look at that latest severe thunderstorm warning, that is in place until 11:15 on your Monday. That getting extended there in Tate County until 11:15 just to accommodate for some of those stronger winds and the large hail. But latest return looks very messy in the best way possible. Don't tell my mom, because she'd always be like, messy's bad. Messy's good in this case because it's disorganized and doesn't show as significant of those hail returns. You got those purples. Again, looks like that boundary starting to be out ahead of this setup moving into our 10:30 hour. So looking at those severe threats, earlier on we're getting those darker purples, but even those starting to come down. I wouldn't be shocked if towards Coldwater we were seeing a few of those small hailstones reaching the surface, but it does feel like this is in a weakening phase as we go further into the night, which again, a very welcome sight. And one other way that we're able to tell this is through lightning. Look at the top left of your screen. Earlier on, we were talking 2,500 strikes. Now coming down to about 1,500, showing that this is really diminishing in intensity. And I think the National Weather Service, and there it goes. They just expired the warning. So there we go. That was exactly what we were tracking. So Matt, feel free to jump in if you want to, but that's the last severe thunderstorm warning through the night. I mean, we are welcome to take it through the watch at 11 o'clock. I just don't know if they have talked about expanding that or extending it, or what the plan is through the rest of our evening. But definitely seeing a downward trend in our storm so far this evening. Doesn't mean it's not going to be electric, but it is something that I think will come down in those severe weather reports further into tonight. I do want to take a look out in Cleveland, because that is where one of the more energetic storms is moving on through. And as we get a look in Cleveland there, of course, I love the city life that we get in Cleveland, but hopefully this is turned to the south. That I do not know. We'll know pretty quick if we don't get any lightning. But, oh, there it is right there in the distance. So this might be looking more towards the west if we're getting that activity there on the left side of our screen. So that would be further towards the south. And there you're getting a look at the storm. That's going to be south of Cleveland there. So, yeah, I think we're looking west, and there's some lightning that'll be happening there. Yeah, right along the left side of your screen, where that storm is moving into southern parts of Cleveland as we get further into the night. So as we take a look, let me go over towards Greenville as well, kind of the storm sandwich between the two. You can see Greenville, this would be looking towards the west. So yeah, this would be into the storm. We'd be looking right here, right where the lightning is, of course. And that's where the more intense returns are there. Not seeing anything there. I'm trying to look and see at the base, but unfortunately, we're very close to this storm, so we're not going to get a good visual on the structure of this storm, but we'll at least get a good look at the lightning, the cloud-to-cloud lightning. As I mentioned, rumble's still going to be something we need to monitor through the night, but if we're talking severe, I think we've come down. Oh, that was a good strike. Oh, man.
It was. It's a reminder that you can still have loud storms when they're non-severe thunderstorms. Yeah, I was working behind the scenes trying to get what I think is a spectacular time lapse going here from one of the storms just down from Greenville and Rolling Fork. Take a look at this. So this would be between 8 and 9 p.m. tonight as the storm's kind of developing. You can see the higher level clouds coming up from Louisiana, but watch the right-hand part of the screen as one of those storms finally gets going and breaks through. Again, non-severe, but you can see just how that bubbles up with all the lightning that it had. We recentered the camera there. That was one of those shots we kind of captured, but just a really cool shot that I'm able to feature, and we'll try to get that on social media here in a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and restart that video, just a pretty spectacular one from earlier on this evening. You can see the storms on the right-hand part of the screen try to develop, and there's a whole line there where they're trying to get going. But then you just get one that goes bam right there, and it finally makes it, busts through. Did not produce severe weather, did produce obviously lightning, heavy rainfall. I don't know that it really had a whole lot of hail with it, but it was pretty isolated in comparison to most. But a really cool shot there. And again, appreciate our partnership with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers to be able to show you that time lapse from Rolling Fork this evening.
That's really cool. Yeah, it shows the bubbling up nature that we talk about. You know, bubbling up is a term that I guess is non-meteorological, but it really does tell the story when we're talking about these summertime thunderstorms. So that's really cool. I'm glad you got that.
And you're real kind of bubbling. It took me longer than I'd like to admit. I clipped it earlier, and I just finally got it in. So one of these days we'll get a workflow that's more efficient on that. I'll show you how to do that. But yeah, anyway, had to CapCut speed that one up a little bit.
Well, thank you. Thank you for getting that.
That was about an hour, and I think about an hour and 10 minutes of video there, back and forth.
Wow.
So anyway, pretty cool shot there.
Yeah, and tells the story of the day, just the cyclic nature of these storms, and we'll continue to see that through the rest of our evening. But, you know, no severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Very grateful that things are kind of calming down through the night.
Absolutely. So with that in mind, dare we do it? Dare we do it?
You have the tablet, so it's no longer my responsibility anymore.
Wow, I put go to sleep on it earlier. Plus, it looks like your monitor went to sleep.
Yeah. Don't expose my workspace.
Sometimes I feel like somebody's watching me. Hey, for all y'all watching us, we appreciate you guys for doing that. I don't know if
at 11 o'clock.
This is to break your phone. I will say one thing that it's hard to not miss is the fact that these storms out here have just been so consistent the last hour or two that, as you've kind of referenced, flooding rainfall with as slow as these moving could continue to be a factor. I'll put a 6-hour loop. It does not need to be that long because it's. I mean, even if I went to a 1-hour loop, which I don't think I have good 1 hour. I have 1 hour accumulation like that, but I don't think I even designed it with a banner at the top. That's how often we show this.
Where is that looking out of?
I think that's Monroe County.
Oh, gotcha.
So anyway, a lot of heavy rain out of these. Okay, I'm going to do it. We're going to wrap it, Gabe. I think that we can do that, hopefully. Our next live broadcast is going to be tomorrow morning at 6:30 a.m., 7 a.m., and 7:30 a.m. here in the Room to Room Weather Center. We are very hopeful we will not have additional thunderstorms that produce warnings overnight. We will attempt to do some coverage on those. I'll tell you this, because of the pulse severe nature of these, there is no tornado threat. Either way, the Mississippi Live Weather app is good and helpful to keep you ahead of any storms that are out there. But we expect that in general, most storms should be below severe limits. If you have not taken a time to download our app, now is probably time to do that. Again, it is free and available for all of your various devices there, iOS, Android, again, Fire TV, Apple TV, Roku. Just search for Mississippi Live, and you'll be able to find us on the different platforms there. And again, we'll be here in the Room to Room Weather Center monitoring things. Keep you here for the latest, and thank you so much for supporting Mississippi Live.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with the decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you. It's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.